Windy Creek Romances, Book 2, Her Second Chance Cowboy, by Mary Sue Jackson and Leslie North. Chapter 1. Can I help you? Nancy Sharp stood on the front porch of her parents' house and, for an insane moment, wondered if she somehow rang the wrong doorbell. But of course, this was the house she grew up in. It hadn't changed in the 28 years that she'd been alive. But who was this man? Where was her mom? Did she come across a robbery in progress or something? On the other hand, what kind of robber would answer the door when someone rang the bell? She knew it was taking way too long to reply, but there weren't any words forming in her mind. She was too tired from a long day, followed by a long, winding drive from Boulder, to reach this small town deep in a valley surrounded by the Colorado Rockies. The man's polite expression quickly devolved into one of annoyance, sparking her back into action. "I'm Nancy," she blurted, hoping that he wouldn't slam the door in her face. He didn't look impressed, and Nancy felt heat in her cheeks. After an awkward pause, she added, "John and Margaret's daughter." Still nothing, as if the names didn't mean anything to him. "You're in their house?" She tried next. Recognition sparked on the man's face. "I rented this house through Airbnb. Checked in this morning." The cruise, Nancy thought, 30 days on the Queen Mary 2, New York to Dubai. She remembered her mother gushing about her father, surprising her with the trip to celebrate her retirement. He'd been saving for ages. Nancy had totally forgotten the departure date. Great. Just fantastic. Stuck in Windy Creek, Colorado for the next month without a place to stay. She'd apologized to the man for the mix-up and told him to enjoy the rest of his vacation, feeling her stress quadruple. When it rained, it poured. Nancy climbed back into the beat-up Pontiac and dug her cell from the recesses of her purse. She'd call Evie. Considering she was here to take over as her best friend's wedding planner after Evie's quit abruptly, Nancy didn't think her bestie would mind her bunking with her and Nick. Except her phone was dead. Nancy sighed. This was why you didn't hang on to cars that were more than 15 years old. There was no USB port, and the charger that plugged into her cigarette lighter only worked some of the time. Mainly, she suspected, because the cigarette lighter only worked some of the time. Ed's Diner was close. She could head there, call Evie, and order one of their home-style burgers while she tried to figure out what she was doing. She hadn't stopped for dinner on the way down, and nothing beat an Ed's burger when things were already going wrong. The sky was a deep, heavy purple when she pulled into the diner parking lot a few minutes later. The antique front of the building welcomed her in, with the large picture window and the golden glow from within. Nancy got out of her car, smiling. She had a lot of good memories here. The place hadn't changed at all. The floor was still a scuffed, checkered pattern, and all of the booths and tables were exactly the same. It made her smile, especially when, right inside the door, she spotted Mr. Perryman. He had been her sophomore English teacher, and for as long as she could remember, he'd been a barnacle in this place. If he wasn't at the high school, he was at the diner flirting with Mary Elizabeth Weatherspoon, the diner's best waitress. Nancy's memories of Windy Creek weren't always the best. She always felt like a bird in a flock of one, but she had enjoyed learning from Mr. Perryman. Every kid who went through Windy Creek High School did. She stepped over to his table before she could talk herself out of it. "Mr. Perryman," she breathed out, "I'm sure you don't remember me." The man laughed and stood. "Of course I do, Nancy Sharp." He folded her in a bear hug. "How long has it been?" he asked as he let her go. 10 years since I graduated," she said. 12 years since I was your student." Mr. Perryman let out a little laugh. "I've been teaching far too long if you've been out of school for a decade." "Evie Royce told me that you were retiring," Nancy said. Evie had mentioned that in one of their weekly phone calls. It had been surprising. Mr. Perryman was a Windy Creek institution after all, but Nancy was happy for him. The man deserved a break after so long. "I am," he said with a grin. "This time next year I'll be off on some grand adventure." "You deserve it, Mr. Perryman," Nancy told him. "You were always my favorite teacher." He was everyone's favorite teacher. He made a "oh" you gesture at her. "What about you? What's brought you back to town?" "I'm stepping in as Evie's wedding planner. Hers quit suddenly." Mr. Perryman made a tisk noise. Shame for that to happen, but I am glad she has you to turn to. What a nice thing for one friend to do for another. He made that soft, clicking noise again. Evie Royce getting married. I knew her and Nick Wright would end up together. You know, I always thought that you and Mr. Perryman. They turned to see Mary Elizabeth watching them, hand on her hip, with a stern look on her face. You're in my section again. While she was playfully frowning at Mr. Perryman, she winked at Nancy. That woman is my hero, Nancy thought. Nancy breathed a sigh of relief because she knew exactly what was going to come out of Mr. Perryman's mouth if Mary Elizabeth hadn't interrupted him. He was going to bring up Colin McCabe, the former love of Nancy's life, and while she knew that she could not avoid talking about, or to her ex-boyfriend, considering he was in the wedding party too, she wasn't ready to get into it with the friendly gossip hound. Nancy watched Mr. Perryman's smile turn into a grin. I like the table, Mary Elizabeth, he said, as if he were reminding her. And the service. He glanced back at Nancy. I don't want to hold you up, he said. I'm sure we'll see each other again while you're in town. She nodded. Of course. It was wonderful running into you. Nancy mouthed thank you at Mary Elizabeth again before she wove her way through the tables on her way to the counter. Deep in her thoughts, she almost didn't see the man stepping out of the hallway that led to the restrooms. A young girl held his hand, smiling up at him like he was her whole world. When she put together who was standing just a few feet away, Nancy stopped so quickly she almost tripped herself. Holy sweet baby Jesus. The man looked incredible. She might have been able to push her ex from her thoughts a moment ago, but now here he was in front of her. Colin McCabe, her high school boyfriend, the one guy she compared all other guys to. The one she had just been hoping she wouldn't run into just yet. The last decade had been good to Colin. He had always been tall and handsome, but the lanky boy she remembered had filled out. He finally looked like he fit that strong jaw and serious expression that he always wore. Nancy had loved him immeasurably back then, and looking at him now, she felt a shadow of that feeling. She couldn't believe that it had been 10 years since the last time she'd seen him in person. He met her gaze, and she watched his blue eyes go wide as he realized who she was. Nancy fidgeted and offered him a small smile. She was torn between running away and crossing the space to throw her arms around him, so instead, she stood frozen in place. The little girl at his side tugged at him, curious as to why he just stopped. Colin looked down at her, and a smile bloomed on his face, like he couldn't help it. Then, the two were moving toward her. Nancy Sharp, Colin said, still smiling though his tone was cautious. That really you? Hey! She grinned back and resisted the urge to fuss with her travel-wrinkled clothes. It's nice to see you too, Colin, she said, before she looked down at the girl by his side. She had the same cornflower blue eyes. She had to be his niece. Evie told her about his younger sister's teen pregnancy and how Colin had stepped in to raise the girl. You must be Rebecca. Her nose wrinkled in apparent dislike, and Colin laughed. She goes by Bex, he said. Nancy grinned down at her. I like that much better. Bex raised her chin. Me too. Are you getting dinner? Colin asked, nodding to the growing line at the register. Her stomach growled as her answer. Why don't you join us? He asked. We can catch up. Dinner with her ex? What could go wrong? Chapter 2. Daddy, why can't she just stay with us? Bex asked as Nancy sank her teeth into her burger. She nearly choked. She had mentioned that she was going to have to find somewhere to stay until the wedding because of her parents' trip, and Colin had started listing all of the places that she might check. Oh, Bex, honey. She practically tripped over herself when Colin didn't jump in right away. I don't want to put your daddy out. He's got a lot on his plate right now. Bex snorted. You mean with the reservations? Renovations, Colin corrected softly. Yeah, Bex said with an authoritative nod. Those. Exactly, Nancy said. There's enough for your daddy to deal with. It would be too much for him to also have a guest stay with you. Bex looked at her father. But you said we needed to test out the guest house, right? You said you were going to invite Uncle Daryl, Uncle Sam, and Uncle Michael? Colin didn't seem to know what to say to that. His eyes met Nancy's, and then he cleared his throat and reached for his burger. I'm sure Nancy has better options of places to stay. She didn't, but she wasn't going to tell him that. I'm going to give Evie a call, she said. If she can't put me up, I'll find a room somewhere. She didn't love the thought of having to pay for a room when she'd counted on staying with her parents for free, but she'd deal with it. Bex wasn't well pleased with that answer. She leveled a look at Colin that was so severe that it made Nancy snort. "Daddy, that's just silly," she argued. "We need someone to stay in the guest house, and she needs a place to stay." Nancy saw the moment that Colin's resolve broke. His eyes slid to hers, and Nancy had to resist the urge to shiver. Having his eyes on her used to be one of her favorite things. Back in high school, she used to dream up all the things that she could do to get him to look her way. His eyes were so intense. Whenever he looked at her, she knew she had his full attention, and it was a heady sensation. Time, apparently, hadn't changed that feeling all that much. "She does have a point," he said. "I do need someone to test drive the guest house and give me some honest feedback." It was a bad idea. Say no, Nancy told herself. Being around him was just going to be awkward and uncomfortable for them both. Or worse, it wouldn't be awkward and she'd find herself feeling all too comfortable in his space again. And that certainly wasn't an option. But when she opened her mouth, all that came out was, "I can do that." Colin nodded, and that was that, it seemed. Nancy was staying at Mustang Crossing. It was still odd for her to think of the place having guest houses at all, though. She decided that she had to bring it up. "When Evie told me that you were going to shift to a dude ranch, I had to admit that I was surprised. You always got on with the hunters." "It didn't have anything to do with them," Colin cut her off, and she balked at the sharpness in his tone. "Sorry," he grunted. "I just don't want to talk about it right now, okay?" "Sure," she said. "I'm sorry if I touched a nerve." From the look on his face, Nancy was sure that she had done more than just touch a nerve, but he didn't say anything, so she didn't push. He'd probably been getting heat from everybody about horning in on what the town saw as the Hunter family's territory, but she was sure he had his reasons. He always did, and if he wanted to keep them to himself, that was fine. It was none of her business anyway. Instead, they went back to their meals and let Bex fill the silence with her little girl chatter. When they were all finished, Nancy told Colin that she needed to make a phone call, but her cell was dead. "Are the payphones where they used to be?" Colin nodded. "Back wall by the bathroom," he said. Bex yawned. "You know the way to the ranch, right?" Nancy had to hold back a laugh. Like I could ever forget. It was permanently embedded in her memory. "I'll meet you there?" "Yeah. I would wait, but—" He motioned to Bex. "Don't worry about me," Nancy assured him. "I grew up here. I don't need anyone to hold my hand." Colin just hummed in response, but the look on his face told her everything he wasn't saying out loud. "You've always wanted to forget this place, Nancy Sharp." She flushed, feeling wrong-footed and almost like she needed to apologize. But for what? She hadn't done anything wrong. Yeah, she'd left town to go chase her dreams, but didn't she have the right to do that? Wasn't that what dreams were for? She started to say, but her voice trailed off. She didn't know what to say. "You never needed anyone holding your hand, Nance," Colin said. "I know that better than anyone." Nancy formed her lips into a semblance of a smile. "Ms. Independent," she chirped with a forced smile. "That's me." Colin's smile in return didn't touch his eyes. "Don't be too long, all right?" "I won't," she promised, and watched as he went for the door with Bex tucked against his side. Nancy swallowed a sigh and went to find a payphone. She ran into Mary Elizabeth coming out of the ladies' room. "Nancy, it's so good to see you again." She smiled, sincerely this time. It was impossible not to be sincerely happy when talking to Mary Elizabeth. "It's good to see you, too." She couldn't exactly say it was nice to be back in Windy Creek, but it wasn't like she hated the people here. "You're coming to Evie and Nick's wedding, right?" They'd invited nearly the whole town. "I wouldn't miss it." she promised, and then seemed to realize where they were. Did you need to use the restroom? She moved to get out of Nancy's way. Nancy motioned for the ancient payphone attached to the wall. I just need to make a call. Mary Elizabeth actually laughed. Oh, honey, that thing can barely connect anymore. Come to the back. You can use my phone. You're too sweet, Mary Elizabeth, she said, and followed the waitress. When was the last time someone had something half as nice to her? 10 minutes ago, when Colin agreed to let you stay on his property, she reminded herself. But before then? It had been a while. The world she moved in didn't often lend itself to random acts of kindness. I've got tables I need to see to, Mary Elizabeth said, handing Nancy the phone. I'll give you some privacy. Nancy stood in the little alcove between the kitchen and the counter and dug the little phone book out of her purse. Everyone, and she did mean everyone, made fun of her for keeping such a relic, but Nancy was determined to always be prepared. Being able to stay in touch with everyone she needed to reach, even if something happened to her phone, was too important to take any chances, and look what good planning got her. She dialed Ariel's number first. She'd told Nancy to call when she got in, and Nancy knew that she'd stay up and wait for her call. Carden Ranch, Ariel answered after only a few moments. Ariel speaking. It's Nancy, she said, smiling. You've got a really nice professional voice. It went up nearly a full octave. Oh, hush, Ariel shot back. Where are you calling from? The diner, she said. I got to the house only to find a complete stranger there. My parents are out of town and they listed their place as a vacation rental. I feel like an idiot. They told me, but I didn't put the pieces together about the date. She heard Ariel make sympathetic sounds. You know Sam and I could spare a cabin any other time, right? But he's got more cowboy camps coming up and you guys are booked to the rafters, I know. She and Ariel had been talking through potential menus for the older boys' camp that he was holding soon, and Nancy certainly didn't want to get in the way of any of that. Frankly, even if Ariel had offered for her to stay there, she wasn't sure she'd have accepted. The atmosphere would be pure chaos, which was not what she needed when trying to pull together a wedding. Are you going to call Evie? I don't know how much room she has to spare, but she can probably squeeze you in. Or maybe she'll know of someone else with a spare room or a couch you can use. Nancy nearly bit her tongue. Well, I kind of found a place already. Or an offer of a place, anyway. That sounds mysterious. What happened? I ran into Colin. He wants me to test out his guest house. Her friend was quiet for a moment. If I had never met Colin McCabe, I would say that sounds like a really bad come-on. Nancy snorted. Colin was always a little more straightforward than that. A shiver ran down her spine, and she tried her hardest to ignore it. You've been in town for less than 2 hours, she told herself. Get it together. The next month was going to be the longest of her life, Nancy could already tell. Are you going to tell me this is a bad idea? Ariel hummed softly. You'd know better than me. It's not like I was around for any of the drama. There wasn't drama, Nancy insisted. Well, I wasn't around for whatever there was. I know the two of you have history, but only you can say whether that history is really in the past or not. Nancy huffed. You sound like a fortune cookie. Do I? Ariel chuckled. I've got a pretty good recipe for those, you know. Maybe I should whip up a batch. Let me practice my fortune-telling. Let's see. How about, to understand your future, you must learn from your past? Or maybe, the road to understanding starts from within. Not bad, Nancy admitted. Do you think that's true? Is my past with Colin something I need to deal with? I've just got so much on my plate right now. You've always got a lot on your plate, Ariel pointed out. If you're waiting for the perfect time, I don't think it's ever going to come. But for better or for worse, you've got a chance to do some personal reckoning. I think this might be something you need to see through. Nancy considered it, then shook her head, rejecting the idea. I don't need closure, Ariel. We got that ages ago. Besides, Evie might be able to put me up, and then none of this will matter. Her friend only hummed again. If you say so. Nancy resisted the urge to say something childish in return. Ariel meant well, and with her newfound relationship with Sam Carden, she wanted everyone to reach the same level of happiness that she had. It was sweet, if mildly infuriating for those who hadn't had a date in literal years. So instead, she said, "We'll just see what happens." They chatted for a moment more, and then Nancy hung up so that she could call Evie. "Hello?" Her friend picked up after a handful of rings. "Evie? Nancy! Did you get a new phone?" "No, mine died." She explained about her parents and what had happened with their house. "Oh no, I wish I could offer you our guest room, but with everything going on with the wedding, we've got it loaded up with so much stuff that the bed is completely covered. You can barely move in there, much less sleep." Well, so much for that idea. But Evie sounded so genuinely upset about letting her down that Nancy buried any hint of disappointment. "Don't worry about it," Nancy cut her off. "I ran into Colin and he offered me his guest house." The words came out in a rush in the hopes that Evie wouldn't. She screamed, loudly, deafeningly into Nancy's ear. Nancy winced. She adored her longtime bestie, but after an endless day with way too many twists and turns, it would have been nice to have gotten a quieter, calmer response. Talking with Ariel, despite her probing questions, had been easier than this. At least that conversation hadn't left her ears ringing. "What do you mean you're staying in his guest house?" "It's not a big deal," she tried to say, but even to Nancy, her words came out too pitchy and not at all smooth. "Sure, Nance," Evie shot back. "He's only the love of your life." "Former love of my life," she reminded her. "Remember the part where we broke up after graduation and spent the last decade barely speaking?" Even over the phone, Nancy could hear Evie's snort. "Have you seriously dated anyone else since then?" Nancy hadn't, and Evie knew it. "My focus has been my career," she said instead, "and right now I would like to focus on your wedding. Staying at the venue and making sure that it is perfect for you makes sense. I mean, it would certainly be great for me, knowing that you're there keeping an eye on things. But I don't want to make this harder on you. Don't you think it'll be uncomfortable?" "Yes." "Number, why would it be? I'd have to spend time with him either way, with all the wedding planning. All that's really changed is that I'll be sleeping in the guest house. It's not like he'll be staying in the guest house with me." Evie still didn't sound completely sure. "I guess so." "Don't worry about it," Nancy told her, forcing herself to sound cheerful and calm. She might be freaking out a little internally, but there was no need to let Evie know that. She had enough on her plate already. "I need to be heading to the ranch," Nancy said. "I don't want to interrupt their schedule any more than I already am. Why don't we have breakfast tomorrow? We can start digging through your plans." Evie agreed, and they said their goodnights. Nancy quickly found Mary Elizabeth and returned her phone. Then there was nothing left to do but leave the diner and head for Mustang Crossing. She had made that drive more times in her youth than she could possibly count. She practically lived at the ranch as much as her parents had allowed it. The prospect of being there again sent a shiver down her spine. Nancy just couldn't decide whether it was from fear or excitement. Maybe it was both. Chapter 3. Colin spent the next morning mucking out stalls and deliberately not thinking about Nancy Sharp. More than once he found himself wondering what he had been thinking, inviting her to stay at Mustang Crossing. Like he didn't have enough to do trying to handle the ranch transition and get things in tip-top shape for the wedding, he had to add seeing the one who got away every day for the next month. Why did she have to be even prettier than his memory recalled? Ballerina tall and slender, Nancy was always a graceful beauty. Even when they were kids, her big doe eyes had a way of drawing him in. Now she was in his guest house. What had he been thinking? Colin finished spreading fresh hay in the horse stalls and grabbed the handles on his wheelbarrow. He walked it out of the barn in time to see Nick's truck bumping along the road. The Ford pulled to a stop beside the barn, and Nick rolled the window down. "Hey, man." Colin set down the wheelbarrow. "What are you doing here?" He wasn't usually so curt with his best friend, but he felt like the circumstances might justify it. Nick would have known as soon as it was decided that Nancy would be taking over as wedding planner and coming back to town for the next month. A heads up sure would have been nice. Had to drop off Evie, Nick answered. Her car's in the shop again. You could have warned me about Nancy, Colin blurted out, the words refusing to stay inside any longer. Nick laughed, a deep, belly-rich sound. I was surprised to hear she was staying here, he said and waggled his eyebrows. That didn't take long. Colin scowled at him. She's testing out the guest house. That only made Nick laugh again. Sure, because that doesn't sound like some sort of weird euphemism. Jerk. You could have warned me, that's all. Nick's smile wilted. Sorry, he said. Everything's been so up in the air since Evie fired Janet. It slipped my mind. Colin sighed and let it go. Nick and Evie had been under a lot of pressure lately. He guessed he couldn't blame his friends for being forgetful. So, you came to drop off Evie. What's Evie doing here? Breakfast, apparently. Breakfast? Nick whistled. Maybe it's best you get home, he suggested. I'll see you later. Before Colin could say anything else, Nick gave him a two-finger salute and drove away. Colin quickly finished up and jumped in his John Deere Gator to drive back to the main house. In the time that he'd been cleaning out the horse stalls, the gravel parking lot between the guest house and main house had filled with cars. Coming in the kitchen side door, Colin could see that Nancy, Evie, and the other bridesmaids, Lila, Katie, and Erica, were seated around his dining room table, eating pastries. Bex was on Evie's lap, tearing into a croissant. They all showed up a little bit ago. Jessie, his ranch foreman's wife, who looked after Bex for him when she wasn't in school, had sidled up to him. She was a nervous, bird-like woman with teased red hair that looked as if it could defy gravity. I wasn't sure if it was planned, but I saw Evie, so I thought it would be okay. He patted her arm. It's fine, he told her, and it was mostly true. He was usually very particular when it came to who he allowed to spend time with Bex, especially when he wasn't around, but Evie had been an honorary aunt since Bex was born, and Lila was Bex's teacher. He trusted them, as much as he trusted anyone. Thank you for being here with Bex. Colin turned his sights on Nancy, who was listening to Evie and writing down something in a sketchbook. He'd been so blown away over seeing her again that he hadn't really realized last night how short she'd cut her hair. It was buzzed close on the sides and longer on top. She'd arranged it so that the longer bits were curled and swept across her forehead. His eyes traced the curve of her shoulder, the slender column of her throat. He had to shake his head to stop staring. Nancy looked up, and their eyes met. She excused herself and hustled over to him. I'm sorry, she said in a rush. When I told Evie I was staying here, she thought it would be a good idea to come and walk the grounds, get a feel for the place as a wedding venue, you know? But then she brought the other bridesmaids with her, and there wasn't really room for us all to sit in the guest house, so we came in here. She looked nervous, and Colin wanted to reach out to steady her, but he didn't. He stuck his hands in his pockets to ground himself. When I came to tell you this morning, you'd already gone. Work starts early. The words came out harsher than he intended. Get it together, man. He was better than this. He was normally cool as anything. What was it about Nancy Sharp that always had him tripping over his own tongue? Can I at least snag a bagel or something? For my trouble? He asked, hoping to lighten the mood. It worked. Nancy smiled with gratitude and ushered him over to where the pastries were laid out. He sat down next to Bex. So, where are we on plans? Evie enthusiastically described the Behringer sound system she wanted to get so that they could play music in the barn and the sound would carry outside in case couples wanted to dance under the stars. She turned eagerly to Colin, waiting for him to respond. He swallowed hard. That may scare the horses, he said, and watched as the bride deflated. Crap. I could put them in the back pasture for the night, he conceded. Evie practically beamed. Any other ideas? I was thinking we could plant a few crabapple trees, Erica piped in. The kind that flower, you know. They would be so pretty in the background of the photos. Colin's stomach churned. He spent countless hours with his father, digging up apple trees that took root on their own because they caused intestinal problems in livestock. No way was he planting some on purpose. Before he could say anything, Nancy bent down, and he got a rush of her perfume. His mouth practically watered. Nothing will be changed on the property without your say-so, of course. That didn't make him feel much better. It hadn't even occurred to him until now that they'd want to make changes to his property. Good, he grunted and pushed away from the table. Just great. He looked down at Bex. I have to go to the hardware store in town. Wanna come? Usually Bex loved running errands with him, but today she looked around at the room of women, and he saw her hesitate. You can stay here if you want. Jessie was due to leave for her part-time job at the bank soon, but it sure sounded like the women would be here for a good long while. He looked at Evie, who nodded over the girl's head. So long as you mind Evie? Bex's face twisted. And you won't be mad or sad? She asked. Colin smiled. She was such an empathetic kid. She hated upsetting anyone, especially him. No, darlin', I won't be mad or sad. Bex beamed at him, happy again. Okay, then I'll stay. Colin looked at the women, bent over Nancy's spread of reference materials, and he ignored the kick of unease at the thought of what they'd get up to while he was gone. I'll be back as soon as I can, he said. Have fun, ladies. The local hardware store didn't have the rewiring kit he needed to bring updated electrical wiring to the barn, so he had to drive 2 towns over to get what he was looking for. It was mid-afternoon when he pulled back in. The cars were all gone, so he assumed Evie was waiting on Nick to come back for her. However, when he walked through the front door, he found only Bex and Nancy in the living room, watching My Little Pony. Bex let out a happy shriek when she saw him. Daddy, wait till you see what Nancy gave to me, she bellowed and ran for the kitchen. The little girl snatched a slender box from the counter and ran it back to him before he could pull off his work boots. Looking down, he saw that she was holding a box of gourmet chocolates. Colin tensed, but he tried to keep it off his face, not wanting Bex to think he was angry with her. Oh, he was angry, all right, but not with her. He held out his hand and asked for the box. Bex knew him well enough to realize that handing it over meant she might not be getting it back. She hugged it to her chest and silently begged him not to take it, but Colin insisted. These look great, and it was so nice of Nancy to give them to you, he said, but chocolates are an after-dinner thing. Daddy, Bex whined. It's just a little treat, Nancy started, but Colin cut her off with a look. Rebecca, hand me the box, he said, using his daddy voice. Bex, still pouting, handed him the chocolates and then stomped off to her bedroom. That was fine. He could deal with that in a little bit. First, though, he needed to deal with Nancy. You gave her these? He held up the box. I bought them for my parents, she explained, but they aren't home. I'm not going to eat them, so I thought she might like them. I didn't think it would be a big deal. It is a big deal, he said. He tried to keep his voice composed, but he couldn't help getting a little heated. He couldn't stand the thought of anything bad happening to Bex, and this had been a close call. A very close call. She didn't know, he reminded himself, but that didn't make him feel much better. First off, he said, if you're going to be around for the next month, I'm going to need to ask you to not undermine my parenting. If I tell Bex that chocolate is just for after dinner, or that it's bedtime, or that she needs to turn off the TV and do her chores, I can't have you coming around behind me and saying something different. Understood? Nancy looked uncomfortable, as if she realized she'd overstepped but wasn't quite ready to admit it out loud. She'd never been one to back down. I just wanted to give her a treat. I didn't think you'd mind, she mumbled. I do mind, he said, rattling the box of chocolates. Because some of these have coconut filling, right? They usually do in a box like this. Nancy nodded. I assume so. You could always check the little legend they include to be sure. Colin ground his teeth together. She's allergic to it. At that, Nancy went pale. She twisted her hands together. Colin, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. No, he agreed. You didn't. He took the chocolates to the kitchen and stuck them in the pantry. He'd go through them later, throw out the coconut ones. Bex's allergy wasn't bad enough for him to have to ditch the whole box, thankfully. While he wasn't happy that Nancy had given the chocolates to Bex without asking his permission, he didn't like the idea of taking away his little girl's treat completely. She'd just have to deal with a picked-over box. Look, I have some non-negotiable boundaries when it comes to Bex, okay? If you're going to stay here, you need to learn them. Nancy nodded her head. I understand. When it involves Bex, anything you want to give her or show her or do with her has to go through me. End of story, no questions. It might seem a little over the top to some people. He knew that it drove Nick and Evie crazy, but he was determined to do a better job bringing up his niece than he had as guardian to his sister. Sabrina got pregnant because he wasn't there for her. That was on him forever. He had to do better this time, had to be the best parent to Bex that he could be. Understood. Nancy still seemed shaken, and his anger abated as guilt crept in. He hated coming across like such a bulldog, but Bex was the most important person in the world to him. As he watched, Nancy pulled herself together, straightening her shoulders and putting on a determined expression. So, she said, we need some ground rules. She smiled, and it was just a little bit stiff. I'm good with ground rules. Colin nodded. Decisions about Bex and the wedding come through me. I don't want anything planted on my property or torn down without it being cleared by me. The fence teardown was Lila's idea, Nancy said. She thought the barbed wire sent the wrong message about marriage. Colin blanched. He had been trying to make a point. He didn't know someone had actually suggested ripping anything down. You're kidding, right? She tisked. I wish I were, but I did remind her that this was a ranch with real animals that needed to be kept in their pastures during the wedding. He let out a breath. Thank you. We didn't get a chance to walk around the grounds and look at the ceremony space, she told him and fluffed her hair. Some of her curls broke free from the product that was holding them in place. He wanted to put his hands in her hair, mess it up even more. Evie told me that you fixed up your family's old chapel. That's where the ceremony will be, right? Right. Nancy nodded and told him that she was going to go back to the guest house now that he was home. She had some emails to look through. Colin should have held her back, maybe apologized for his behavior, but he watched her disappear through the door without saying anything. Chapter 4. Nancy sipped at her champagne and hummed at the tickle of the bubbles on her tongue. She and the other bridesmaids were waiting for the elderly seamstress to finish up with Evie's fitting so she could do theirs. Nancy had hoped to be able to grab a second of privacy with Evie to admit that she was wrong about staying at the ranch and beg to couch surf until the wedding. Then, at least, she could give Colin some space, but there hadn't been time to ask before the seamstress swept Evie away. When she stepped back into the room, she was wearing her gown. She looked like a literal angel in white satin and lace. Evie's gown was a simple A-line number with lace netting sleeves, but it hugged her body in all the right ways. Nancy could just imagine Nick's face when he saw her coming down the aisle toward him. He wasn't a crier, but he just might start after getting a look at her in this. You don't think this is too short? Evie asked the seamstresses, who looked offended at the suggestion. It's perfect, Nancy broke in. You'll get a little peek at your shoes when you walk, but it'll brush the floor when you're standing still. The seamstress smiled at her and nodded her head toward Nancy, as if to say what she said. Evie just nodded, and her shoulders relaxed when Katie tisked. Are you sure? The hemline is looking a little wonky to me. Katie had been bragging all morning that all 3 of her gowns came from this shop, and they'd all been lovely. She considered herself something of an expert on the subject. While she certainly had experience, Nancy wouldn't call 2 divorces and a legal separation proof that Katie actually knew what she was doing. It's just the bunching, Nancy explained, pointing at the pins creating the place where the new hem would be. It won't look like that when it's properly cut and hemmed. Katie sucked at her teeth again. If you say so. You can't be too careful with lace, you know. My second dress was a lacy thing like this, and I kept punching holes in the fabric on accident, frayed all over the place. Evie looked at Nancy with wide help-me eyes. Clearly, a distraction was needed. Ladies, Nancy announced, getting the other bridesmaids' attention, let's play a game. She set down her champagne glass. Let's go find the ugliest bridesmaid dresses in the store. Winner gets their wedding nails done for free. That piqued their interest. Nancy flagged down an attendant. Could we possibly look around while the bride finishes up? We're all getting fitted too, but the champagne may be getting to us. The attendant smiled. Sure thing. Have fun. Evie mouthed thank you at Nancy as they went. While it was a good idea in theory to combine the final fittings for both the bridal and bridesmaids' gowns, Nancy could see that Evie was overwhelmed with all the feedback. They passed into the back room of the bridal shop, to the racks of bright colors and taffeta that were bridesmaids' dresses. They divided the room, each skimming the racks for truly heinous choices. After a minute, Lila pulled out a dress and held it up. It was blue and strapless with cutouts on the sides. "This looks more like a prom dress more than a bridesmaid's dress," she said. Nancy glanced at it. "I've had brides choose something like that before." Lila stuffed the dress back on the rack. Those brides either had incredibly confident friends or she wanted them to suffer. Nancy smirked. "The second one," she said, "for sure." They all laughed, and for the first time since she walked into the shop, she felt like she was a part of the bridal party. She was used to being the planner, standing in the background and waiting to put out any fires that might pop up, but never actually being a part of the group. She'd been looking forward to being Evie's maid of honor, only to feel left out because the other women had more in common, had shared experiences over the last 10 years that she had missed. They'd stayed in Windy Creek after high school, and although Nancy had only gone a few hours north to Boulder, it felt like they were worlds apart. Nancy pulled out a long fuchsia gown with ruffles and a drop waist. "It's truly hideous, a bridesmaid holy grail in ugliness." She held it up for the others to see. "This is the one, right?" Both Lila and Sadie declared her the winner, but Erica's cool eyes flicked over the gown. Her face twisted into a sneer. "I think I wore something similar to the junior prom." Nancy almost dropped the gown like it had burned her. The others howled with laughter. "Oh, I remember hearing stories about that." Lila chuckled. At 23, she was younger than the rest of the bridesmaids, so she hadn't been in school with them, but apparently the stories had lingered. "I think, 15 kids showed up in the gym and they spent like $2,000 on decorations and the band. What a waste." Nancy begged the universe, pleaded for them not to remember another key detail about that night. But then Katie snapped her fingers. "Nancy," she said, "you were the head of the prom committee that year, right?" Nancy had campaigned so hard for an Upper East Side theme for the prom. Gossip Girl was everyone's favorite show at the time, and she thought it was a no-brainer. An evening under fairy lights, dancing to a live band, and drinking sparkling grape juice from champagne glasses that everyone would get to take home as a souvenir. It had taken her and the prom committee hours to decorate the gym, and it had been so beautiful until the doors opened, and nobody showed. Then, they'd gotten word that one of the seniors was hosting a party, and the few people who did show up thinned out even more. Nancy had ended up feeling like the world's biggest loser, and she got yelled at for the amount that all of her planning had cost. "Yeah," she said, and made her lips turn up in a smile. "That was me. I got a little too highbrow that year, and they didn't want me planning it the next year." Her smile got more real as she added, "Gotten a bit better at event planning." The other bridesmaids agreed heartily, just this side of being too enthusiastic, and they continued to pull dresses to show to Evie. When the bride did eventually join them, she immediately chose Nancy's as the winner. "Aren't you all glad that I love you enough to want you to look good?" "Thank you," all of the bridesmaids chimed in a sing-song way. "If you're finished with this silliness," Evie said, "Ms. Laura is ready to start on y'all's fittings." They headed back to the front of the shop with the raised dais and mirrors. The seamstress started with Katie, and while Nancy and the others waited, the door of the shop opened. "Nancy!" a little voice called out. She turned. Colin and Bex were in the shop's small foyer. Bex's smile stretched her small face. "Daddy says we're trying on my flower girl dress." Nancy was glad to see them. "You'll definitely be the prettiest girl at the party." Evie came around and scooped up a giggling Bex. "Come on, little miss," she said. "Let's go try your dress on, and then we can show your daddy." She looked to Colin, who nodded. Nancy watched them disappear into the changing rooms, and she didn't notice that Colin had come up beside her. "What's wrong?" he asked. She startled at his voice and looked at him owlishly. "And don't say nothing because it's pretty obvious that something upset you." Nancy sighed. He could always see right through her. "Do you remember junior prom?" She was surprised when Colin's face bloomed into a grin. "How can I forget?" he asked. He sounded so nostalgic, like that was the best night of his life. "We danced all night even after the band went home." The way he looked at her for just a moment set her heart thumping in her ears. "I was so nervous asking you to dance that first time," he admitted to her, voice dropping low. "I was so glad when you said yes." "I was so glad you asked." Her eyes dropped to his mouth and she thought, just for a second, about all the times she'd felt those lips against her own. Would kissing him be any different a decade later, or would it still leave her just as breathless as it used to? Someone cleared her throat and Colin looked away. The moment was lost. "If you two are done flirting," Evie said with a flourish, "I can now present Miss Rebecca McCabe." Bex stepped into the room wearing a dress the same color as the bridesmaids' gowns, but with the lace overlay of Evie's dress. She looked like a fairy princess. "Oh, Bex," Nancy sighed. The other bridesmaids came over, gushing over her, but it was Colin's awestruck expression that had the girl twirling about, asking if she looked pretty. "Beautiful, darlin'," Colin said. "Just beautiful." Out of the corner of her eye, Nancy saw a display of headpieces. There was a sparkly headband that would be perfect with her dress. She grabbed it and placed it atop Bex's blonde head. 2 seconds too late, she wondered if she was overstepping Colin's boundaries again. When she looked up, Colin was still smiling. A genuine, melt-worthy smile, not the tense one he wore when he didn't know how else to respond. He nodded, and Bex beamed. She raced off to look at herself in the mirror. "When this wedding is over, I'm never going to be able to pry her out of that dress." "It'll look cute with cowboy boots," Nancy said, and Colin snorted. "Thanks, Nance." They shared a look, and the humor seeped out of his eyes a little bit, replaced with something that she couldn't quite decipher. Heat, maybe, but something else too. Before Nancy could respond, Bex came running back. The allure of a pretty dress and sparking headband could only hold her interest for so long. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Colin nodded. "Go on and change, and we'll go get some dinner." Bex went back to the changing rooms. He cleared his throat before he said, "I'm making spaghetti and garlic bread. It's about the only thing I can actually cook. I could make some extra, if you wanted to eat with us." She couldn't hide her surprise. "I've got to finish up here," she said, then smiled at him tentatively. "Dinner sounds great, though." She glanced over to the bridesmaids. "I can meet you at the ranch?" Colin smiled back. "We'll wait," he said. "I'm sure I can distract Bex for a few minutes longer." Nancy nodded and rejoined the group of bridesmaids. "Mind if I cut in?" she asked Erica as the seamstress finished up with Lila. "Colin is making dinner, and I don't want to keep him too long." Erica glanced back at Colin and shook her head, mournfully. "Go on," she said. "If I had a man like Colin McCabe offering to make me dinner, I would have pushed you out of the way." They all laughed, but Nancy was quick to tell her that she had it all wrong. "We're just friends now." She shrugged. "We're trying to be friends now. It's been a long time." Evie touched her arm. "Is everything okay, though? Staying on the ranch?" "No, I trod all over boundaries like a clod and nearly killed his niece." "We're making it work," she said. "I'm testing out the guest house for him." Evie grinned. "Sounds naughty." "Oh, grow up." Evie stuck her tongue out at her, making her laugh. She had missed her. Nancy felt like a kid again. "I'll call you tomorrow, yeah?" Evie nodded, and the others bid her goodbye as well. She joined Colin and Bex. "Hungry?" Colin asked with a grin. "Famished." She held out a hand to Bex, and the little girl took it and squeezed. "I could get used to this," she thought, and promptly shoved that thought aside. There wasn't anything to get used to. She was just reconnecting with some old friends. That's all it was, and all that it could be, right? Because she left Windy Creek, Colorado for a reason, and those reasons still existed. Her entire life was in Boulder. She belonged there. Except it had been a long time since anything there made her as happy as she felt right now. Chapter 5. Nancy was tired. She'd spent the day coordinating the delivery of the flowers and the catering to the new venue. The previous wedding planner had left things in such chaos that it had been a massive headache to sort through everything. But thankfully, it was now done. The florist and caterer had been accommodating and kind, and relieved to be working with someone who actually knew what she was doing. Mrs. Hirsch, the florist, called the other wedding planner a nightmare to work with. When she came back to the guest house, Nancy sprawled out on the patchwork couch, sighing as she sank into its squishiness. She was still lying there, limbs akimbo, when there was a knock on the front door. Unwilling to move, she just shouted out that it was unlocked. A moment later, the door opened, and Colin stepped inside. "Well," he said with a laugh he disguised as a cough, "you look comfortable." Nancy sat up. "It's a nice couch," she said, almost primly. He was staring at her with that heavy gaze. She could feel it like a touch. "Can I help you with something?" Colin cleared his throat. "I'm taking Bex to the diner," he said. "Do you want to join us?" She grinned, hopped up, and grabbed her purse from where she'd tossed it on the coffee table. "I could definitely go for an Ed's burger." At the diner, they ordered their food before tucking themselves into one of the corner booths. A bored teenager dropped off their burgers some 10 minutes later, and Colin busied himself getting it ready for Bex, who had immediately started constructing things with her fries. Nancy liked watching this ritual of theirs. It was like she was being let into their world. A burst of laughter drew her attention to a group of teenagers at a four-top table. They were laughing at some video one of the girls was playing on her phone. The group looked totally joyous, and Nancy was taken back to when she, Evie, Nick, and Colin used to come here after school, oblivious to the world around them and exultant over being together. She knew that if she went into the hallway near the bathroom, the autograph wall would be there, and her and Colin's initials would be in a carved heart. He'd surprised her with it on their 6-month anniversary, back when they thought they'd found their forever person. If only we knew then how it would turn out, she thought. "You're not eating." Bex's voice brought her out of her thoughts. "Huh?" Bex and Colin wore twin expressions of concern. It almost made her laugh. "You're not eating," Bex said again. She glanced at Colin. "Does Daddy need to put ketchup on your food too?" Nancy laughed and shook her head. Unable to explain the wave of bittersweet nostalgia, she picked up her burger and took a big bite. So good." She met Colin's eyes over the table, and there was that weighted gaze again. Nancy shivered, and a self-satisfied smile spread across his face. She laughed, a touch nervous, and asked, "You can tell me off again if you want, but what made you switch Mustang Crossing to a dude ranch? I remember y'all having so many cows at one point that I couldn't count them all coming down the road." She didn't mention the hunters and their competing dude ranch again, hoping to avoid the snappish response she got last time she'd asked. Colin's jaw clenched for a moment, and he glanced at Bex, as if he were unsure of what exactly to say in front of her. "Did you notice anything on the drive into town?" "Was I supposed to notice something?" He sighed. "Do you remember what downtown used to look like?" he asked. "The arcade that was next door? And the laundromat that used to be across the street?" Nancy knew now what he meant. She and Colin used to hit the arcade on date nights, and her mom used to take the comforters to the laundromat because they didn't fit in their washing machine at home. They were Windy Creek Main Street staples. She glanced out the front windows. The laundromat's building, squat and dingy, was empty, the windows boarded up. With the factory farms buying up land, a lot of the local ranches have sold off, and a lot of the owners have moved on. Mustang Crossing was holding its own, but I was struggling to make it with the herd. I didn't want to give up my land or give up on this town, which meant I had to find a new way to make a living. A successful dude ranch is much cheaper to operate than a working ranch. He shrugged. She took a dainty bite of her burger, chewing on the question she was dying to ask. It wasn't her business, but she knew how close Colin and Gerard Hunter used to be back when they were kids, and it was Gerard's family, his aunt and uncle, who ran the Lucky Star, the dude ranch that had been a Windy Creek institution for years, running without any competition, until now. Maybe Colin thought Gerard wouldn't care about Colin's plans to open a dude ranch of his own since Gerard hadn't stuck around. He had left Windy Creek years ago for California and a career as a stuntman. As far as she knew, he hadn't even visited in ages. He'd always said that ranching wasn't for him. Did he still feel that way? Nancy really had no way of knowing. They'd always gotten along well enough, but they hadn't kept in touch past high school. She'd gone off to chase her dream, and he'd gone off to chase his. But whether Gerard cared about the business or not, there was no denying that it was his aunt and uncle's entire world. And they'd known Colin since he was just a little kid. They had to be at least a little surprised that he'd decided to put his ranch in competition with theirs. "Have you talked to anyone down at the Lucky Star?" Colin looked uncomfortable. "It was a business decision," he said quietly. "It wasn't personal. And I'm planning to offer a different kind of guest experience, so it's not like we'll be in direct competition." The hunters are mad. He didn't have to say it for the message to come across loud and clear. "Have you heard from Gerard?" she asked before she could rein herself in. Colin shook his head. "He doesn't visit home much," he said. "And he's never been the kind of guy to just pick up the phone and check in, not that he has time anyway. They seem to keep him pretty busy out there. I've thought about messaging him directly to tell him about the transition, but I just can't bring myself to do it." He shrugged and took a bite out of his burger. "It wouldn't change anything anyway. The Dude Ranch is a done deal." Nancy knew that the Dude Ranch was important to Colin, but she had no idea that it was important enough that he would risk a friendship and a business contact with the hunters. How badly was the ranch doing? Nancy decided then and there that as the launch event for the new venture, that meant Evie's wedding needed to be absolutely perfect. Normally, a challenge was exciting for her, but she wasn't used to the stakes being this high. She couldn't be the reason that the Dude Ranch didn't get off the ground. "Are you going to love it as much as the cattle ranch?" "I'm going to love watching Bex grow up in a community with all of her friends around her like we did." That alerted Bex. "What's going to happen to my friends?" "Nothing," Colin assured her, voice full of confidence. "Not if I have anything to say about it." He pulled Bex in for a side hug, and she giggled and squirmed back onto her side of the booth. He looked back at Nancy. "What about your career? Aren't you some kind of big city event planner now?" "Something like that," Nancy said, but dropped her eyes to her plate. "So how'd you have the time to come running at a moment's notice? And stay here for a month?" he pressed, and she looked back at him, feeling caught. She didn't want to tell him that she dreamed of quitting each and every time she stepped into the building. "I've been meaning to take some time off anyway." It was a half-truth. "Reagan, my boss, doesn't like when we build up too much PTO." Bex looked at her. "Is your job like playing with Barbies?" she asked and straightened her skinny shoulders. Nancy almost laughed aloud at the earnest expression, but she schooled her features into something more businesslike. Girls were serious about their Barbies after all. "Mine get married a lot." "More than most people," Colin added with a wink in Nancy's direction. Bex glared at him, but her curiosity brought her gaze back to Nancy. "Do you get to go shopping every day?" "My Barbies use dandelions for their wedding flowers, but I get those out of the yard so they don't cost money." Nancy could hug her. She was too smart for her own good. "Sometimes I get to go shopping," she conceded, "but it's a little more complicated than it is with Barbies. I can't just pick stuff that I like. I have to find things that'll make the bride happy." Bex nodded sagely, but Colin snickered. "I'm sure the bridezillas keep you hopping some days." "Just wait till they're on your ranch, buddy," she thought, a little meanly, but kept it to herself. "Most of my clients are lovely. Stressed, but like Evie, you know. They just want to have the wedding that they've been envisioning their entire lives. I love working with them." She sipped at her water. "Now my boss, on the other hand, can be a total bee." She looked at Bex, who was watching her intensely, absorbing her every word. "Cybody, she's a real busybody." Colin sagged a little in his chair, relieved at her save. "She doesn't seem very nice," Bex said. "She's not," Nancy agreed, but she was saved from having to comment when their waitress brought them dessert. It was a huge banana split, the kind meant to be shared. "We didn't order this," Nancy said as the girl sat it in the middle of the table. Colin looked sheepish. I did. He nodded toward Bex. I mean, it's kind of our thing. It used to be his and Nancy's thing. They'd sit across the booth like they were now and share banana splits. He'd save her the cherries because he knew they were her favorite. But I bet there's more than enough for 3, right, darlin'? Bex nodded. We never finished the whole thing. Too much sugar. Nancy wasn't sure if she truly meant that, or if she was parroting back what Colin had probably said 100 times to her before, but Nancy was amused either way. That night, they finished the banana split, and Colin handed over the cherries automatically. Neither he nor Bex liked them. It was like they'd been waiting for someone to come along and want the cherries and not mind if Bex hoarded all of the banana. Sharing this moment with them, Nancy could almost imagine that the last 10 years had been a dream, that she really had stayed in Windy Creek. As they walked out of the diner, she felt Colin's hand briefly touch the small of her back, just like he used to, and she half wished that it could have been true. It was dark when Nancy crossed the gravel parking area from the guest house to the main house, sketchbook in hand. She'd been in the big leather chair by the guest house's front picture window, working on a sketch of the flowers for the altar, when she realized that Colin had no idea what her plan was, and if this was going to work, he needed to be on board. She knocked on the door but tried not to be too loud. Colin said Bex was normally in bed before 9, and it was nearly 10 now. He opened the door, confused, but she held up the book. The plans for the wedding, she said. We should go over them. Colin let her in, and they sat at the dining room table together while he flipped through the pages. He got to the page of the altar flowers and let out a low, impressed whistle. Where'd you learn how to draw like that? He glanced at her, smirking. I recall you barely being able to manage a stick figure back in high school. Nancy flushed. Took some practice, she admitted. She started walking him through her ideas, hoping that he'd like them. Barn chic was fairly new, an elegant mix of homey charm and pops of rich textures and fabrics and bold colors. To her relief, he only had positive things to say. In fact, he made a number of good suggestions for elements she could include, things that would be meaningful to Evie and Nick, and that could be arranged without adding much trouble or expense. They worked well together, even better than she remembered. I'll add everything to the list to show Evie. She took her sketchbook back. I wish... She shook her head. You wish what? His voice was soft, kind. I wish my boss heard me the way you do, she said. I do my best to deliver exactly what my clients ask for, but Reagan doesn't always get my vision. Why do you stay there if you and your boss don't get along? Nancy shrugged. I want to be a creative director, but short of starting my own business, the only way to do that is to climb the ranks. I'd have to start all over from the bottom if I left to join a different company, so I'm stuck. Colin stared at her, hard, for the longest time. It almost made Nancy squirm in her seat, that steady, searching gaze. The Nancy I knew was a fighter, he finally said. She would have stood up for herself. Let her boss know that she wouldn't be walked over. He spread his hands out in front of him, showing her his empty hands. But having done my fair share of compromising myself, I can't judge you. Nancy dropped her head for a moment, and he reached across the table. She felt his fingers briefly brush her arm, a gesture of comfort. Her eyes fluttered shut. That was one of the things that she missed the most about being in a relationship. The casual, comforting intimacy. But almost as soon as he'd started, he snatched his hand back as if remembering himself. Nancy sighed but decided that, for tonight, it would be best to let it go. I should head back, she said. Long day tomorrow. Colin nodded, and they stood up from the table. He walked her to the door, but before she could disappear into the night, he told her, I'm glad you're here, Nance. Nick and Evie deserve the wedding of their dreams, and I think you're going to exceed all of their expectations. Nancy felt his words like a hug. I'll certainly try. They said goodnight, and Nancy made her way back to the guest house. After a quick shower, she crawled into bed and tried to sleep, but she found herself just staring at the ceiling. She was glad she was here too for Nick and Evie's sake, but it was harder than she'd expected, being back in the life that was so familiar, but that wasn't hers anymore, just like Colin was so familiar, but not hers, not anymore. Chapter 6. Colin was in his element. His tools were laid out just the way he liked them, he had his design drawn out, and a warbly country song was pouring from his Bluetooth speaker. His plan was to start work on refitting the old milking barn today and begin turning it into a true venue space. He was measuring out dance floor space when the barn door swung open, and he heard the soft thud of heels on the wooden floor. "What on God's green earth are you doing?" He looked up at Nancy, who was staring at his design with a frown. "Is there a problem?" he asked. She pointed at the piece of paper. "You're putting the dance floor by the doors." She looked at him with an expression that told him that he should already know the problem, but he didn't have a clue what the issue was. He was very sure she was about to tell him, though. "You're putting it right next to the doors, which open to the west, Colin. The plan is to keep the doors open so that people can go in and out as they want, remember? Given the time the wedding reception will start, the glare is going to blind the people on the dance floor." She looked back at the paper and sighed. "This is just all wrong." Colin scoffed and walked over to her. "All of it? Really?" She pointed again. "You've got the buffet tables against the far wall. The caterers will have to cross a crowded space in order to restock the buffet." She spun and pointed at the wall beside the door. "They should go here so that the caterers can pop in and out as they need to." Her concerns and suggestions were all valid, but the more she talked, the more irritated Colin became. He'd put so much thought and effort into planning this venture. After all, he was staking not just his whole future on it, but Bex's as well. Everything had to be just right. He'd thought it was just right, that he'd gotten everything perfectly arranged. But now here Nancy was, telling him he was doing it all wrong. He didn't deal well with people contradicting him under any circumstances, but for Nancy to swan in, after 10 years away, and boss him around like this, well... He dug his hands into his pockets, grounding himself. His phone cut through Nancy's lecturing. "Hello?" Nancy began wandering around the space, poking around, and he very nearly missed what the person on the other end of the line was saying. "Hey, Colin, it's John from the hardware store. Bad news. Mick, our delivery guy, called out sick, so we won't be able to deliver the lumber you ordered until tomorrow." "Crap. Is it in store? I'll come get it." John confirmed that his order of lumber was sitting on the loading dock. He would be happy to help Colin load it into a truck. "Sure thing," Colin said. "I'll be up shortly." Nancy was back to riding him the second he hung up. "This barn doesn't meet fire code," she said, pointing at the exposed wiring as if he didn't know about it already. "You can probably get away with it for Evie's wedding, but if you're going to hold more events here, you'll need to update your electric and the air conditioning." She's trying to help. The reminder didn't do much to cool his temper. Colin took a deep breath and let it out in a soft hiss. "Look, I have to go pick up the lumber I need to refit the barn, but my plans for the renovations are in a blue binder in the kitchen if you're that worried about it." Before she could respond, though not fast enough that he didn't see the bloom of hurt on her face, he stormed out of the barn. His hands gripped the steering wheel as he drove into town until his knuckles went white with the strain. Why did she have to butt in? Why couldn't she just plan the wedding? That was her job. Worrying about the ranch and the renovations was his job, his responsibility. The more he thought about it, the more aggravated he got, and when he saw Nick's gas station coming up on the right, he turned the wheel to pull in. He needed to vent. His best friend was stocking the shelves behind the counter. He smiled when Colin came through the door. "Nancy's driving you nuts, huh?" Colin stopped short. "How did you—" Nick laughed. "It's all over your face. You used to scowl the same way in high school." Colin wasn't sure if he liked that or not. He always thought he kept things closer to the chest than that. "She wants to make all these changes to my plans for the event space." He explained how she breezed into the barn and started pointing out what she saw as flaws. Nick's face twisted in sympathy, even as he said, almost apologetically, "I mean, I don't want the sun in my eyes the first time I dance with my wife." "Well, no, but, and," Nick added, cutting Colin off, "it doesn't sound like a good idea for the caterers to be tripping over the guests." "Well, this wasn't how he imagined this conversation going. "I get it," he said, "but that doesn't give her the right to take over everything." Nick nodded. "That's what Nancy does," he said. "She's been like that since she was elected class president in the 5th grade, remember?" He did. Nancy, with her 2 big eyes and crazy hair, standing in front of Ms. Rowland's classroom, making a promise for an extended afternoon recess, she was always just a little too much. Colin sighed and shook his head. "I've got to go pick up some lumber for the barn reno." He had a lot of thinking to do, and he couldn't think of a better time than while loading a few 100 pounds of lumber into his truck bed. When he got home, Nancy was seated at his dining room table, blue binder open in front of him. She jumped up from the table, wearing a guilty look like he'd caught her out. "Colin, He held up his hands. "Just show me what you're working on," he said. Nancy held the binder toward him and walked him through her layout for the barn and all of the potential event spaces available on the property, and as much as he hated to admit it, she made a lot of good points. Not all of her plans were practical, especially for the first few years, but she had some strong ideas. "I looked through the rest of this," she said, gesturing to the rest of the binder, which contained his plans for the ranch as a whole, including the services he planned to offer to guests, "and I have some thoughts if you want to hear them." Colin sighed. He knew this was coming. "Hit me with it." "It's about the working ranch experience you want to go with," she said. "I mean, do you think city folks are going to come all the way out here to muck horse stalls?" "Yes," he said plainly. "I've done my research, and the highest-rated dude ranches are the most authentic. The Lucky Star's best attraction is their annual cattle drive. It's historically accurate, and people eat it up." Nancy scoffed. "There's historically accurate, and then there's just gross. No self-respecting Instagram influencer is coming to the middle of Colorado on their vacation because they want to do heavy, smelly labor. They want a cushy fantasy about being a cowboy, not the grimy reality." Colin smirked. This was the Nancy that he remembered from high school. Sweet and sarcastic and stubborn all at once. "You think you know so much," he told her. Nancy shrugged, preening a little, and Colin smothered a snort. He probably should be annoyed that she was dumping on his ideas again. But after his talk with Nick, and the time he'd spent thinking about it all since then, he'd gained a little perspective. Yeah, it irked him a little to be criticized, treated like he didn't know what he was doing. Irked him all the more because he didn't know what he was doing. This venture was entirely new to him, and so, as a result, he got worried and defensive and maybe a little stubborn, insisting on having full control and doing things his way. But that was no excuse for not taking friendly advice. Nancy wasn't a threat. She was a friend. She was giving him suggestions because she wanted to help him succeed. He just needed to throttle back his ego and hear her out. Or in this case, when he knew he had the upper hand, maybe have a little fun with the situation. "Out of the 2 of us," he pointed out, "I think I'm the better judge of what's expected on a ranch." "On a real ranch, sure," she conceded. "But dude ranches are all about the experience, and I think I'm a better judge of what people want from that." He raised an eyebrow. "On what grounds?" "Event planners have to know people," she insisted, and crossed her arms. "And most people want to relax in the lap of luxury on their vacation, not do the chores that the ranch hands don't want to do. I'll bet you anything that if we pulled up Yelp right now, there wouldn't be one review complaining about not enough manure." Colin smiled, sly. "Oh, really? You'll bet anything?" Nancy's brow furrowed. "Sure," she said, though she sounded a little less confident now. Colin chuckled to himself and pulled out his phone. He had the Yelp app on his phone. He wasn't lying when he said he'd done his research. He pointed to several reviews praising highly authentic ranch experiences. Nancy looked at them and rolled her eyes. "I'm sure there are just as many people looking for the complete opposite," she said, pointing. He had to concede a little here. "You're right," he said. "There are some people looking for the fantasy experience, but I'm not offering that here." He nudged her gently. "It also wasn't our bet." He pointed out a particular 1-star review of a nearby cowboy-themed resort that was so clean and sanitary that its stables smelled like a Bath and Body Works. It wasn't quite a complaint about a lack of manure, but he saw the moment she knew she was defeated. "So, you were saying—" Nancy sighed and nodded. "What do you want?" Her tone was defeated, but her eyes sparkled. Colin stared at her for a moment, and then he stepped closer, leaning in like he was going for a kiss. He expected her to move, to say something. Instead, her already dark eyes became even darker and flicked down to look at his lips. "She wants me." The realization bloomed in his belly, and he leaned in until he could feel the heat of her body. "Colin?" Her eyes slipped shut. Colin leaned back, grinning. "On second thought, I think I'll hold on to this until there's something I really need." Nancy frowned. "Pretty cocky, aren't you?" she accused, though her voice was shaky. His eyes dove into hers. "Yeah," he said. "I guess I am." This time, when he leaned in, he kissed her. The moment their lips touched, Colin knew that he'd made a mistake. Not because it was bad, but because it was so good. Chapter 7. The morning temperatures soared into the upper 80s before 7 a.m. Nancy woke up with sheets sticking to her skin, so she decided on a cool shower to start the day. The torrent of cool water felt good against her skin, which was almost feverishly hot, and not just from the weather. Her fingers came up and ghosted over her lips for probably the 10th time since she opened her eyes. "I kissed Colin McCabe," she thought. Once out of the shower, she took extra care with her morning routine, brushed her teeth for far longer than she normally would. I kissed Colin McCabe, moisturized with her special occasions lotion that had a perfectly subtle vanilla scent. I kissed Colin McCabe, styled her hair with an actual curling iron. I kissed Colin McCabe. She realized she was stalling to avoid going up to the main house to grab breakfast. What was wrong with her? She pulled out a soft blue shirt with a scoop neck. It was flattering, and she wondered if Colin would like it. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Nancy threw the shirt back onto her bed. Those kinds of thoughts could stop right now, thanks. She didn't need to be mooning over Colin. If she went there, what could possibly happen? Colin had Bex and the ranch. She had her job in Boulder. There wasn't a lot of wiggle room there. She yanked on a pink t-shirt and her simplest pair of jeans and waited until she heard the Collins truck go by, taking Bex to school before she left the guest house. She opened the side door into the kitchen and stopped short when she saw Colin filling up a thermos with coffee. He looked up when he heard the door and smiled. "Morning. I thought you left with Bex." Colin shook his head. "Jessie had to do some shopping, so she volunteered to take Bex to school for me." He screwed the top on his thermos. "You know, I was up half the night thinking about you." Heat speared through her. "Oh yeah?" He nodded. "I'm really impressed with some of the notes you left for me in my binder. I thought event planning was negotiating with caterers and sending out invitations, but you're like an artist-engineer diplomat. It's amazing you don't lose track with all of the hats you wear in a day." Nancy wasn't sure if he was being serious or not. He wouldn't be the first person to make fun of her job, for sure, but his expression was so sincere. "Thank you," she said. Colin grabbed his binder and started telling her about his thoughts for the light system he was going to install. Now that the dance floor was in the back of the barn, away from the doors, he had more roof height to play with in constructing the lighting configuration. Nancy nodded along as he spoke and tried to pay attention, but she kept getting distracted by the way his hair hung in his face and the way his tanned arms looked against the soft white material of rolled sleeves. She didn't notice that she was staring until Colin asked, "Are you okay?" "You're looking a little flushed." "Well, that's embarrassing." "It's hot," she mumbled. "I didn't sleep very well." The knowing smile that grew on his face almost sent her running back to the guest house. "I've got just the solution for that," he said. "You up for a ride?" The picture that came to mind had nothing to do with horses and would certainly do nothing to help the heat pulsing inside her. Nancy flushed even more, and his knowing smile turned into an all-out grin. "I have so much to do," she said dazedly. "It won't take long," Colin promised. "Besides, I could use your opinion on this. Trail rides will be a big part of the experience here, and I want to make sure the route I have planned is up to scratch." Nancy knew that they were both busy, but she couldn't say no to him. "I haven't been on a horse in years." Even better, Colin teased. I'll need to know how to train up the city folks after all. That he thought of her as city folks made her ache in a way she didn't expect. She never felt like she fit into Windy Creek's small-town life, but she was born and raised here. Surely she couldn't be that different. Do I need to change? His eyes dragged her up and down. Nancy felt like she was going to combust under the intensity of his gaze. No, he said, you look great. Her throat felt tight, and she swallowed as best she could. Come on, he said, and together they walked out of the main house and down the short gravel road to the stables. Colin went into the stables and came out with 2 beautiful horses, a large brown gelding called Samson and a pretty mare with white patches called Gwendolyn. Nancy patted the mare on her nose, cooing at her, while Colin triple-checked the straps on the saddles. Then he helped her up into the saddle. It had been years since she'd done that, but it felt like riding a bike. Muscle memory. Colin mounted Samson, and they set off on a trail that looped Mustang Crossing's property. She'd forgotten just how pretty the ranch was. The hills that rose to sharp mountains in the distance were dotted with yellow wildflowers. Just as Nancy was getting a little too hot under the sun, they rode into a patch of forest, and the tree branches made a lovely shade overhead. Nancy remembered this trail. She and Colin would ride through here all the time. "Is this?" she called out to him. But then they broke through the trees, and she saw the answer to her question. They emerged into a clearing that held a small natural lake. Seeing it brought back so many memories, she was almost overwhelmed. "Care for a swim?" Colin asked. Nancy smiled. "You brought me all the way out here for a swim?" Colin dismounted, winking at her. "Maybe." "Interested?" He helped her down. His hands on her body, even for the few moments that it took for her to slide to the ground, made her shiver. "You good?" he asked, and his breath brushed the back of her neck. Nancy nodded, unable to speak, and they tied the horse's reins to a low tree branch. Then Colin started on the buttons of his shirt. "What are you doing?" she squeaked. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "We are swimming, right?" he asked. "Did you expect to do that in your jeans?" Nancy hadn't thought that far ahead. She looked down at herself. Riding back to the ranch in soaking wet jeans would be horribly uncomfortable. Colin shucked off his shirt and her mouth dried out. He winked and headed toward the lake's edge. She watched his broad shoulders and strong back as he moved before she reached for the button on her jeans with shaking fingers. He jumped into the water, disappearing beneath the surface for a moment. When he surfaced, Colin glanced back at her and she snapped, "Don't look!" He put his hands up and turned back around. "Hurry up, Nance! The water's great!" Nancy pushed off her sneakers, socks, and jeans and ran toward the water. Her toes sank into the mud, and she yelped when she stepped into the water. "It's freezing!" "It'll get better if you jump in," Colin said, back still turned. "And you should do that soon because I do want to turn around and check on the horses, and you're kind of in that direction." She whined softly and tried to walk farther into the water, but it was too cold. Colin was right. She either had to jump in or get out entirely. With a shriek, Nancy dove into the water. For a second, she was enveloped in freezing, silent haziness, and then she breached the surface again and took a gulp of air. Colin glanced at her, grinning, and she smiled back in kind. They'd swum here dozens of times growing up, most of which happened after they started dating. It was their getaway from it all. "Perfect on a hot day," she said and splashed him. "Oh, you're in for it now." He laughed and grabbed at her. She let out a scream, and they spent the next half hour swimming around and splashing, just like they did when they were teenagers. It was easily the most fun that she'd had in months, maybe years. After their swim, Colin and Nancy sat on the rocks on the shore to dry out. She pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. They listened to the birds and the wind. It would be easy to fall asleep in such a peaceful place. "It's funny," she said into the quiet. "What?" Colin looked at her. He wore a dreamy look that matched the way she felt. "I keep expecting your dad to come riding up any second, calling us in for lunch." She felt more than saw him freeze and knew that she had messed up. Again. Why is my foot so at home in my own mouth? "Colin, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have. No, he said, you're right, I was thinking the same thing. Is it hard being here? She asked. After what happened? Nancy had been so careful to not say anything about his parents since coming back to Windy Creek, but she couldn't help but wonder how he was feeling after their deaths. Mom's accident was the worst thing that ever happened to me, Colin said after a minute. Nancy knew the story. Colin's mother had gone on a ride, and when her horse showed up without her, they'd combed the property for her. Colin's father found her broken body in the bottom of a rocky ravine. As best they could figure, something had spooked her horse and she'd been thrown. When Dad's heart gave out a few weeks later, Sabrina and I were so numb still that it didn't really shock us. They loved each other so much, you know? He just couldn't make it without her. She reached out and touched his shoulder just briefly, and Colin let out a shuddery breath. Sabrina hated it here from then on, but I think I've held on so tight here because walking away from the ranch would mean walking away from them. Besides, I love this place, and I know that it needs me. He stretched and stood. Time to head back to reality, I think, he said, and Nancy could feel the door between them closing again. Whatever happened in the water during this talk, it was over now. They both pulled their clothes back on, and Colin helped her back into the saddle. The ride back to the stables was a quiet affair. Nancy found herself staring at him time and time again. He was taking on so much responsibility. For the land, for Bex. It was all so much. Part of her wanted to help him, but most of her was scared to get too close. This wasn't her life, not anymore. She wasn't staying here. And she didn't want to become something else that Colin lost. Again. When they got back to the stables, Colin helped her off of the mare again. She turned to find him standing close, and it would be so easy to let him kiss her. She wanted him to kiss her more than anything, but it didn't feel right, not when she knew how little she had to offer. When he leaned in, she jumped back. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know what I'm doing anymore, and I don't think we should do this, okay?" "Nancy, look, Colin, I'm not happy at work. I'm not happy in my apartment. I'm not happy most of the time, to be quite honest." She reached out and touched his cheek with her hand. She felt the subtle stubble that he missed this morning with the razor. "My life is a mess that I refuse to drag you into, and I can't let myself lean on you when I still need to sort myself out. That's where my focus has to be now." She stared into his blue eyes, clouded with hurt. She shook her head. "I'm sorry," she said again, and practically ran from the stables. Chapter 8. "Well," the bank manager, Mr. Reed, said as he flipped through Colin's business plan, "this looks fantastic, Mr. McCabe. You've met all of your milestones and you're on track to open on schedule." The older man looked up. "Keep in mind, though, you are taking on quite a bit of debt. You're approved for the increase to your credit line, but you need to be aware of the risks if things don't go as planned." "I know, sir," Colin said with the tip of his head. Worst-case scenario, he and Bex could lose some or all of the ranch. He glanced at Bex, who was scribbling in the coloring book he'd brought for her. He usually didn't bring her when he came to the big bank, but after yesterday morning's encounter with Nancy, he'd wanted his sidekick with him so he wouldn't spiral. Now, though, he realized his mistake. She was only 5, but she understood losing your home, which meant he had to avoid that talk as much as possible. "I'm taking this seriously," he assured Mr. Reed. "I am taking every precaution that I can." He clapped his hands together, a gesture he knew came from his father. "If we're done here, I've got a little girl in need of lunch." "Sure thing." Mr. Reed handed him back his business plan. "Have a wonderful day, Mr. McCabe. See you the next time you come to Boulder." Colin and Bex escaped the stuffy bank and stepped out into the crowded city sidewalk. After a 2-hour car ride and an hour-long meeting, he was feeling claustrophobic. He hated coming here, but his great-grandfather had taken out the original loan on the ranch at a bank in Boulder, back when there was no bank in the fledgling town of Windy Creek, and it was something of a family tradition to keep banking there. At this point, he needed all of the good luck he could get. "Look, Daddy," Bex crowed and took off toward a street vendor that was selling stuffed animals. Colin's heart lurched, and he jolted forward to scoop her up. "Daddy, stop! Put me down!" She wriggled in his grip, unhappy. Colin set her down on the side of the sidewalk nearest to the building and knelt down so that they were eye level. "Boulder isn't like home," he told her, and pointed out into the busy street. "There are cars everywhere. You can't just go running off." Bex looked solemn for 2 seconds before she saw a pet store with puppies in the window. She looked at him pleadingly. "Can we go look, please?" He sighed. His plan was to grab a quick lunch and head home, but Bex's eyes, huge and round, roved the crowd and the buildings around them. He needed to bring her with him more often. He liked raising her in Windy Creek, but he didn't want her to not know the world. "If you hold my hand," he told her, "we can go explore a little before lunch." Bex practically squealed in her happiness, and they spent a good portion of the afternoon exploring the town center, buying lunch from a street cart and eating as they went. City life wasn't for him, but he could enjoy the bustle and activity for an afternoon, especially when Bex was having so much fun. But then Colin spotted something that stopped him in his tracks. He knew that building up ahead, and it only took him a second to realize why. He'd seen it in Nancy's social media posts. It was the building where she worked. Looking around, he found himself wondering if Nancy had been to that cafe, that hair salon. They passed a group of men in business attire, all talking about going clubbing that night. Did she do that when she was having a rough week? Nancy had such a different life here. Sure, she said that she wasn't happy with it, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Even if she was going through some problems with her boss, the city was where she belonged. That was what she'd always said, and he couldn't see that changing. "Come on, darlin'," he said. "We need to be getting back." Bex begged to stay a little longer, but he needed to get out of there. As they were walking back to the parking lot, they passed a Claire's, and Bex all but yanked him to a stop. "Can we go in? Just for a few minutes?" Colin sighed and followed her in. He watched as she assessed the selections of cheap jewelry, perfume, and makeup with the greatest of care. It was almost like watching the Discovery Channel as a wide-eyed explorer roamed through the Australian outback or the Serengeti. She reached for a tube of pink-tinted, cherry-flavored lip gloss. It cost all of $1, and he knew that she had some pocket money from completing her chores last week, but she'd never seemed interested in anything like that before. "Are you sure you want to buy that?" he asked as they approached the overly chipper woman behind the counter who was way too old to be wearing body glitter and faux fur. "Nancy wears lip gloss," Bex told him confidently, as if that was all the reason she needed. Maybe it was. Bex talked about Nancy nonstop. She was wholly fascinated by the woman in their guest house, and it was only Colin's intervening that kept Bex from spending all of her time following Nancy around. That was another problem in and of itself. When Nancy did eventually come to her senses and leave Windy Creek again, what would that do to Bex? Shortly after purchasing her first tube of makeup, Colin had Bex strapped into her booster seat, and they started home. About 20 minutes into the drive, he saw Bex's head bobbing in his rearview mirror. Sweet girl had a big day. He thought she had sacked out when she murmured in a sleepy voice, "Daddy?" "Yeah, darlin'." "I like Boulder, but I don't want to move there. I want to stay in our house." Colin wanted to turn around and look at her, but he couldn't do that safely. "We're not moving to Boulder, Bex," he promised. "What made you think we were?" "I heard Ms. Lila tell Jada's mommy that everyone's moving to Boulder because all the jobs are there." His heart broke to hear her sound so fearful. "Where would the horses stay? They wouldn't like it there." "I promise that we aren't moving to Boulder," he said. "The ranch is our home, and I have every intention of staying there." "Are you sure?" Colin smiled. "Absolutely." She settled again, and when he heard her little nose whistles, he knew that she was out for sure. He looked back at her in the mirror. His heart felt like it would burst in his chest. Just another thing to lose, then, if the guest ranch launch went pear-shaped. If he couldn't make it work, a city job would be the only answer to providing for Bex. He couldn't bear it if he had to tell her they were moving away from the ranch. Colin carried Bex into the house to find their dining table covered in cake. Nancy was in the kitchen, and she practically jumped out of her skin when he closed the door. Bex stirred in his arms. "Cake!" she shrieked in his ear and immediately began wiggling to be let down. "Sorry," Nancy said. Her voice was guarded. I went with Evie to the cake tasting because Nick couldn't make it, and I brought back some samples for you both. I was going to put them in the fridge for you so that you could surprise her." "That was really nice of you," Colin said, and her dark eyes met his. His arms ached to hold her, but that wasn't an option. Her lips quirked into a small smile. "Did you have fun in Boulder?" It struck Colin that she might be homesick, and he didn't like the forming pit in his stomach at that thought. Before he could form an answer, Bex asked, "Can I have some cake?" He set her down. "Sure," he said. "You can try a bite of each, okay? But you need to go wash up first." He and Nancy laughed when she took off running down the hall to the bathroom. Nothing motivated a 5-year-old quite so well as the prospect of sugar. Without Bex, though, a thick silence stretched between them. "There's no—" "Coconut?" Nancy finished for him. "No, Evie wouldn't taste anything with coconut in it. She's looking out for her flower girl. Do you want some cake too? I brought plenty back." He could say yes, and they could go back to the way it was before he kissed her, friendly and comfortable with the two of them and Bex, but something held him back. "I'm not really hungry," he said, and her face fell a little. She nodded. "Sure," she said. "Of course." There was a crash from somewhere down the hall. Colin winced. "I better go check on Bex." Nancy nodded again. "Yeah." He left her in his kitchen and found Bex in the bathroom, playing in the sink. "Rebecca McCabe," he said, and crossed his arms over his chest. Bex gave him wide, innocent eyes. "I was just—" "You were just making a mess," he said, looking at the water spattering the mirror and counter. Her shoulders drooped. "Sorry, Daddy." Colin knew he shouldn't allow her to have cake. She knew better than to splash around in the sink like this, but she looked so pitiful. It tugged on all of his heartstrings. "I'm such a sucker." "Come on," he said. "Let's go get your snack and you can come back in here with a towel after." She lit up, and he laughed. "Okay." When they went back into the kitchen, Nancy was gone. He looked out the window and saw her standing just outside, phone pressed to her ear and a serious expression on her face. She saw him through the window, and she just waved and gestured toward the guest house. Colin nodded and waved back. When she turned and started walking away, Colin felt a strong urge to run after her, but he didn't. He couldn't let himself forget that she was going back to Boulder. He wasn't willing to risk what it would be like if she spent the next few weeks playing happy family with him and Bex, only to lose her when the wedding was over. Bex might never get over that, and he was sure that he wouldn't either. Nancy had been right. It was better if they just stopped now before either of them got too deep. Chapter 9. Drip. Nancy flinched as something wet hit her forehead. Drip. She cracked an eye open. Drip. What is going on? Drip. A fat water drop splatted on her face. She glanced at the clock on her bedside table. It was barely 5 a.m. Well, that was just great. She got out of bed and saw out her window that it was raining. The roof was leaking then. She quickly pulled on some clothes and ran through the rain to the main house. When she opened the side door, she breathed a sigh of relief to see Colin up, putting coffee grounds into the pot on his counter. He took in her rain-spattered clothes. "Nance? What's going on?" Nancy didn't want to tell him. It was bound to add even more stress to his day. But if her room was leaking, others probably were. "I woke up to a leak above my bed," she told him. Colin swore out loud. "I should have never hired that contractor," he muttered to himself. He set the coffee pot to start brewing in an hour. "Bex will probably sleep for another hour or so. Can you show me the leak?" They crossed the yard to the guest house. She laughed when Colin swore again because of the rain. She showed him the leak in her room. The bed was wet. Nancy blanched. "Sorry, I should have moved the bed." "The frame is heavy. Don't worry about it," Colin said, pulling off the soggy pillows and sheets. "Help me move the mattress? I don't want it to get ruined." Nancy grabbed one side, Colin the other, and they hefted the mattress and leaned it against the far wall. "We should check the other rooms," Nancy said. Colin sighed and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. "Yeah," he agreed. They went into every room. Luckily, they didn't all have leaks, but there were 2 other guest rooms with drips. Colin groaned. Fixing this is going to take hours. I can help. The words were out of her mouth before she knew she was going to offer. He looked at her, disbelieving. You want to help? Why are you so surprised? Nancy asked, raising her eyebrow. You don't think I'm capable of patching a leak? The look on his face was absolutely priceless, and she couldn't help but laugh. Relax, Colin. You're right. I have no idea how to patch a leak, but I'm sure you can teach me. Colin thanked her and ran to get the supplies. The real repairs would have to wait until the rain stopped and he could get up on the roof, but he could patch the problem spots temporarily from the inside. They had made good progress and had patched up 2 of the rooms when Nancy heard the front door of the guest house bang open. Daddy! It was Bex, and she sounded scared. Colin practically fell off the ladder. Up here, Nancy called, and they heard pounding footsteps on the stairs. Bex appeared in the threshold of the room. I woke up, and you weren't there. I'm sorry, darlin', he said gently. He dropped to his knee, and Bex threw her arms around him. Nancy's heart sputtered in her chest. I thought Jessie would have gotten there before you woke up. I didn't mean to scare you. Bex patted her father's shoulder. It's okay, Daddy. She pointed at his ladder setup. Does this mean I don't have to go to swimming lessons today? She looked happy at the thought, Nancy noticed. I forgot about that, Colin said. But don't worry, darlin'. I'm sure Jessie can give you a lift. Bex seemed to slump with the news. What is that about? Nancy wondered. Colin didn't seem to notice the girl's reaction. He was frowning down at his phone. I missed a text from Jessie, he said. Seems she's got a stomach bug, but I'll find someone else, he promised as he thumbed through his contacts. I can take her, Nancy said. She should have expected the minute frown that twisted his lips, but it still hurt to see. She understood his reluctance to trust other people with Bex's well-being, but she couldn't help but wonder what it would take to make the grade. She expected him to turn her down, but he said, Are you sure? You're not too busy this morning? Nancy was busy, but for Bex, she could push it all back a bit. They walked back over to the main house and had some breakfast before getting her swimming bag packed. Colin helped her put everything into her car and gave her a thorough explanation of the booster seat as he installed it into her back seat. Just make sure you pull on the seatbelt to make sure it's tight enough. Nancy found him to be exhausting and adorable all at once. I've got it, Colin, she promised. He smiled, but it was tightly stretched across his face. I'll have lunch ready for when you get back. Bex's beginner swimming class was comprised of 10 kids between the ages of 4 and 6. She stood in the shallow end of the community pool, staring at the others as they splashed about. Nancy sat with the group of mothers and looked on. She had been nervous that she'd be the odd man out, but Evie's bridesmaid, Katie, saw her and waved her over. The mothers welcomed her warmly, impressed at her volunteering to bring Bex. I'm sure Colin appreciated it, Katie said with a wink. Nancy rolled her eyes. I basically had to beg him to let me. Katie's smile was sympathetic. He's just a little overprotective, she said. He's like that with everyone Bex comes across. Nancy smiled, grateful for her encouragement, and she turned her eyes to where Bex was resolutely avoiding all of the other kids in her class. Should I go check on her? She asked Katie. Do you think she's sick or something? Katie shook her head. She's fine, she said. She was dying for riding lessons, you know, and she took it hard when Colin insisted on swimming instead. She'll get into it eventually. Bex's reluctance to come today made sense now. Of course she'd want to learn to ride. She lived on a ranch. But she understood Colin's reluctance to sign his daughter up for the same activity that ended so tragically for his mom. Nancy was glad to see that Katie was right and that Bex got more involved as the lesson went on. With the kids thoroughly occupied with their instructor, the conversation around her shifted to work. A woman called Therese started complaining about a coworker who kept sneaking her dog into work. She puts it in her bottom desk drawer, she said, and then pretends that we can't all hear her desk barking when it has to go pee. They all laughed. You think that's bad? Nancy asked. My boss does the pettiest things to anyone who annoys her. After I had an argument with her, she went behind my back and screwed up a catering order on one of my events on purpose, just to make me look bad. She didn't even care that it made the company look bad, too. She sounds like a nightmare, Katie said, and the others agreed. Nancy shrugged. I don't need to be best friends with my boss, she said, but I wish she'd just stay out of my way and let me do my job. When the others all sounded off in agreement, she flushed again. They were all so nice. When was the last time she'd met a group of people who were so welcoming? 20 minutes later, the lesson was over, and Bex came bounding over to her. Did you see me? She asked. I did, she said. Her face ached from her smile. You were amazing. You'll be swimming like a little guppy in no time. Nancy took her into the changing rooms and helped her back into her street clothes. Ready to head home? I think your daddy has lunch waiting on us. The drive home was nice. Bex chattered away from her booster seat, pointing out all of her favorite places in Windy Creek. They turned onto the road that led to the ranch's entrance, and Bex pointed out the abandoned cottage that sat on the edge of the property. That's the Rainbow House? She said. The Rainbow House? When I was real little, Bex said, a rainbow came down and touched that house, and you know what's at the ends of rainbows, right? She nodded. Of course. Pots of gold. I didn't find one of those, she said, a little glumly. Daddy said it probably disappeared before I got there, but I did find a heart locket. She was quiet for a moment. Do you want to see my rainbow house? Nancy had already made the turn for the cottage. There was no way she was missing out on this. She let Bex show her the house. It wasn't a big place, 2 small rooms, and it was obvious that kids came here to play. There was an overturned barrel with a tablecloth thrown over it to create a table and some plastic teacups. Bex, this is a wonderful place, she said, and meant it. This was a Gold Star level clubhouse. It's my secret place, Bex said in utter seriousness. You'd need a password to come in. Do you want to know what it is? I would love to. Ponies. The girl all but sighed in a dreamy sort of way that hit Nancy with a wave of pity. Was her age a factor in her not being able to ride, or would Colin keep her out of a saddle indefinitely out of fear? Could we have a tea party? Nancy smiled. Of course. Bex beamed and beckoned her over to the table. They sat down, and Bex served her pretend tea in one of the plastic cups. Nancy politely sipped at the air. Does Daddy come here with you? Bex shook her head. No boys allowed, she said. He doesn't have the password. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach. Well, she said, thank you for letting me come play. Bex served her a plate of invisible food that she gushed over as was expected. You're a girl, Bex pointed out. Girls get the password if they want it. How cute, she thought, and plucked an invisible cookie from the plate. They played tea party for the next 10 minutes before Nancy, reluctantly, had to break the spell and take her back to the car. Colin would be expecting them. Chapter 10. Nancy parked outside the main house right around lunchtime, and just like that, Colin felt like he could breathe again. Hey, he called. He and the ranch hands had spread out lunch at a picnic table sheltered by an overhang. It was saved from the worst of the morning downpour. Y'all hungry? Bex hooted and ran toward the men with Nancy trailing after her. They sat at the picnic table, and Colin handed a plate with a hot dog and chips to Bex. How were swim lessons? We wore goggles, Bex announced in dramatic fashion, and launched into a tale about going underneath the water. Colin laughed. She had the ranch hands wound around her little finger. He looked over to Nancy, who was frowning at her phone and hadn't touched her food. Everything okay? Nancy looked up and sighed. It's just work. A client of mine decided to have a spur-of-the-moment vow renewal, and my boss wanted some pointers since she's taking lead. Isn't she supposed to know her own business? Nancy snorted. She hasn't handled an event personally in years, she said. Everyone else must be busy. She finished her text and set her phone on the table, but Colin noticed that she picked it up for every bing and chirp. It was pretty obnoxious, really, especially when Bex was in the middle of a story. Has the woman given you a break at all today? Colin asked, trying not to sound accusatory and failing. Nancy didn't look up from her phone. If you're asking if I was texting while we were at Bex's swim lesson, then no, I wasn't. Her tone was sharp. My work phone was turned off the whole time. That's why I have over 24 messages to sift through now. Why'd you even bother taking her if you were so busy? Anger, hot and quick, shot through him. He knew it was irrational. Her being on her cell during lunch wasn't that big a deal. But it wasn't too much to ask for her to be present, especially when Bex clearly wanted Nancy's attention for her story. She looked up. I'm on vacation. I wasn't expecting to get any work calls at all unless something came up with Evie's wedding. But I have a good relationship with this client, and I want to make sure their event is handled well. Why are you so upset about this? Too late, he realized the rest of the table had gone silent. Are you fighting? Bex's voice was small. Her bottom lip trembled in the way it did when she was genuinely upset, not just play acting to get her way. Colin deflated. We're not fighting, sweetheart, Nancy said, but when her phone beeped with an incoming call, and she picked it up automatically, Colin saw red. Seriously, Nance. She glared at him, pressed to accept the call, and got up from the table. Bex sniffled and slid over so that he could put an arm around her. It's okay, darlin', he told her, rocking her slightly. We're not fighting. Bex nodded along with him, but she didn't look at all certain. He and Bex had been just fine on their own for years, but ever since Nancy moved into their guest house, he couldn't relax, and now Bex was crying. It was unacceptable. He pressed a kiss to the top of Bex's blonde hair and looked to where Nancy was leaning against a tree, cell to her ear. It's going to be fine, he repeated. Bex was off for the rest of the day, overly polite and going out of her way to make sure Colin wasn't angry. He'd tried again and again to assure her that everything was just fine, but she was clearly picking up on the tension that he was still feeling. At dinner that night, Bex sat at Colin's side, uncharacteristically quiet. Finally, Nancy asked her, Sweetheart, are you upset about what happened at lunch? Bex's eyes fell to her plate and then climbed back up to Nancy's face. Yeah, she admitted. I'm sorry. Nancy shook her head. No, you have nothing to be sorry for. She reached over and patted Bex's hand. Adults are supposed to act like grown-ups. Your daddy and I forgot to be grown-up about something, but that's over now. She looked at Colin. He could almost feel a gravitational pull from her eyes. Why does she have to be so beautiful? I'm sorry, she said. And although she was talking to Bex, he knew that she was talking to him, too. I'm sorry, too, Colin said, and Nancy smiled softly over Bex's head. Bex looked from him to Nancy, and a gleam shone in her eyes. Do adults forget to be grown-ups in a good way sometimes? She asked. Like, could they play hide and seek? Colin smiled. I suppose that could happen. Could it maybe happen tonight? Bex wheedled. Colin glanced at Nancy, who nodded, and it was clear they shared a single thought. Make this little girl smile. Who's it first? Colin asked her, and Bex squealed in her happiness. She threw her arms around his neck. You, Daddy! She let him go and grabbed at Nancy's hand. Come on, Nancy! We have to hide! Nancy smiled and allowed Bex to pull her outside into the dusky twilight. Start counting, Colin! She called over her shoulder. Colin started counting, loud enough that they could hear him. 10! Ready or not, here I come, he shouted and ran through the door. He found them quickly enough, hidden behind a bush near the front door, and Bex's shrieks of laughter rang through the air. He chased Bex and tagged her before she could get back to a safe space. Then it was Bex's turn to count to 10, and they repeated the process until they all had a turn. By the time their game wound down, it was truly dark outside, and they were all covered in mud. It was probably the most fun Colin had had in months. Come on, Bex, he called. It's bedtime. I want Nancy to put me down, Bex announced and threw her arms around Nancy's waist. Oh, honey, I know your daddy wants... Nancy looked at him, but Colin could only smile at the picture they made together. I don't mind, he said, if you want to help at least. Nancy looked genuinely shocked, and he was glad that he could exceed her expectations. She nodded, and the three of them tramped into the main house. He helped to set up the bathtub for Bex and told Nancy their bedtime routine. Tub time, 2 books from the shelf in her room, and then lights out. "If you need anything, I'll be in the living room," he said. Bex came back from her room with a pair of pajamas, and Colin kissed her head. "Good night, darlin'." Colin did his best to give them space. He waited in the living room, scrolling through the day's headlines on the phone. Time seemed to drag on, but in reality, Nancy appeared at the mouth of the hall only 30 minutes later, smiling like she'd just won some kind of prize. "She's the best," Nancy said. He nodded. "I know." Looking at her, mussed as she was, Colin felt something stir in him. He wanted her, even if he knew he shouldn't want her, and he crossed the room to her. "You have something right here?" He brushed a dirt smudge from her forehead with her thumb. "Me?" She giggled. "You look like you rolled in the dirt." She stepped even closer and swiped a finger over his cheek. Colin could feel the heat of her body, smell her skin even past the mud, and when their eyes met, the tension between them tightened even more. Despite all of his better judgment, Colin couldn't take it anymore. "You look like you need to be kissed," he told her. She let out a little huff of air, and her head tilted back, just a little, an almost invitation that he didn't take. Yet. "But I'm not sure you want me to kiss you, though." She huffed again, annoyed now, and Colin smirked. "I don't think I can kiss you again," he said. "Not till you ask for it." Nancy arched her eyebrow. "So cocky," she scoffed. "You really expect me to beg to be kissed?" Colin didn't want to admit it, but he needed her to ask. He needed that confirmation that he wasn't the only one feeling this between them. He needed to hear it. He didn't want to drive himself crazy with assumptions. "I think you will," he said. Nancy shook her head. "You're wrong," she insisted, but he could feel her shivering just slightly. "I was right when I said that we shouldn't do this." He nodded and tried to prepare himself for when she stepped away like she had at the stables, but she didn't move. "You should be headed back to the guest house then." She chewed at the inside of her bottom lip. "I should," she agreed. When she didn't make a move, a smirk grew on Colin's face. "She's too predictable," he thought. "But," he prompted. Nancy huffed. "But She swallowed, and her eyes fell to his mouth. "Say it," he thought. "Please, Nance, just say it." She met his eyes again and let out a shuddering breath. "But I want you to kiss me." She very nearly whispered the words, but he heard them as clearly as if she'd used a megaphone. He was moving before he even realized he'd done so. He cupped the back of her neck and tugged her in so that his mouth was on hers. Memories of kissing her rushed back. The junior prom under the twinkle lights, in the back seat of that beat-up Pontiac she still drove, the teary farewell kiss before she got in the same car and drove out of his life. Thousands of kisses, and this one beat them all. He nipped at her bottom lip, and when she gasped, he deepened the kiss, tasting her. He had to stifle a groan. How had he not realized how much he missed this? It wasn't just that he hadn't had a woman in a while. He had missed Nancy, specifically. Had he ever stopped missing her? Colin felt her hands track up into his hair, and he pulled her closer still so that she was nestled against him. It wasn't close enough, but he would make do for now. Soon, though, he would need her on some horizontal surface. It was a growing necessity. He was in the process of walking her back toward the wall when a voice singing, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are," froze him in his tracks. He pulled back and listened as the rest of the lullaby filtered down the hall. "Bex is still awake." Nancy's head hit his chest. "I should go," she said. Her voice was muffled by his shirt. Colin didn't want to agree, but he had to. "Yeah." They awkwardly pulled away from each other, and he noticed that she could barely look him in the eye. "Well, I'll see you tomorrow." She nodded. Yes, she agreed, tripping over her words. "Tomorrow." He walked her to the door and bid her good night. When the guest house door shut, he closed and latched the kitchen door before slumping against it. He was so screwed. Chapter 11. "That's the 5th job you've brought to me that's out of state," Nancy told her headhunter Ronnie when he laid out yet another useless job opportunity. "If I were to leave Colorado, and I'm not saying I wouldn't be moving to Oklahoma." She'd contacted a headhunter to feel out other opportunities, and so far she wasn't impressed. Ronnie was good at an elevator pitch. He was doing his level best to make Tulsa sound exciting, but Bex running by her window completely stole her focus. The girl was carrying a small stepladder and looking around like she was afraid to get caught. "Hey Ronnie, I've gotta go," she said into the phone. "Well, just think about—" She hung up and slid her feet into the nearest pair of shoes so that she could go after her. She ran down the gravel path, wincing as the rocks stabbed her through the thin bottoms of her flats. By the time she caught up to her, Bex was on the stepladder beside Gwendolyn, the mare Nancy rode the other day, trying to get her saddled. It wasn't exactly going well. The horse was big, and the saddle was heavy, but she'd made a surprising amount of progress in a short amount of time. "Bex, what are you doing?" The little girl startled and nearly toppled off her ladder, and when she looked at Nancy, her eyes were wide with fear, but also a little sadness. "Nancy," she said, "please don't tell Daddy. He'll be so angry with me." "Oh, I am." Both Nancy and Bex jumped this time. Colin was standing in the doorway of the stables, hands shoved into his pockets. His tone and face were calm, but Nancy could feel the anger radiating off of him. "Rebecca, put that saddle back where you found it, go get washed up, and then go to your room. You can wait there while I sort this out." Bex's eyes filled with tears, but Colin seemed unmoved. "Go," he said. "Now." Still crying, Bex dropped the saddle on the ground and ran out of the stables and back toward the house. Nancy felt conflicted. Bex was in the wrong, of course, and Colin couldn't ignore that, but Nancy couldn't forget Bex's sad eyes. All she wanted was to ride a horse. Everyone else on the ranch did, even Nancy. It was no wonder the girl didn't understand why she couldn't too. Nancy wanted to go after her and give her a hug, but ultimately, it wasn't her place to do that. Colin was her dad. She looked at Colin, who was now leaning against a horse stall, pale and breathing hard. He looked like he was going to throw up. He loves her so much, she thought. She'd known that, of course, but it still sometimes caught her off guard. He used to love you that much, too. It so wasn't the time for those kinds of thoughts. A few kisses, even if they were the hottest kisses she'd ever had, did not a lasting relationship make. Nancy reached out and touched his shoulder, and although he didn't say anything, he reached up and grabbed her hand. They stood there for a long time. Eventually, Colin said in a voice like gravel, "I don't know where I went wrong. If I've told Bex once, I've told her 100 times. She is not allowed around the horses without an adult, and she's definitely not allowed to try to ride." Nancy squeezed his shoulder, and he turned to look at her. "She's 5. "She knows the danger," he insisted, "but I turn my back for 2 minutes, and she's here trying to sneak a ride. What do I do with that?" Nancy knew that her opinion probably wasn't what he was looking for, but he looked so sad. "I know you don't want her to ride, but if she got lessons, she'd be supervised, and I don't think she'd be as tempted to sneak in here." Colin froze. Literally, his muscles locked beneath her hand. When he turned toward her, his face was stony. "It's not an option," he all but growled before he took off toward the main house. He was nearly to the house when he heard Nancy's feet crunching over the gravel. "Nancy, leave it alone," he said without looking at her. It was all he could do not to scream at her when she suggested the riding lessons, but when her hand grabbed his arm, he couldn't hold back. He whirled on her. "How could you even suggest that?" My mom used to barrel race, Nance. She knew her stuff and she still fell. Still died." Tears sparkled in Nancy's eyes. It softened his anger a little, but it didn't outweigh it. "I know, I'm sorry," she said, a little hoarsely. "I won't give you any advice again, okay?" Colin took a breath and nodded. "Okay," he said. "Thank you." Nancy stepped into him and put her arms around him. Until that moment, Colin hadn't realized that he needed a hug. The warm, vanilla smell of her skin enveloped him, and he breathed deep. They stood there, holding one another, for a handful of moments, and then Nancy slipped away. "I am wondering what you're going to say to Bex," she said. No advice, I promise, but you might want to practice it on a neutral audience first. She looked so upset. Colin sighed. I don't know, he said honestly, and Nancy nodded. They walked the rest of the way back to the main house hand in hand, and that small touch gave him a focal point. They headed inside, and he stalled. I don't want to break her heart, he said, and they sat at the dining table. I get why she wants to ride. We live on a ranch, and all of her school friends ride. I ride. He looked at Nancy, who was doing her level best to say nothing. He appreciated it deeply. If anything ever happened to her, I'd never forgive myself. He would never forget his father's face when they found his mother. Something in his soul died that day, and within a matter of weeks, the rest of him followed suit. Every time Colin thought of Bex getting on a horse, that look came to mind, and his only reaction was to panic. But had that panic made him too harsh, too unyielding? Maybe there was a compromise here somewhere. Colin, Nancy said and pointed. He turned and saw a little face peeking out at them from the hallway. It broke his heart to see his little girl with her eyes all puffy and red from crying. Come here, darlin', Colin called. We need to talk. Bex came to the table and crawled into Colin's lap. She didn't do this as often as she used to, but he loved it whenever she did, even if she was a crying mess. I'm sorry, Daddy, she mumbled into his neck. Colin patted her back. I forgive you, he said, but we still need to talk this out. Bex pouted as she sat up. But I said I was sorry. You did, and I appreciate that, Colin said, but you know that you're not allowed in the stables by yourself, and you're definitely not allowed on a horse right now, so there are going to be some consequences for breaking the rules. For starters, you're going to be helping Jessie with her work every day this week. Her lip wobbled, and despite his pounding heart, he rushed on. I do understand how badly you want to ride, darlin', so I think you need to start being around the horses more. He needed to see her around them too, so he'd stop getting a feeling of needing to throw up every time she got anywhere near one. Bex lit up. Really, Daddy? He nodded. So you'll be getting up an extra hour early to come help me out at the stables. If you can be good until your birthday and show me that you can be trusted around horses, I'll get you riding lessons. Bex was excited for a second before what he meant set in. I just had my birthday, she wailed. I have to wait nearly a whole year. Fresh tears glittered in her eyes, and she sniffled pitifully, but her expression melted after a moment. He saw her realize that she was getting a good deal. Daddy promised horses eventually, and that was more than he had ever promised before. She threw her skinny arms around his neck and squeezed tightly. Thank you, Daddy, she said. You're welcome, darlin'. Bex wriggled off his lap. I'm going to find Jessie, she roared happily, and took off at a run. Colin laughed. She was a handful and a half, but he wouldn't have her any other way. Once Bex had run off, Colin looked to Nancy, who had lived up to her promise and kept quiet. What are the chances she'll lose interest in horses by her 6th birthday? Nancy smiled at him, but it was full of sympathy. Great. He sighed and pushed away from the table. He needed coffee. He might need several cups of coffee today. As he was setting up the coffee pot, Nancy's arms wrapped around him. She pressed her cheek to the center of his back, and he felt grounded. You're an amazing dad, she said. Bex is lucky to have you. He patted her arm, keeping her where she was. I don't know if I'll be able to let her ride, he admitted. Just the thought of it paralyzes me. Nancy squeezed him. Problem for next year, Colin? A laugh caught in his throat. This was the part of Nancy that he missed the most, the girl who was his friend before they ever fell in love. Yes, he said. Definitely next year Colin's problem. Chapter 12. Nancy was ready to tear her hair out. Evie had invited the bridesmaids over to her house for a wedding planning brunch so that they could work out the small details, and she had never heard so many bad suggestions in her entire life. I'm just saying, Erika said, still wheedling for a dessert buffet to be catered by her brother. It would be great to have a bunch of different sweets, like one of those, what are they called? Viennese tables? But, Evie started. She looked at Nancy, eyes pleading. "And the bakery could really use the business," Erica added. Nancy took a breath. "I'm sure the bakery is wonderful," she said, going for her diplomatic voice. "And I'll bet that Colin would be really interested in setting up some kind of venue package so that he could send a lot of business their way when he starts lining up other events. But the wedding meal is catered. Colin and I have laid out the reception in the barn, and we didn't account for a buffet table." Erica was livid, Nancy could tell, but she just nodded. "Fine," she said with a huff. She sent a look at Lila that Nancy didn't think she meant for her to see, but Nancy could tell that lines were being drawn in the sand, especially since she'd already shot down Katie's suggestion earlier that her golden retriever Lullabelle be the ring bearer. Nancy had felt this way while she planned the junior prom, being constantly on the defensive as she protected her vision, but unlike then, she knew that she was absolutely in the right. This wasn't about her vision, it was about Evie's, and Nancy was going to see to it that her best friend got the wedding she wanted, not the one that would make her bridesmaids the happiest. She just wished that Evie would speak up for herself every now and then, instead of having Nancy be the one to always say no. What started as a fun brunch was quickly becoming a war that Nancy didn't want to fight anymore. She hated being the bad guy. It was easier when the clients weren't people that she knew. She could be coolly civil and cut off bad ideas with a few words. Here she felt like she was tripping all over herself. "Excuse me a minute," she mumbled and pushed herself off Evie's couch. She made her way to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. She tore off the cap and gulped down a third of the bottle. The cold water helped her to recenter. She'd worked with plenty of pushy, over-eager bridesmaids before, and she had always been able to make those situations work. She could do it here, too. She just had to remember not to take everything like a personal slight. "Nance, come on," Katie called from the living room. "We picked a hairstyle for the bridesmaids." "They picked one already? I haven't been out of the room that long, have I?" Bracing herself, Nancy pasted a smile back on her face and went back to the living room. The bridesmaids and Evie were looking at possible hairstyles online, and the picture that was pulled up was an elegant updo with curls and twists. All of the women were smiling and nodding and looking at her for agreement, and Nancy tried not to feel stung. Her hair was the shortest in the group by far. There was no way that she was going to be able to pull off such a look. Evie had been pretty adamant about the bridesmaids looking as similar as possible. Same dress, same heels, same accessories, etc. So this felt like a deliberate snub from the other girls. Had they really not considered her at all? She glanced at Evie, who was worrying at her lip, and Nancy didn't want to continue to stress her out. This was supposed to be fun, after all. "It's beautiful," she said. From their reactions, that was the right answer. Katie beamed at her, and both Erica and Lila visibly relaxed. They were all waiting for her to say no or point out why it wouldn't work. Her giving in on this point had saved the mood, even if she still had no idea how they expected her to pull that hairstyle off. The rest of brunch went a little more smoothly after that. They finalized the seating chart and the set list for the DJ, so it definitely was a productive day after the mood settled and they started working together. As they were wrapping things up, Katie snapped her fingers. "I just had the most perfect idea," she gushed, and Nancy bit back a groan. They'd gone 2 hours without a spontaneous, perfect idea from anyone. "We should do one of those choreographed routines for when the DJ introduces us." Dread pooled in Nancy's stomach. She hated those dances. It was true that she had seen some really cute ones over the years, but she had about as much grace as a dancing giraffe and wasn't really looking forward to embarrassing herself. But if Evie wanted to do something like that, she would figure it out. "I know a great choreographer in Boulder," she said. "He's worked with me on a number of weddings." She tried to keep the dread out of her voice, but she felt a wave of relief when that was finally the suggestion, where Evie started laughing and shaking her head. "Oh no," Evie laughed. "Those dances are always so cheesy." Katie pouted. "We did one at my second wedding," she pointed out. "And I recall you saying that wedding was your literal worst," Evie countered, and Nancy could have cheered. Sadie harumphed, but ultimately agreed that the wedding was pretty awful. When the bridesmaids left, Evie visibly relaxed. "I'm sorry about them," she said as she collapsed beside Nancy on the couch. "They're just so invested, you know." Nancy nodded. "It's been a long time coming," she said, and nudged her best friend. "You and Nick tying the knot." Evie smiled, but it wasn't an altogether happy smile. "Are you okay?" Evie's smile drooped a little farther. "I want to marry Nick more than anything," she said, "but everyone wants to be involved, and it's hard for me to tell anyone no. That's why I'm here. Being the voice of reason is part of the job description, both as wedding planner and maid of honor." Evie shook her head. "But that's not fair for you." Nancy made a show of shrugging her shoulders. "It's fine." Evie didn't look impressed in the slightest. "You know that I can tell when you're lying, right?" She touched Nancy's arm, squeezing. "I really am sorry for putting you in the position of having to be the one to say no. I know the girls were a lot today." Nancy ducked her head. "It's okay," she said. "I want you to have the wedding of your dreams, Evie, and I'm going to make sure that you do." Evie threw her arms around her, hugging her tight. "You're the best, Nance." They cleaned up the brunch mess, and Nancy left with the completed seating chart and playlist for the DJ. She'd add the pages to the binder she made for the wedding so that they wouldn't be misplaced. On her way back to the ranch, she had an idea. While she couldn't say yes to most of the bridesmaids' ideas, she could make sure that Evie got the cohesive bridal party image that she imagined. She pulled out her phone, did a quick search for the closest salon that wasn't Evie's, and made an appointment. Luckily, the woman had a slot open for that day. The salon, like Evie's in Windy Creek, was small and dated, but unlike Evie's where the appliances were old but everything was well kept, the vibe this salon gave off said that it wasn't properly maintained. It made Nancy feel a little uneasy, but since she was here, she didn't feel like she could back out. "So," the woman said as she popped her gum, "what are you looking to get done?" Nancy smiled. "Do you have any experience with extensions?" The stylist nodded. "I can do the tape-in extensions today. If you're looking for sewn-in, it'll be a few days." "Tape-in is great," she said. "I need it long enough for an updo for a wedding in a few weeks. Will they hold up that long?" The woman nodded again and hustled to a back room to get the supplies. She brought back dark hair wefts that were a near match to Nancy's hair. She explained that these extensions bond to hair with heat from a straightening iron. "You can't wash your hair for 3 days," the stylist said as she started sandwiching the wefts with her hair. "It'll need to settle." Nancy noticed halfway through the process that her scalp was starting to tingle. "Is it supposed to burn slightly?" The stylist shrugged. "Some people have a reaction to the tape and the heat, but I've never had an allergic reaction before. Do you want me to stop?" The tingling wasn't too awful. She could handle it. "No, it's fine." It wasn't fine, though, and she spent another hour in increasing pain. She paid the woman with shaking hands and drove back to the ranch while barely resisting the urge to yank the extensions out. Finally, she decided enough was enough. The stylist said not to wash it, so when she got back to the guest house, she made a beeline for her shower. She would wash out the extensions, eat the $200, and ask Evie for a recommendation later. She should have done that to begin with, but she'd wanted it to be a surprise to show the others tomorrow. Nancy barely let the water heat up before she jumped into the shower. As gently as possible, she shampooed her hair and her tortured scalp, but the extensions didn't budge. Whatever binding was supposed to set over the next few days already seemed rock solid. The showering did nothing to help with the pain either. If anything, the burning was all the worse because she had scrubbed at her scalp. She got out and pulled her clothes back on, near tears as her head throbbed. She had to get these things out of her hair, or they would drive her crazy. She tracked back into the main room of the guest house, searching the drawers for scissors. She was startled when there was a knock on the door. "Nance?" It was Colin. "Hey, do you have a minute? I was hoping we could talk." Her immediate impulse was to stay quiet and hope he'd go away. She didn't want him to see her like this, in tears and struggling with her hair. But this was Colin. She could trust him, couldn't she? Yeah, she stammered. "Just a second." She took a breath and went for the door. Chapter 13. Nancy swung the door open, bracing herself for the possibility that he might laugh. Not that her newly longer hair looked particularly laughable, but the situation was certainly ridiculous, given the way that her body was physically rejecting her effort to fit in. When she met his eyes, though, he looked worried, and somehow that made her feel better. She moved out of the way so that he could step into the guest house. "What did you do to yourself?" he asked, eyeing the hair that now sat just below her shoulders. "I tried to be a team player," she said. That made him smile. "Did that include drinking a potion to make your hair grow?" She laughed and winced when the extension pulled at her scalp. "The girls want to style their hair up for the wedding, and I wanted to be accommodating, so I went to the closest salon that wasn't Evie's and got extensions to surprise everyone." "Okay," he said slowly. "Well, you look great, if that helps. I mean, honestly, you mostly look miserable, but your hair is pretty. Do you not like how it looks?" "At this point, I couldn't care less how it looks," she admitted. "It hurts. I don't know if the stylist messed up putting them in, or if I'm having some weird allergic reaction or something, but my scalp is stinging like I'm being attacked by bees. I've got to get these out. I was looking for scissors when you knocked." The soft look in Colin's eyes made her stomach flutter. "I'll help," he offered. Nancy nodded, grateful for the assistance. "I tried washing them to loosen the tape, but they didn't budge. That's why I was looking for scissors." Colin motioned for her to follow him back upstairs. "I'll see if I can untangle them," he told her. "We won't resort to scissors unless we have to." They went into her small bathroom, and he motioned for her to sit on the closed toilet. Gently, Colin began to detangle the extensions from her hair. The tape actually had started to come loose in the shower, but she had been too frantic to detangle them herself. Colin started talking as he worked the first weft free. "Sabrina got this perm before her college interviews. She's always had a baby face." "I remember," Nancy murmured. It was true. Sabrina would probably be carded for the rest of her life. Annoying at 18, sure, but she'd probably start to enjoy it later on. Well, she wanted to look older for her interviews, more mature or something. She decided to do one of those at-home kits with a girlfriend of hers, he explained as he worked out the next extension, laughing. "She came to me, crying, when her hair basically turned into green straw." Nancy smiled at the thought. She'd done something similar at that age. It was almost a rite of passage for teenage girls. "What did you do?" Colin chuckled. "I learned way more than I'll ever need to know again about deep conditioning," he said, and after several treatments, we were able to dye it to a normal shade of brown before her interviews started. His fingers in her hair, gently working the extensions out, became relaxing as the extensions came out and her scalp stopped screaming. She realized her eyes had slipped closed, and when she opened them, he was smiling down at her. Their eyes met and held, and Nancy's heart skipped a beat. "Calm down, girl." "How's Sabrina doing?" she asked, in an effort to get her heart under control again. "Evie told me that she's in law school." Colin's smile grew into an all-out, proud big brother grin. "She's doing great," he said. His fingers continued to work through her hair, massaging the tightness out of her scalp. "She made the dean's list last semester, and she's got this internship lined up at some big law firm in Colorado Springs. If she does well, they may even offer her a job." He looked good like this, happy and smiling. "That's amazing," she said. Nancy could only imagine what would have happened to Sabrina if Colin hadn't been able to take Bex. "What's going to happen after law school?" Colin paused in his work. "What do you mean? Is Bex dash?" Nancy didn't know how to say this right, but with Colin staring at her, she plowed on and hoped that he wouldn't be offended. "Will she go to live with Sabrina eventually?" "Bex is my daughter," Colin said firmly. "She's not going anywhere." His fingers tightened in her hair enough to make her wince. When he noticed, he muttered a sorry and gentled his touch once more. "When Sabrina told me that she was pregnant, we talked about all of the options. She couldn't imagine ending the pregnancy, but she didn't think she could be a mother either. I respected her decision, and we decided to look at adoption." His voice and fingers were so soft that she didn't want to disturb him, but she had to ask, "What made you decide to keep her?" Colin smiled. His eyes had this faraway look to them. "I held her at the hospital," he said. "We were between two families when Sabrina went into labor. As soon as I held Bex, I knew that she wouldn't be going anywhere else. Sabrina signed her parental rights over to me and I became Bex's father." There was a flutter in the pit of her stomach. He had the biggest heart out of anyone she knew, and that hadn't changed since high school. "They're both lucky to have you," she murmured. Colin shrugged, but she could see the pleased look on his face. "Last one," he said, and untangled the last of the extensions. "Now I need your conditioner. Hopefully it'll help with the irritation." Nancy got the bottle from the shower and giggled when he told her to bend over the sink so that he could wash her hair. "Very mature, Nance," he laughed, but then she heard him suck in a breath when she did bend over. "Very mature, Colin," she parroted back to him. They laughed as Colin massaged her scalp with the tips of his fingers. Nancy shivered under his touch as little jolts of sensation danced down her spine. Colin quickly rinsed her hair and grabbed a towel for her to dry it off. She stood, rubbing the towel against her hair, and when she turned, Colin was smiling at her. She reached up and touched her hair. "Does it look terrible?" He reached out and fluffed the wet curls. "No," he assured her, eyes trained on her face. "You look beautiful." He's such a liar, she thought, knowing that her hair was always a mess until she combed it out after washing it. But thankfully, he was a handsome liar. She leaned forward and kissed him. It was meant to be a simple thank you for helping her, but the moment her mouth brushed his, they were lost to each other. His tongue brushed her bottom lip before he slid it into her mouth, tasting her. She sighed into the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. Colin's hands, resting on her waist, suddenly dipped, and Nancy squealed against his mouth as he lifted her up and encouraged her to wrap her legs around him, pressing her up against the wall. "This okay?" he asked, voice just a touch hoarse. Nancy stared into his eyes and knew that if she said it wasn't that he'd walk away. No questions asked or explanation needed. It made her decision easy. "More than," she said and kissed him again. "Take me to bed, Colin." Colin walked them into the bedroom and laid her out on the bed. The look on his face, fierce and wholly masculine, made things low in her belly tighten with excitement. She watched as he dragged his t-shirt up and over his head. His body had always been great, but it sure hadn't looked like that in high school. Colin could have been carved from marble. She reached up and touched him, ran her fingers down his chest, and delighted in the way he trembled. He leaned down and kissed her again as he lay down with her on the bed. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. She couldn't count how many steamy make-out sessions they had in high school. Though as handsome as Colin had been back then, he wasn't the solid mass of heat that he was now. "Is this weird?" Colin asked, hovering over her. Nancy shook her head. "More like déjà vu," she told him. "We've been here before." Colin flashed her smile. "Little different, though." She made a show of staring at him and let out a low whistle. "I'll say, Mr. Rancher Muscles." They laughed together, and it hit her that she had never been so comfortable with a man before. Not even with Colin himself, years before. She'd trusted him more than anyone, but she'd been so insecure as a teen, so worried about doing something wrong, that she'd never been able to be relaxed and playful, and in the years since then, none of her relationships had gone deep enough for her to fully let her guard down. As a result, humor had never had a place in the bedroom for her, not without completely ruining the mood, but despite the silliness and laughter between her and Colin now, her body was nearly vibrating with how much she wanted him. He leaned in, and then they were kissing again. Colin, who had been keeping most of his weight off of her by balancing on his elbow, brought up his free hand to cup her breast through the thin material of her shirt. Nancy moaned softly into his mouth and arched into that touch. He broke their kiss and skimmed his lips down her neck, nibbling gently at all the sensitive spots on her neck that made her gasp. Those lips tickled at her collarbone, and she reached to unbutton her shirt with shaking fingers. She wanted those lips on her skin, and he made a grunting sound when she told him so. She smiled at the shiver that ran through him. When Nancy reached for the snap on his jeans, however, her work phone vibrated from where it was plugged in on the nightstand. Her personal phone rarely rang, especially since she'd been back in Windy Creek, but her work phone was a different story. She knew that if she didn't turn it off, it would keep notifying her. She sighed. "Sorry," she said and sat up. He rolled back onto his side. When Nancy reached for the phone to silence the ringer, Colin scoffed. "Are you seriously going to get that? Right now?" His tone set her teeth on edge, and the shine around them dimmed. "I wasn't going to," she said, but since the mood was ruined anyway, she sat up, holding her shirt closed, and moved away from him to sit on the edge of the bed. She unlocked the phone, expecting another long complaint from Reagan. Instead, the message was from a client of hers. He'd hired her to set up his and his wife's 50th anniversary party. He was putting on a big to-do as a surprise for her. The message was filled with panic. Everything had been changed last minute. The bed moved, and Nancy sighed. She hated to do this, but she had to deal with this. "Colin, I'm sorry." She looked at him, and his shirt was back on. So much for the moment. "This is an emergency, or I swear I wouldn't—" "It's fine, Nance," he said in a tone that said it was anything but. He shook his head, got up, and headed for the door. "Colin!" she called after him as his back disappeared down the hallway. She heard his feet on the stairs and sighed again. She could go after him, but she glanced down at her phone. She can't leave this client hanging. She'd made him a promise that everything would be absolutely perfect, and if the pictures he was sending her were any indication, literally nothing looked the way she had said it would. Nancy didn't have a choice but to let Colin go. Another time, hopefully, she thought as she found Reagan's number in her contacts. If anyone knew what was going on, it would be the Queen of Mean herself. Chapter 14. Colin woke up in a poor mood that even a cup of strong, black coffee and Bex's cheery morning chatter couldn't lift. He tried to smile his way through getting Bex ready for school, but she was an intuitive kid. "Daddy, what's the matter?" she asked as he buckled her into her booster seat. "Nothing, darlin'," he said. "I just woke up grumpy, that's all." Getting passed over for a work call can do that to a guy, he thought. Not that Bex ever needed to know that. Bex nodded sagely. She knew all about waking up grumpy, as even a 5-year-old was wont to do. "Say one happy thing," she told him, "to help you feel better about the day." He smiled. It was what he always told her when she came stomping into the kitchen on those bad days. He leaned forward and kissed the girl's forehead. "I love you," he said. "That's my happy thing." Bex beamed at him, and the ride to the school ended up being a pleasant affair. He turned up the radio for them both to sing along, and he gave her an extra long hug before he left her in her classroom. The hug from Bex kept him smiling the whole way home, but when he came up the driveway, that smile froze. Nancy stood in the middle of more rose bushes than he'd ever seen outside of the rose garden 2 towns over. This wedding is getting out of hand, he thought, until he noticed Nancy's absolutely frantic expression. He parked his truck in his usual spot, and when he opened his door, he could hear her on the phone. "I did not order a dozen rose bushes. I ordered roses, bouquets of cut roses for the altar and tables, and I need them in 2 weeks, not today." Whoever she was talking to, it didn't look like it was going well. Colin didn't mean to stare, but he couldn't just walk by when she was so upset. "No," Nancy barked into her phone. "No, don't put me on hold." Colin could see that she considered throwing her phone. "Don't do it," he called out, causing her to hesitate. She turned to look at him. "It's not worth the trip to get a new phone and trying to get your pictures and contacts back." Nancy cocked an eyebrow at him. "Speaking from experience?" she asked. Colin chuckled. "I can neither confirm nor deny that," he said. She smiled, and he hated how tentative it was. Colin almost said something, but she motioned to the rose bushes. "There was a mix-up with the order," she said. "Can I help?" The words were out of his mouth before he could even think them through. Nancy held out her phone. Do you think you could convince the flower shop to take these back? The woman I talked to didn't seem overly concerned. Colin reached for her phone and then stopped. He had a thought. Is she going to fix the order? I mean, will you still get the cut roses that you ordered and paid for? Nancy nodded. As far as I can tell, she said. Before she put me on hold so that she could get the shop's owner, she pulled up and confirmed the correct order. It doesn't sound like she's willing to send anyone to come pick these up, though. So these rose bushes are yours, free and clear? She shrugged. I guess so. Then we can just plant them, right? Why waste a day waiting and negotiating and letting them die when we can just put them in the ground? He'd done a little work around the outside of the chapel, but most of the renovation had happened inside. Rose bushes would certainly spruce that area up, and they would look great in pictures, which would be a major selling point for the venue. Nancy looked at the bushes, a mix of red, white, and pink roses all in full bloom. They are gorgeous, she said, and then nodded. Okay, let's plant them. She looked at Colin. Do you have time for this today? Colin had a list of things to do, but nothing was immediately pressing, and this would benefit the Dude Ranch. I can spare it, he said. Can you get your hands dirty? She smiled. It wasn't an altogether friendly look, but at the sight of it, Colin felt a stab of want in his belly. Competitive Nancy was the girl he fell in love with first, and the fire in her eyes called to him now, just as it had then. I'll manage, she shot back. Together, they began loading rose bushes into the back of his truck. He ran to grab 2 shovels from the shed, and they headed to the chapel. While it was an old building, it had been fairly easy to restore. It was small, just 6 pews on each side of the aisle, but it would be a great spot for weddings, vow renewals, maybe even christenings. It had been on the property his whole life, but they hadn't done much with it in recent years. Now it was easily one of Colin's favorite places. They unloaded the bushes and started laying out a configuration around the chapel that enhanced the beauty of it without taking away the focus. My mother told me once that a good garden should look like it has always been there, Colin said as he fiddled with spacing the bushes so that they wouldn't crowd each other. My mother would disagree, Nancy said, though I think regimented rows of rose bushes would take away from the magic a bit. Colin could picture Mrs. Sharp's flower beds in front of their house, all sharp angles and pristine lines. It always struck him as a little clinical. Your mother's daylilies always look lovely, he said anyway. Nancy laughed. I'll tell her you said so. They fell into a companionable silence for a while. When he'd decided not to bother with the flower beds around the chapel, he'd covered them in white pebbles, which now meant there were white pebbles to dig out and holes to dig for the bushes. The sun beat down on them, but Colin liked the work. He always felt the most himself when he was working with his hands. Seeing Nancy all rumpled is a definite plus, too, he thought. There was something about her being a mess that made him want to go all caveman and carry her to his bed. Colin shook that thought off. They had other things to focus on at the moment. Hey, he called to her. We should save some of these pebbles. They might look good in some vases for inside the chapel. Nancy stopped what she was doing, and Colin could almost see the cogs turning in her head. It made him smile. Just the rocks? She asked. Maybe we could add pussy willows, he said without hesitation, and laughed aloud when she rolled her eyes at him. Pussy willows would look beautiful in the guest house, she said. Just the right amount of rustic for your guests looking for the real experience. But, he challenged. But they are definitely not a wedding flower, she said. I do like the idea for the pebbles, but I think a spray of lilies might be more appropriate. Colin could picture it now. It would look elegant next to the roses and the runner that Evie had chosen for the aisle. Conversation dipped again as they worked on in comfortable silence. They finished placing and planting the rose bushes. Afterward, they looked through the pile of pebbles and set aside the prettiest ones for the vases. I don't know about you, he said, but I am starving. Nancy looked at her watch. I'm surprised we got all of those planted by noon. He shrugged. Helps to have good company. She glanced at him, a quick darting of her dark eyes. Am I? She asked. Are you what? Good company. She tried to sound casual and failed miserably. It would be cute if she didn't look so uncertain about it. "Do you want to grab some lunch at the diner?" he asked, instead of answering her question. Nancy frowned. "Colin, I'm not quite ready to part with such good company yet," he said, and watched as a smile bloomed on her face. God, but she is beautiful, he thought. They climbed into his truck and headed back to the main house to wash up before going into town. Downtown was a little crowded, so they had to park farther away than they normally would. While they walked toward Ed's, Colin thought about holding Nancy's hand, but he kept to his side of the sidewalk. He wanted to touch her, but until they talked, he wasn't sure he had the right. Ed's was fairly busy, but they were able to sit at a two-top table by the big window toward the front of the restaurant. He was disappointed that they weren't in a booth, but Nancy, sitting in the sun, flushed from working outside all morning, was a glorious thing. When Mary Elizabeth came by for their orders, Nancy told her, "The biggest burger you make, and about a gallon of water." Colin grinned. "The same, please." The waitress ambled away, and a quiet fell between them that wasn't nearly as comfortable as it had been while they were planting rose bushes. Nancy's eyes kept darting from his face to her hands to the window. She seemed to be searching for something to say. "Nancy," Colin said, bringing those dark eyes to meet his, "I want to apologize." A wrinkle formed between her eyebrows. "Apologize?" "For last night," Colin clarified. He'd been thinking about this all morning while he and Nancy planted the bushes. When he saw how much she cared about making everything perfect, making sure that Evie would have a beautiful setting for her wedding, it had started to sink in just how much her work mattered to her. And what right did he have to resent that? He was the same way. "I was a jerk. If my foreman called me late with an emergency, I would have picked up the phone, you know? I wasn't being fair to you. You wouldn't be you if you weren't trying to put out all of the fires." The delivery of their food halted the conversation for a bit, but after taking a few bites of her burger, Nancy said, "It was nice this morning. The sun, the smell of the flowers, getting to spend some time with you." She met Colin's eyes. "I hope I didn't keep you from anything too important." "Nothing I can't do tomorrow," he said. "Besides working on the barn, all I had planned for today was going to put out markers for all of the trails for guests. Keep them away from the ravine where we found Mom." Nancy's smile dimmed a little. It happened to everyone when he mentioned his parents, but she recovered quickly. "It's early still," she said. "We could get that done before you need to pick up Bex this afternoon. If you want company, that is." "I'd like that," Colin said. After paying for their meal, they walked back to the truck, and this time he didn't hesitate to take her hand. Nancy seemed surprised for a moment, but a pleased look toyed at her lips as she gripped his hand back. When they got to where he parked the truck, he let her go, but then he saw a spot of red in the bed of his truck. It was a rose that had fallen off one of the bushes. "Hold up," he told Nancy before she could walk around to the passenger side. He tucked the flower behind her ear. "It shouldn't go to waste," he said. Nancy touched the bud gently, and then she leaned up and kissed him. It took him a second to respond. He hadn't expected it, but he cupped her face and slotted his lips between hers. After a few moments, Nancy slipped away with a little sigh. "Ready to go?" she asked him. Colin was ready, but he was fairly sure that riding a horse wasn't what he was ready for. "Yeah," he said, pressing another quick kiss to her lips. "Yeah, let's go." Chapter 15. Colin had trail markers in both of their saddlebags. All they needed to do was go through the 4 trails that he had planned for guest experiences. He put Nancy on Gwendolyn again, and he did his best to ignore the way his heart fluttered to see her there waiting for him as he swung his leg over Samson's back. They'd ridden together more times than he could count. He'd been the one to teach her most of what she knew. But those days seemed so very long ago now. So much had changed. He had changed, in more ways than he could count. And she wasn't the same girl he'd known back then either. For one thing, before this trip home, when was the last time she'd been on a horse? She said it had been years, but how many years? Would this be safe for her? The idea of going anywhere near that ravine, even if they were only going to close enough to put out a warning sign, was making him anxious. You'll follow me closely, right? Nancy smiled softly. She seemed to understand his anxieties without him even needing to say a word. Of course, she said. I'm right behind you. Colin led her down the first trail. It was the easiest of the four, mostly in the open pastures with only a few dips into copses of trees here and there to get away from the sun. They stopped every 100 yards or so. They would stake down a trail maker. Did we bring enough? Nancy asked after their 5th or 6th stop. Colin winced. You think I'm putting down too many? He hadn't been to the Lucky Star in ages. He used to participate in their annual cattle drive, but he supposed he wouldn't be privy to that anymore, and he didn't really recall how well they marked any of their trails. Maybe he had gone overboard. I just don't want city folks getting lost. She held up her hands in a conciliatory gesture. I think that is a perfectly rational fear. I could only imagine what would happen if my boss found herself out here. A smile, private and not all that nice, curled at her lips. I mean, I would kind of hope that there wouldn't be trail markers at all then, but... She shook herself. That's not a nice thought. Of course, I wouldn't want anything truly bad to happen to her, but I wouldn't mind her getting lost and frustrated and having to wander around and figure things out for herself for a change, just for a few hours. Colin wouldn't wish getting lost on his worst enemy, not after what happened to his mother, but he kept that thought to himself. He could tell that Nancy was just joking around, and he didn't want to bring down the mood by calling her on it. So, it doesn't look crazy? He asked. Putting out this many markers on an easy trail? Nancy's teeth sank into her lip, and he wanted to kiss her. Lately, that was really all he wanted to do, but he especially wanted to when she did that. I think this is the trail where you're going to get the most inexperienced guests, yes? Probably the ones who have never been riding before? Most definitely. This was designed for first-timer riders, a trail where they could get used to riding before taking on anything more challenging. And this is the only trail where the riders won't need a guide, right? Yeah. Then, I think it makes sense to put the largest number of trail makers here, she reasoned. On the other trails, you could be a little more stingy with them because the guides will already know the way. The markers would just serve as a reminder. It was like she read his mind. The thought made him smile. They used to be like that all the time. He would think something and she would be the one to voice it. Come on, he said. We've got a little ways to go and 3 more trails to ride. Nancy's smile was nearly blinding. Lead the way. By the time they finished putting down markers on the final trail, he could tell that Nancy was sore from being in the saddle for so long, and both horses could use a break. Colin glanced around. They were on a gentle slope with grass all around. It was as good a spot as any to rest. Let's give them a chance to graze a bit, he said. Nancy smiled at him, grateful, and after climbing down from Samson, he rushed to help her down as well. Thanks, she murmured as he set her on the ground. The way she said it felt heavier than just a simple expression of gratitude. It matched the weight in her eyes. The moment felt charged in a way that made Colin's heart pick up speed, but it also made him panic. Colin smirked, waggled his eyebrows, turning it into a joke. Coward, he lambasted himself. But still, he couldn't stop. Sure, I've only helped a couple 100 people down from their horses over the years. I don't do it for just anybody. Nancy nudged his shoulder. Not just for giving me a hand, she insisted. Thank you for being so understanding about the other night. I know it wasn't how either one of us wanted the night to end. She'd said as much before, but it struck him then how much it meant to her that he heard her. You care about your job, Nance, he said. I'm not going to condemn you for that. You know how much I care about mine. That passion you bring to everything you do has always been one of the most attractive things about you. Is it? She asked softly. One of many things that make you so irresistible, he admitted. He bent and brushed his mouth against hers. Everything about Nancy Sharp terrified him. Always had. A very large part of him was screaming that this was his one, the be-all, end-all love, but the more logical part of his brain reminded him that she was only here for a short while. She was never coming back to Windy Creek, and he had no interest in trying to figure out how to make a long-distance relationship work or uprooting either his or Bex's life. All of that, though, could wait. For now, he had a beautiful woman in his arms. Colin kissed her again, sighing when her lips parted for him. She always tasted so sweet. He could get addicted to it. To her. Her arms locked around the back of his neck, keeping him close, and he groaned into their kiss, loving the feel of her pressed against him so sweetly. One of his hands wandered up and down her back, while the other slid around to the front. Nancy sighed into his mouth, arching her back to press herself more fully into his caress. When he started to kiss down her neck, he heard a terrified whinny. He and Nancy both froze. Colin raised his head, and both of the horses were staring into the distance. "Shoot!" "What is it?" Nancy's voice was no louder than a whisper. "Something spooked the horses," he explained, just as softly. Nancy dropped her arms from his neck. "Mountain lion?" she asked. It was the most likely possibility, but he didn't want to scare her either. Generally, a mountain lion wouldn't come near people unless it was desperate, starving maybe, or sick. The odds were very low that they were in any real danger, but no odds were low enough for him to be comfortable taking that chance. Besides, if the horses got too agitated, they'd run off. He needed to get himself, Nancy, and the horses out of here, and the sooner, the better. "Stay right here," he told Nancy. Slowly, Colin approached the horses, grabbing Samson's reins first, and then Gwendolyn's. They pulled against him a little, heads still trained on whatever they could sense that he couldn't see, but when he pulled them, they gave in and followed him readily enough. "It'll be a hike," he said, keeping hold of both horses' reins. "But do you mind walking for a little while, at least until they've both calmed down?" "Of course," she said. "I don't mind walking with you." Colin let out a breath, relieved. "Good," he said. "Good." He wouldn't be able to bear it if Gwendolyn spooked and took off with Nancy on her back, if Nancy got hurt. Nancy touched his arm, squeezing softly. "It's okay, Colin," she promised, and just from her tone, he knew that she understood what he was thinking. They walked back down the trail, eyes peeled for anything that looked predator-shaped or for any sign that the horses were getting more upset, but nothing seemed out of place. The sounds of other critters in the area filled the silence, and eventually the horses visibly calmed. "I think it should be safe now," Colin said, "if you want to ride." Nancy shook her head. "I'm all right walking if you are," she said, glancing his way. "I like spending time with you." Colin grinned. "I do too," he said. "With you, I mean." She giggled. "I would hope so." "Hey, Samson is pretty good company." Nancy went up on her tiptoes to press a kiss to his cheek, but she caught him off guard and he tripped over a root, stumbling for a second before he regained his balance. Nancy had the gall to laugh at him. "That's what you get for teasing," she said with a grin. "The kiss or the broken ankle?" She winked. "Both." He stared at her for a moment before laughing and shaking his head. "What am I going to do with you, Nancy Sharp?" It was a question he used to ask all the time, usually right before he kissed her silly, and she let out a little sigh. "Anything you want, Colin McCabe," she murmured. It was her standard answer back then, but it hit a little different now. "I'll hold you to that," he said in half-warning. "I hope you will." Chapter 16. The next morning, Colin felt like a different person than he had the day before. He came down to the kitchen to start coffee and decided to make pancakes for breakfast instead of the planned oatmeal. When Bex came plodding into the kitchen, she perked up at the sight, but when Colin put her pancake in front of her, she looked visibly disappointed. "What's the matter, darlin'?" Bex shook her head. "Nothing, Daddy." She reached for her fork, but then paused. "Where's Nancy?" "Sleeping in today," Colin said. "We worked really hard on wedding stuff yesterday." The little girl nodded, still looking disappointed. Colin suddenly remembered that the last time Nancy had made pancakes, she'd thrown some blueberries into the mix. "Bex, did you want blueberries in your pancakes?" She lit up. "Yes, please," she said in that sing-song way of hers. Colin grabbed the package from the refrigerator and added a small handful into the remaining batter. When he turned around from the stove with a fresh batch, Bex was in a much brighter mood. "These are so good," she said, and launched into a story about doing chores with Jessie the day before. They were finishing up breakfast when Bex asked, "Daddy, after Aunt Evie's wedding, does Nancy really have to leave?" Her words pierced into him more than he could ever let her know. "Nancy has a job in Boulder, darlin'," he said, trying to keep his voice light. "I know," Bex said. She sounded so small, he wanted to sweep her into a big hug. "I just don't want her to leave." "Me neither," Colin thought glumly. He'd warned himself not to get used to her being at the ranch, but then she confessed to him how much she disliked her job, and he'd gotten his hopes up. But just because Nancy didn't like her boss didn't mean that she wanted to move back to Windy Creek. He told himself to stop holding on to the idea that Nancy might just stay, but it was a persistent thought in the back of his mind. The honk of a horn broke into his thoughts. Bex jumped up from the table and rushed to get her shoes and bag. It took Colin a second to remember that she was getting a ride to school with a friend who lived down the road. She'd been so excited when Colin agreed to it earlier in the week. She came and threw her arms around his middle, and he bent to kiss the top of her head. "Love you, darlin'." "Love you too, Daddy," she called, and swept out the door. Colin watched her get in the car and waved as it drove off toward the road. He turned his mind to cleaning up and was arm deep in the sink when his phone rang. He fumbled to wipe his hands and grab for it, noting that it was Nick calling. "Hey, man," his friend greeted. "My cousins from Texas are coming in for the bachelor party, so that makes 12 of us." Well, crap. Colin had completely forgotten about Nick's bachelor party with all the renovations. "That's great," he said. "More the merrier. So, I know you're not going to tell me what we're doing, but Evie wanted to know what I needed to wear that night." Colin could have laughed. Nick was not the best at getting information out of anyone. He couldn't lie either. "I'll let Evie know what to lay out for you," he said with a grin. "That work for you?" "Oh, sure," Nick said, sounding disappointed. "Sure, man. Like I said, she was the one who wanted to know in the first place." Colin hummed. "Uh-huh." Nick sighed. "You suck, you know that? Fine. Keep your secrets to yourself. I see how it is." Sweat sprouted between Colin's shoulders and ran down his back. He could feel his shirt sticking to him. "It's going to be legendary," Colin promised coolly, despite the panic rushing through him. Best send-off into marital bliss that a guy could ask for. The conversation turned to the renovations, to the secret honeymoon plans that Nick was working on, to the fight he and Evie had over the song for their first dance. "I need to be getting to work," Nick said a few minutes later. "It was good catching up, man." It had been. Colin knew things had been crazy lately, but he felt like he hadn't seen Nick in weeks. "Come by for a ride this week," Colin said. "I'll show you the new trails for the guests." Nick agreed, bid him goodbye, and ended the call. As soon as it disconnected, Colin pulled up his internet browser and started searching for ideas for hosting a bachelor party. He'd been to a couple before, but he didn't think Evie would appreciate strippers going anywhere near Nick. But that did beg the question, if strippers were out, what would they do for entertainment? And where would they go? It couldn't be here on the ranch. He didn't relish the idea of 12 drunk guys around Bex. Besides, she didn't need to see her daddy or Nick like that. He was a moment away from looking at Pinterest when the front door opened. He glanced up and a wave of relief washed over him. "Nancy, thank God," he said. Her eyebrows rose slightly. "I don't think I've ever been greeted like that." She smiled slyly, and it made him want to kiss her. "Kind of dig it." She came over and put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed a little. The little touch chased away some of the churn in his stomach. "What's up?" Colin wasn't looking forward to the mockery that was sure to follow, but he steeled himself and told her about the bachelor party. Or lack thereof, he thought. "I'm his best man, and I forgot all about it." Nancy didn't tease him like he thought she might. Instead, she sat down beside him and offered to help. "Evie's bachelorette is more or less handled, and the major wedding planning is done," she said. "I have time." "Thank you," he said with all sincerity. "Coffee?" She nodded. "Please." He got up and went for the pot. Colin could feel her eyes on him all the while. When he turned to grab the milk from the fridge, she looked down at her phone and appeared to be in deep thought. But he knew better. He carried her coffee back to the table. When he made to sit down, Nancy's work phone began to ring, and he couldn't help himself. He groaned aloud. "Don't worry," she said, sitting up a little straighter. "I'm not getting it." "Then why bring it with you?" "You can if you need to," he said, "but can I be honest with you?" Nancy gripped the mug between her hands, and she dipped her head in acquiescence. "Go for it. You're on vacation, right? You're using PTO to be here." She nodded and took a sip of her coffee. Her eyes slid shut for just a moment, and she let out a little sigh that reminded Colin far too vividly of the noise she had made when he'd kissed his way down the column of her throat. "Focus, man, dear Lord." "So why is your boss calling every day? Why are you fielding texts from clients if other event planners have been assigned to oversee things for you?" Nancy looked like she was going to argue with him, but her mouth twisted and she deflated in front of him. "It's not nice to hate people," she said, "but I hate my boss." She set her mug down and rubbed the heels of her hands into her eyes. "She totally steamrolled me the second my back was turned, you know? She made all these changes so that this couple's 50th anniversary party would photograph better for her website and then left me to sell the changes to my client." Colin reached out and peeled Nancy's hands away from her face. "So what are you going to do about it?" he challenged her. He didn't tell her to quit, to move back home, but he wanted to. Oh, how he wanted to. Nancy stared at him for a moment, and then she reached for her work phone, clearly making a call. "Reagan?" "Hi," she said a second later, grimacing. Her boss must have been sitting on top of her phone, waiting on Nancy. "No, I can't jump on FaceTime with you right now. No, look, I'm not available today or any of the other days for the rest of my vacation. I took a month's worth of PTO, and I've had to answer at least one call or email every day since I've been here." Her voice was rock steady. Colin was proud. "Yes, I smoothed things over with Mr. Lawler and sold him on the changes for you, but that's it. That's the last work I'm doing on my vacation. I'm the maid of honor at my best friend's wedding, and that is my focus for the next few weeks. No more calls, no more texts. My phone will be off." Colin could hear a muffled but clearly outraged reply, but if Nancy was getting flustered, she didn't show it. "You'll be fine, Reagan. See you in a few weeks." With that, she ended the call and held down the power button until the screen went dark. She looked at Colin and let out a breath. "I can't believe I just did that." "You did the right thing," Colin reassured her, putting an arm around her and allowing her to lean in against him. "It was badass," he said against the top of her head. She hummed happily. "Badass," she said, testing the word. "I like that. Nancy Sharp, badass event planner." Colin laughed and let her go. He was proud of her, and not just because he now had her all to himself. Clearly, she wasn't happy with her work situation. Her boss seemed like a real piece of work. But yesterday, planting rose bushes and marking trails with him, Colin had seen her at peace. That dreaded thread of hope in his head whispered that maybe, just maybe, she might decide to stay. Maybe, just maybe, she'd had enough of her city life, and she could be happy and fulfilled here. "You're an amazing event planner," he told her, and delighted in the flush that pinked her cheeks. "You deserve to be treated with some respect." She craned her neck so that she was able to look up at him. "We should celebrate," he said. She quirked an eyebrow in question. "Celebrate what?" "Standing up to your boss," he said. "I want to take you to dinner." "Like a date?" She said it teasingly, but that was exactly what he wanted and told her so. She seemed surprised but pleased that he asked. "I'd love that," she said. "Good," he said. "But we have to plan Nick's bachelor party first. If it's awful, he'll never let me live it down." Her dark eyes twinkled with mirth. "Can't have that, can we?" Colin shook his head. "No, we cannot. So come on, badass event planner, and help me." Chapter 17. Nancy spent the next few hours in a happy haze. She helped Colin solidify plans for the bachelor party and actually got the chance to enjoy her time off now that her work phone was off and stuffed in a bag in her room. Once morning gave way to afternoon. Nancy left to meet Evie and the bridesmaids at the salon to try out the hairstyle that they'd chosen for the wedding. She was halfway there when she decided that she would go buy a dress for the evening afterward, something nice and new that she could surprise Colin with. It wasn't until she walked in, breathing that smell that was distinctly hair salon, that she remembered the disaster atop her head. Despite the care Colin had taken with conditioning it, her hair hadn't recovered from everything she'd put it through the previous day. Currently, it was a mess of frizzy curls. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" Erica called out when she saw her. The other women, minus Evie, who was in the back room getting supplies, turned and they all laughed, but it wasn't mean-spirited. Hair disasters happened. They'd all had their fair share. "Bad experience with some tape-in extensions from the salon in the next town over?" she said. "I wanted to surprise y'all, but they nearly melted my scalp off." Katie sucked her teeth, and Lila winced. "That's exactly why I only trust Evie with my hair," Lila told them. "I got my hair bleached when I was out of town visiting my college roommate once, and it came out in clumps for days after." "That can happen in good salons too," Evie said, coming out of the back room, clearly only hearing what Lila said. "You shouldn't judge the salon too harshly, especially since it was a stylist who wasn't used to working with your hair." She was looking at something on her phone, but when she looked up, her eyes found Nancy. She stared at her, gaping slightly. "What did you do?" Nancy explained the situation, and by the end of it, all of the women were laughing. "Can you help?" Evie scoffed in mock hurt. "Of course I can help," she said. "I'm hurt you didn't come here first." "It was meant to be a surprise," Nancy insisted. Sadie patted her shoulder and shooed her toward Evie's chair. "You first," she said. Erica and Lila nodded in agreement. Nancy sat in Evie's chair and waited while Evie grabbed some extensions that matched her hair color. These extensions had the same procedure as the others, but they were a different brand that boasted a sensitive formula that Evie swore was good quality. Before she put in the extensions, she soothed Nancy's scalp and frizzy hair with a deep conditioning treatment that felt so good, Nancy nearly melted into the chair. When the treatment was done and Nancy's hair looked normal again, Evie started sandwiching wefts of hair in between layers of her own hair. It was the same process that the other stylist used, but there was no tingling or agonizing burn. When she realized that this wasn't going to hurt, she relaxed. "You know I love the short hair," Evie said, "but what made you cut your hair?" She looked to the waiting bridesmaids. "Y'all remember how pretty her hair used to be?" Katie nodded. "I was always jealous," she admitted with a little shrug. Nancy laughed. "Honestly?" she asked. "I had a bad day at work last summer, and when I went out for lunch I got ridiculously hot, so I walked into a salon and asked them to buzz it off. I nearly went fully bald, but the stylist talked me out of it." "Thank God," Erica said. They all looked at her and she shrugged. "There are some women who can rock a bald head," she explained, "but with your eyes, you would look like an alien." Nancy was a little offended, but she did see Erica's point. She had large brown eyes, and she realized her hair balanced them out on her face. The extensions took longer because of the chatting, and while Nancy enjoyed herself, she found herself checking the clock on her phone over and over. Her date with Colin was later, and she wanted to make sure she'd have enough time to go shopping for a new dress. "You have somewhere to be?" Evie asked, and Nancy met her best friend's gaze in the mirror. She was grinning, and Nancy knew she was caught. "I'm hoping to have enough time to go buy a new dress for tonight," she said, and that drew the attention of the bridesmaids. Erica waggled her eyebrows at her. "Tonight, huh? Got a hot date?" "Is it Colin?" Lila asked. Nancy tried to dodge the question, but the way she was blushing just made them crowd around even more, refusing to let the question drop. "Yes," she said after a moment. "Colin asked me to dinner." The women were genuinely excited. "I'll come with you," Lila offered, "to help you pick out a dress." Nancy was touched. It had been a long time since she'd had girlfriends like this, the kind to go and shop for a date that wasn't theirs. "Thank you," Nancy said. Once Lila stated that she'd join her, all of the women decided they wanted to come, so once Evie was finished with her extensions, she curled them a bit and declared they would revisit the hair trial later. What? No, Nancy tried to argue. We came to test. I'm the bride, Evie said. What I say goes, right? Right. Evie gave her a look that said, well, there you go. They gathered their belongings and walked down the main street to the smaller boutiques. They could drive to the mall a few towns over, but Nancy wanted to get something here if at all possible. It was a time saver for one, but she liked the idea of buying from a small store in Windy Creek. Keep her money in the town, and all. You're starting to sound like Colin. The thought wasn't a terrible one. They started looking through a store that hadn't been there back when Nancy had been living in town. It had a cool, vintage feel to it, lots of black and white with pops of red in the decor. She pulled a simple, blush-colored dress off one of the racks and held it up. Lila, Ed, and Katie agreed. Go try that on, she said, and pointed to the changing area at the back of the store. Nancy did, and she knew before she even turned to look at it that she was going to buy it. It just felt good to wear. When she did turn to look in the mirror, she was struck by how the dress and her new long hair looked together. She felt pretty, and she thought that was always important when picking clothes. If she felt good, then she'd be confident. This was definitely the dress for her. She just hoped the girls felt the same. She didn't need their approval, but they were having a good afternoon, and she wanted everyone to keep getting along. When Nancy walked out of the dressing room, the girls all went nuts. Hot, Katie told her. Colin's going to swallow his tongue. Erica sighed. Please, he always had eyes just for her no matter what she was wearing. You know, I was always jealous of you in high school. That was a little shocking. Sure, she and Erica got along all right for Evie's sake, but they were never really close. Nancy always assumed that Erica didn't like her. Colin's locker was a few down from mine, and I would see you putting notes in it in between classes, and every once in a while I'd get to see Colin when he opened the door to find them. He'd light up when he read them. Lila sighed. That's so sweet. The girls started talking about different high school couples, but Nancy could hardly pay attention. She hadn't known that Colin had been so happy with all of her silly notes. She used to drop a note in his locker each morning. She knew he didn't mind them or he would have asked her to stop, but she thought he just treated them as par for the course. Maybe found them a little funny or cute, but nothing more than that. He never said anything about them. She changed back into her clothes and paid for the dress. On to the next, Evie exclaimed. But I found a dress, Nancy pointed out. Evie patted her arm. You need shoes, and once we've found them, we'll go back to mine to get you date ready. Nancy was going to protest, but she was having fun. She linked her arm through Evie's and they left the store in search of the perfect shoes. Ahead, Colin came out of the hardware store and Lila and Katie practically yanked her behind them. No, Katie said far too loudly. It's bad luck if he sees you. They all cackled. I don't think it works that way for anyone but a bride on her wedding day, Nancy said, though she couldn't stop giggling. Of course Colin heard them. Everyone within a mile radius heard them, and he turned to look their way with a grin on his face. Nancy didn't get a good look at him because Katie and Lila were taking their role in shading her from his view a little too seriously. But over Evie's shoulder, she could see him tip his Stetson in their direction. That got the giggles going again. They were all swooning just a little, but Nancy's heart fluttered. The quest for shoes came up empty, but Evie thought she might have something that would look good with Nancy's new dress, so they eventually made their way back to her house. She got dressed, and Evie styled her hair so that it was curly and brushed her shoulders. By the time she needed to leave to meet Colin at the restaurant, she felt like a literal princess. She hugged each of the girls. Thank you for an amazing day. It really had been wonderful to feel like part of a group, to feel accepted and appreciated in a way that she hadn't been in so long. Evie understood, but the others just looked perplexed. Anytime, girl, Erica said. Go get your man. Your man. The thought made her tingle all over. She'd had her first date with Colin years ago. She shouldn't be as nervous or excited as she was, but she couldn't help it. Her friend's catcalls carried her out to her car. She smiled the whole way to the restaurant. Chapter 18. If one more thing went wrong today, Colin was going to lose his mind. He'd had to run all over town getting electrical and AC parts for the barn renovation, and then one of his horses had gotten hurt, and he'd had to call in the vet. With any hope, she'd be just fine, but it definitely put a damper on his mood. Colin was half-dressed, taming the stubble on his face with his electric razor, when his phone rang and he saw it was Jessie calling. He pressed the answer button and put it on speaker. "Hey, Jessie, what's up?" "Colin." She sounded distressed. "Colin, I am so sorry." He sighed. "What's wrong, Jessie?" He tried to keep his voice even and calm. "I'm stuck in Luton," she said. "I went to the fabric store and blew a tire on the way home." That sounds about right. He should just cancel his dinner plans and wait for a better day. Fortune was obviously not on his side today. But Nancy would be at the restaurant soon. He couldn't disappoint her like that. "Are you totally stranded?" he asked. "Alan's coming to get me." Colin breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't looking for rescue. "Do you think you could swing by Giorgio's in 2 hours? Pick Bex up from there?" "That sounds doable. I really am sorry, Colin," Jessie said. "I didn't mean to ruin your date." "Nah," he said, though he was lamenting the very same thing. "Nothing's ruined. Bex will get to eat the fanciest meal of her life. She'll love it." They said their goodbyes, and Colin rushed to finish getting ready. "Bex, come here, darlin'." He heard the stomping of her little feet a few moments before she appeared in the doorway of his bathroom. "How would you like to come eat some spaghetti with me and Nancy?" Her blue eyes lit up with excitement. "Can I?" The words were nearly a shout. "But you'll need to wear a dress," he said. Her happiness notched all the higher. "With my cowgirl boots?" Colin tried to picture the state of them. He'd just bought her a new pink pair that probably weren't too caked in mud. "Sure," he said. "That sounds just fine." "Thank you, Daddy," she yelled and ran to her bedroom. 20 minutes later, when they were both dressed in their best, Colin and Bex drove to Giorgio's. It was one of the fancier restaurants in Windy Creek, popular with teenagers going to prom or couples celebrating anniversaries. He and Nancy had been here once before, but he wasn't sure if she'd remember that or not. It had been a little over a year into their relationship, a few weeks before she left for college. He'd wanted to take her somewhere nice and talk to her about possibly coming to Boulder with her, but in the middle of the meal, he'd chickened out. When Colin and Bex walked into the restaurant, Nancy was seated in the waiting area. She stood when she saw him, and it knocked the air out of his lungs. Pretty wasn't the right word to describe the way she looked. Her hair was longer, Evie must have put in extensions that worked, and she was wearing this soft pink sundress that hugged her in the best way. Breathtaking. She was obviously surprised to see Bex, but when Colin explained to her what happened, she smiled. "This place has the best spaghetti," she told the little girl. "The meatballs are as big as your head." It was an exaggeration, but not by much. Nancy glanced at Colin. "Your daddy brought me here once a long time ago," she said. "It was one of the best dates ever." Bex made a face. "But you'll still have fun with me tonight, right?" She and Colin laughed. "Of course, sweetheart," Nancy said. Not long after, the hostess seated them in a booth near a wall of colorful stained glass. The lighting was dim, and there was a votive candle in the middle of the table. It was an incredibly romantic setting. Bex chose to sit on Nancy's side of the booth, and after they ordered, Nancy explained the different forks to her. "Why do people need lots of forks?" she asked. Colin watched as Nancy just shrugged. "I have no idea," she admitted. Bex peeked up at her. "Can I just use one?" Nancy nodded, smiling kindly. "I was planning on doing the same thing," she said. They ate and chatted, and Colin's eyes kept finding Nancy's. "The long hair looks good," he told her, and then smirked. "I'm not going to be rescuing you from them later, am I?" She shook her head. "Evie used ones for sensitive scalp." "I think I'm fine." She twirled some pasta on her fork. "The girls and I played makeover all afternoon," she told him. "Hopefully your day was a little more productive?" "I tried to be," he said, "but it didn't go very well. I ended up running around all afternoon getting things for the electrical and AC in the barn." She gave him a sympathetic look. "That doesn't sound nearly as fun." "You would be right." Before the conversation could dive even further, Bex let out a little cry. His eyes snapped to his daughter, who had a splatter of red sauce on her dress from a dropped noodle. Her little chin wobbled and tears welled in her blue eyes. "Sweetheart," Nancy said, soothing, "that is no big deal at all." She flagged down a waiter. "Could I possibly get a glass of seltzer from the bar, please?" she asked. "What are you doing?" Colin asked, and Nancy grinned at him. "Magic," she said with a little wink. When the waiter brought the seltzer, Nancy dipped her napkin in it and dabbed at the stain on Bex's dress. The stain disappeared, leaving nothing but a wet spot behind. "See?" she said to Bex. "No big deal." "I'm going to need you to teach me that," Colin said, thinking of all of Bex's clothes that were regularly stained. His heart squeezed when Bex hugged Nancy hard and thanked her. "How about some dessert?" he asked them. Jessie picked Bex up just after they finished the chocolate torte that made both Bex and Nancy's eyes roll back in their heads. He hugged his little girl tight and told her to have sweet dreams. "I'll see you at breakfast?" Bex asked. Colin nodded. "Absolutely," he said. "Have fun and mind Jessie, all right?" Bex smiled and pecked him on the cheek. "Okay," she said. "Night, Nancy." She got a kiss on the cheek, too, and Colin saw the pleased surprise that swept over Nancy's face. They watched her leave, and it hit Colin that they were finally alone on their date night. Nerves rose in his stomach, and he did his best to push them away. "Ready to get out of here?" he asked her. Nancy almost looked disappointed. "Sure," she said. "Heading back to the ranch?" "Yes," he said. "But once we're there, if you've got some time, there's somewhere I'd like to show you." She nodded, and he paid for their meal. He regretted that they were in separate cars, but it wasn't a long ride back to the ranch. Once they pulled into the parking area, he motioned for her to join him in the truck. "Where are we going?" she asked as she settled beside him. "The Overlook." He could feel Nancy's eyes on him, and while it was hard, he didn't look at her. Instead, he reached over and took her hand, threading his fingers between her own. There was one spot on the ranch that rose higher than anywhere else. It easily had the best view in Windy Creek. When they dated in high school, it was their special place. He'd been wanting to bring her here for days. They parked, and Colin reached over and turned the truck's radio up. An old country tune poured from the speakers, and Nancy smiled. "This is one of my favorite songs." "I know." They got out of the truck, leaving the doors open, and he held out his hand to her. "Dance with me?" Nancy slid into his arms, and he couldn't help but think how she was meant to be there. They swayed together in the headlights of his truck with her head resting on his chest. When the song was over, he turned off the engine and then grabbed a blanket from the cab of the truck and laid it out on the ground. They lay together and stared up at the expanse of sky, at the millions of stars. She slipped her fingers through his and sighed happily. "This is definitely something I don't get in Boulder," she said. He didn't say anything for a long while, but then his confession slipped out. "I almost followed you." Nancy leaned up on her elbow. "What?" He mirrored her so that they were now looking at each other. "To Boulder," he said. "About 6 weeks into summer after you left, I told my dad that I couldn't stand being away from you." Colin reached out and brushed his fingers along her cheek, down her jaw. "He told me to take a weekend trip, test it out, and if I really wanted to go, they would let me." Nancy's eyes turned sad. "You never came, though." He shook his head. "I didn't drive up," he said. "If I had followed you and been miserable, I would have resented you, and that would have ruined any chance that a night like this could have happened." She leaned forward and kissed him. "I'm glad I'm here with you now." Colin leaned in to kiss her again, and he moved so that she was lying on her back. "This all right?" he asked. Nancy nodded. Her eyes were big and soft, looking up at him. "Make love to me, Colin," she said, and Colin felt his heart skip a beat. He wanted her more than he'd ever wanted any woman. Their mouths met, and her hand fisted in his shirt, holding him close. The kiss deepened, and his hunger for her only intensified. "Should we go back to the main house?" he asked. He wanted her in his bed, stretched across his comforter, but he didn't want to stop either. Luckily, Nancy felt the same way. She shook her head. "You got any neighbors out here?" she asked, although Colin knew that she already knew the answer. She wiggled away from him enough so that she could sit up. She pulled her dress up her thighs, and he groaned out loud when she pulled it off over her head. "Come here," he said, and almost didn't recognize his own voice for how husky it had become. Colin was pretty sure he was hard enough to break concrete. She shook her head. "You next," she told him, indicating his shirt. He yanked off his tie and then tore the shirt off over his head. He beckoned her again, and her eyes flicked down to his jeans, making arousal jolt through him. Colin grinned and forced himself to stand up so that he could toe off his boots and unbuckle his belt. Her eyes never left him, and as he pushed his jeans and boxers down his thighs, his hands shook just a little. "Calm down, man." He dug a condom out of his back pocket and came back to the blanket, and Nancy climbed into his lap. There was a frenzy to their movements now. They were all lips and hands and sighs. "You're so beautiful, Nance," he murmured in her ear. "You always have been. I can't believe that I get to touch you like this again." Her lips nibbled at his pulse point, sending shivers down his spine. "You can do more than just touch," she murmured. "I want you to." She really did want this as much as he did. She whimpered softly. "Colin," she all but whined, "I need you." "I know, darlin'," he said. Nancy kissed him softly, almost reverently, and it made Colin wonder how long it had been since someone had touched her without putting themselves first, without thinking about anything other than making her feel good. In the years they'd been apart, had any of her lovers worshipped her the way she deserved? From the hungry way she responded, he got the sense that it hadn't happened nearly often enough. That doesn't matter, he thought. She has me now. After, they were quiet for a stretch of time. Colin almost thought she'd fallen asleep. "It's good to be back here," Nancy said finally. "Better than I thought it would be. I never felt like I fit before, but I'm starting to think Boulder isn't the place for me either." Colin wanted to talk about this, but it wasn't the time. Instead, he held her close and pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "Be here with me now," he told her. "We fit right here." She nuzzled into him, pleased. "Okay." Chapter 19. Somehow, Colin and Nancy got themselves together enough to go back to the main house, where they collapsed in his bed. The next morning, while Nancy used his shower, he slipped down to the kitchen to start coffee and rustle up some breakfast. Jessie would be bringing Bex home soon, and he wanted a meal waiting for her. Nancy came downstairs wearing one of his t-shirts. It made him want to march her back upstairs, but there wasn't enough time before Bex's return. Instead, he accepted her shy kiss to his cheek and held up a steaming mug for her. She grinned. "Thank you." They sat together with their coffee until Jessie walked in, Bex trailing behind. Jessie's eyes went a little wide at the sight of them, clearly having spent the night together, and Colin tried not to let it bother him. "How'd she do?" Colin asked. "Just fine," the woman said. "If you'll excuse me, I have some errands to run today." Colin nodded. "Sure thing." The oven timer went off, and Bex's eyes practically glittered with delight. "Cinnamon rolls?" He nodded. "Only the best for my favorite girl," he boasted. Bex wanted to help ice the cinnamon rolls, which made a bit of a mess, but after he got it all mopped up and cleaned her hands, he set one in front of Nancy. "Eat up," he told her. "You'll need your energy for the day we've got ahead of us. Bex and I are going to the county fair today, and you're coming." The corner of Nancy's mouth curled upward. "I am I?" she asked. "Yes, yes, yes," Bex said, jumping up and down. Nancy put an arm around the girl. "I'd love to." The fair was a mixture of food, games, and rides, but at the far end, it played host to a livestock and horse auction. While Colin wanted to take Bex to ride the Ferris wheel and stuff themselves with funnel cake, he also wanted to see about adding a few new horses to his stables. "Do you want Nancy to take you to the games while I do some business?" he asked, hoping that he could distract Bex from some of her horse fever. Bex gave him a look that was so reminiscent of Sabrina as a teenager that it hit him like a kick to the solar plexus. I want to check out the horses too, she said, almost primly. There goes that idea. Nancy mouthed a sorry at him, and the trio set off for the auction. As they approached the group of men gathered around the livestock pens, Nancy let out a little whistle. Colin looked at her. What is it? She gave him a look that was entirely too amused. There must be something magic in the water here, Nancy said. What do you mean? She gestured wildly towards the men. Daryl and Kyle Rivers were pointing at one mare, Sam Carden and his girlfriend the chef were sharing funnel cake, Michael Townsend was shaking hands with the auctioneer. His mouth was spread into his wide, nice guy smile. They had all been his friends, their friends, since grade school. What about them? They're hot, a voice behind them said. Every single one of them. Nancy turned and let out a happy sound. Sally Weston was behind them. Colin did his best not to tense up. She worked for the Hunters at the Lucky Star, and if the Hunters were sore about Mustang Crossing becoming a dude ranch, Sally was bound to be even more upset about it. Even when they're cheats who steal business models and put 100 people's jobs at risk, she said. Her eyes bore into Colin like a blade. Sally, you know it wasn't personal, she sniffed. Feels pretty personal, Colin, she said. You know how many people rely on the Lucky Star for work, myself included. Of course he knew. How could he ever forget? Mustang Crossing is going to be a completely different kind of experience from the Lucky Star. I didn't steal anything. Colin sounded petulant even to himself, but he was tired of feeling like he constantly had to defend his decision to everyone. It had been the best option that he had for his and Bex's future in Windy Creek. Ease off, Sal, Nancy said softly. He's got a little girl to think of. We've all got family that we're looking out for, she retorted, and Colin had to concede the point. No, Sally didn't have kids, but she'd been the glue that had held her family together for years, ever since her father died. Her mom and sisters depended on her, not financially so much, not anymore at least, but to be the stable, steady one who had her act together. The prospect of losing her job probably had her feeling unmoored, which was not a feeling Sally would take to very well. Nancy knew all of this too, of course, but while her expression held a lot of compassion, she didn't back down. This had to be what she was like when she was trying to get angry clients to change their point of view. Then, you should know better than anyone why he made the decision that he did. But him doing what's right for his family doesn't mean he's turning his back on the community. He's got plans that should be good for everyone. Don't you think he deserves a chance to try to make them work? Sally stared at her for a moment, and then shook her head with a rueful smile. 10 years later, and you still are his biggest champion, she said, clicking her tongue against her teeth. It's good to see you, Nance. Nancy grinned in return. Likewise. Sally cupped her hands around her mouth. Daryl, you owe me $10. Colin looked at her, even as Daryl turned and saw them. When Evie announced the wedding, Daryl and I made a bet that you and Nancy would— She looked down at Bex. Rekindle your friendship. He thought it would be during the wedding, I said before. Well, that's horrifying. Thanks a lot, guys, Daryl said as he stalked over to them. He dug his wallet out of his back pocket and slapped the money into Sally's outstretched hand. Daryl turned and pulled Nancy into a hug. It's good to see you, Nance. When he turned her loose, Colin pulled Nancy back to his side, sliding an arm across her shoulders. That only made Daryl's smile all the larger. Jerk! Sam and his girlfriend found their way to them. Look who's back in town, Sam said. Ariel threw her arms around Nancy. It's nice to see you in person again, she said. Nancy laughed, hugging her back. How's the restaurant coming along? You have an opening date yet? Ariel's nose scrunched. Nothing is set in stone yet, she said. We had some trouble getting the building materials we needed, so construction is taking longer than we'd planned. And I was hoping I'd get to eat there before I had to leave. Colin tensed. So did Sam and Daryl, but Ariel brushed it off. I don't need a restaurant to feed you, Nance. Bring your boyfriend here to Carden Ranch, and I'll make you the best dinner you've ever eaten. Nancy's eyes went wide. I'm... They spoke at the same time, and everyone burst into laughter. While they might protest, Sam chuckled, we all thought they'd be the first to tie the knot after high school. That hit like a punch to his solar plexus. Sam! He nearly growled out a warning. Enough teasing, Ariel said, mouthing an apology in Nancy's direction, before she looked at Bex. Hey, cutie, nice to see you. Bex looked around curiously. Where's the baby? She's got a little bit of a cold, so she had to stay home with the housekeeper today, but I know she'd love to see you sometime soon. Bex beamed at the idea of spending time with Sam's baby daughter. We could have a play date, she said. I get to do that sometimes now. Sam laughed, sounding a little uneasy. Maybe when she's older. Colin had to smile. Sam had become a father very suddenly and unexpectedly, but he'd put his whole heart into it. It was sweet, and also hilarious to watch him fumble sometimes. Colin was sure he looked very similar when Bex was a baby, and he was trying to figure it all out. They all stood around, chatting for a moment, but the auction was going to start soon, and he had come down this way on a mission, after all. You want to get a closer look at the animals, Bex? The little girl's eyes lit up. Yes. Coming? He asked Nancy, who was talking to Sally. She nodded, and they waved to the group. Drinks later? He asked, eyes on Daryl and Sam. Daryl nodded. We'll bring Michael if we can pry him away from the trails once the new horses are delivered. As they walked around and looked at the horses and cattle, Bex chattered away to Nancy about next year, when she would be able to ride and how excited she was, and Colin did his best to match her enthusiasm even as he sent up a prayer that this was a phase she would grow out of sooner rather than later. He'd spent so long picturing every nightmare scenario, reliving his mother's accident over and over, that it was hard for him to even consider allowing her into a saddle, despite his promise to let her try on her next birthday. His need to protect her was so strong that the thought of her in danger made him feel physically ill. He'd already let Sabrina down, failing to protect her from the pregnancy that had nearly upended her life. He was determined to do right by Bex, even if she didn't agree with his choices. He could deal with her being angry with him as long as she was safe. While they were walking through the livestock pens, Colin was relieved to see Bex get caught up in the lambs softly baahing. She put her hands through the bars and pet their woolen heads, murmuring to them that everything was going to be okay. He would buy her a whole flock of lambs if it meant she would stay away from horses, but even as he thought about it, Bex spotted the pony rides. "Daddy," she pointed. "Daddy, can I? Please?" The no was on his tongue and out of his mouth in an instant, and Bex deflated. But then, very softly, she said, "Those ponies aren't much taller than me, and they're tied to that thing in the middle. Please? Can't I try?" Colin looked over at the pony rides. They truly were relatively small ponies, standing in a circle and looking very calm and placid. But when they started walking, a little boy nearly slipped off the side, and his mother dropped her phone to catch him. "Maybe next year, darlin'," he said. Bex sighed and went back to petting the lambs, though much less enthusiastically than before. Colin hated seeing her so disappointed. It ate at him. From beside him, he could see that Nancy was trying to keep her opinion to herself, but she looked like she might just burst if she didn't let the words out. He sighed and tugged her over to the side a bit so they could talk without Bex overhearing them. "What is it?" "Look at those kids," Nancy said. "Look at how happy they are. All of their parents are right there beside them. It's about as safe as it gets. Why can't she have a ride?" Colin had asked for her opinion, so he couldn't blame her for speaking up, but that didn't mean he had to like it. On the other hand, he had to admit that the kids coming off the ponies were all smiling, even the boy who nearly fell. And since that boy was maybe 2 years old, it might be a little unfair to judge the safety of the ride by whether that little tyke had been able to hold on by himself. Maybe he could give in, just this once. Maybe it really would be okay. Before he could lose his nerve, he turned to his daughter. "Bex," he said, getting the girl's attention. "You've been doing so well with your chores, helping me in the stables and making things easier on Jessie. Because you've been such a good girl, maybe you really have earned just one pony ride?" Bex launched herself at him, hugging him around the middle. "Thank you," she said over and over. "Thank you so much, Daddy." They walked over to the pony rides, and Colin stood, hovering protectively in the background, as Bex was lifted onto a pony. She petted at its mane and its neck, but stayed away from its ears like Colin had taught her. The man in charge got the ponies walking, and Colin's heart jumped into his throat. He reached down and took Nancy's hand and squeezed it, needing every ounce of support her touch could offer. "She's doing so good," Nancy told him, rubbing her thumb over his knuckles. The smile on Bex's face when she came off the pony was beautiful, easily the biggest smile that Colin had ever seen. She hugged him again. "That was amazing," she sighed and leaned into Nancy. Nancy nodded. "But you know what else is pretty great?" she asked. "What?" "The Ferris wheel." Bex bounced up and down. "Yes." Colin kissed Nancy. She was amazing. Bex saw and complained, "You, Daddy, that's gross." Nancy laughed and took Bex's hand in hers. "Funnel cakes before or after the Ferris wheel?" They started moving toward the rides, giggling all the while. Colin hung back a little, watching them. The hope was starting to grow in his chest, and it was a dangerous thing. But he couldn't help when she and Bex were getting along so well, when the three of them just seemed to fit together like a real family. The rest of the day went much smoother. They actually stayed until the sun turned the sky pink with sunset. Colin had bought 2 horses for the ranch, and he arranged for them to be delivered the next day. He'd left Bex with Nancy while he settled up, and when he returned, Nancy looked absolutely panicked. "Nance, what's wrong? What happened?" "She wanted to play the Guess the Weight game," Nancy said, pointing to where Bex was practically beaming. "I didn't know what the prize was for winning." She rubbed the heels of her hands into her eyes. "Colin, I am so sorry." "What?" "Daddy, I won a piggy," Bex called, as the game worker walked a spotted pig around the counter on a lead. Bex dropped to her knees and cooed over it. Colin laughed. He couldn't help it. "Nancy, it's okay," he told her. "I promise." Nancy looked at him. "Really?" He nodded. "We live on a ranch. Livestock happens." He put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her in for a hug. "This isn't the first animal she's brought home." Colin let her go with a kiss and then turned back to Bex, still loving on her pig. "What's his name, darlin'?" Bex considered it. "Pulled pork," she declared with a smile. Laughter burst from Nancy, so hard and so sudden that she snorted after a second. "I love it," she said when she had recovered from her giggle fit. They took Pulled Pork to the truck and got him loaded into the back before climbing into the cab. On the drive back, Bex sat between Colin and Nancy in her booster seat. She kept turning her head to check on her pig. "I promise he's still there," Colin told her and pointed at the rearview mirror. "I'm keeping an eye on him." Bex sighed. A happy thing. "Thank you, Daddy." She leaned into Nancy's shoulder. Before long, her breathing evened out, and she was asleep. "What do I do?" Nancy whispered to him. Colin chuckled. "Don't move," he suggested. He hadn't meant it, but when they pulled into the ranch, Nancy hadn't so much as moved an inch. Colin quickly came around so that he could get Bex out of the cab without waking her up all the way. She stirred briefly, but luckily, she quickly slipped back to sleep. "She had a big day," Nancy remarked. "Thank you for coming with us," Colin said. "It wouldn't have been the same without you." He meant that. He definitely wouldn't have allowed Bex on that pony without some encouragement. "What do we do with Pulled Pork?" she asked, as they looked into the bed of his truck. The pig had taken its cue from Bex and was sound asleep. "Let's go put Bex down, and then I'll take him out to the stables. I've got an empty stall he can hang out in until we can figure something out for him." Once they got Bex settled into her bed, Colin kissed Nancy before going to deal with the pig. "Stay with me tonight?" he asked, and Nancy's beaming smile was answer enough. Chapter 20. Colin didn't want to be at the Dark Horse Tavern, not when Nancy was back at the ranch, but drinks with his friends had become a weekly staple. Still, he couldn't stop himself from wondering what the scene was like back home. Normally, during these weekly get-togethers, Jess would babysit and use the time to teach Bex something new. Last week they knitted, but this time Nancy had suggested that she invite Ariel and baby Molly over for a baking session. Bex had danced around the living in pure delight at the idea, so he let Nancy push him out of the house with a wink and a promise of later. Colin wanted later to be right this very second, but he could handle a beer or two with his friends first. He did this every week. He would be fine. Even Sam had agreed that Ariel and Molly going to Mustang Crossing and having a girls-only visit while he and the other guys grabbed a drink was a good thing. "Dude, are you even listening?" Daryl asked, and Colin jolted when he realized that his friend was talking to him and that he hadn't caught a single word of it. "Not at all," he admitted and sipped his beer. "Are you all become the group of guys who can only talk about the women that you're dating?" Michael Townsend shook his head. "I'm disappointed." "It's not just any woman," Sam argued on Colin's behalf. "It's Nancy. We all know that Nancy was the only one who could ever send his head in the clouds like this." Michael shook his head. "Nancy Sharp, back in town. It's a little hard to believe." Colin's brow wrinkled. "Why's that so hard to believe? Her family is here. Her best friend is here. I'm here." "I mean, she was just so adamant about leaving," Michael pointed out. Colin knew that. He had been thinking that very thing not too long ago, but to have his friends point it out stung. "Shut up, man," Daryl snapped at Michael. "When was the last time we saw Colin look this happy? Let him enjoy it." Michael harumphed. "I just don't want to see what happens after she leaves. Am I the only one who remembers how bad it got last time? As his friends, I would have thought you all would want him to be more careful this time around." He turned to face Colin. "Look, I like Nancy. I always have. I don't think she'd hurt you on purpose, but she's built a life for herself away from here. I'm all for you having fun, but please go into this with your eyes open. Where's it going to go? Are you getting in over your head?" Sam and Daryl chorused another round of "shut up" at him, but Colin just sighed. "He's not wrong," he said. "I don't know what's going to happen when she leaves, and I'm worried about how Bex is going to take it. I'm an adult. If I get knocked down, I can pick myself up again. But I don't want Bex to get hurt." His friends winced like they did any time Colin was worried about his daughter. They cared for the little girl as surely as if they were her uncles by blood instead of by choice. "Stay positive for now," Daryl suggested. "We can figure out what to tell Bex if and when the time comes." They all nodded, and silence settled between them. Michael started. "I know it's a little bit of a topic shift, but did you all hear about Gerard?" Daryl blanched. "Yeah." "What happened?" Colin asked. The senior hunters might be mad at him because of the choices he'd made, but Gerard was one of his oldest friends. Even if they hadn't been great at keeping in touch lately, he still wanted to know the man was all right, and from Michael's tone of voice and Daryl's reaction, it sounded like something bad might have happened. "He had an accident on one of his sets," Michael said. "He had to have surgery and ended up losing a kidney." Colin felt like he'd been sucker punched. What? Is he going to recover? Can he keep being a stuntman after that? Colin knew you could live with just one kidney, but he thought he'd heard that people in that condition had to be more cautious, avoid things like extreme sports. Being a stuntman was just about the most extreme sport there was, so what did that mean for his friend's career? Michael shrugged. "I have no idea, but you know Gerard. He's not one to back down just because someone tells him he should." They all nodded sagely. Gerard was stubborn to a fault, and he'd committed hard to his California dreams when he'd left Windy Creek behind. He was a lot like Nancy in that way. He'd kept his eyes on the future he wanted and hadn't let himself look back at all, even though it meant leaving his friends and his family behind. There hadn't been any visits, barely any phone calls or messages. It was like he'd shaken the dust of this town off his boots and moved on completely. He'd been in a pretty serious relationship for a good chunk of their high school years, and everyone had thought that him and Sally Weston would go the distance. But he'd gone, and she'd stayed. Kind of like him and Nancy, come to think of it, except that Sally had ended up working for Gerard's aunt and uncle. She'd worked her way up and was now the head chef for the Lucky Star. "You think he'll come home?" Daryl asked. "His folks don't seem to think so," Michael said. "He didn't want them to come out to see him. His aunt was beside herself." I'll try and give him a call, Daryl said. See if he picks up for once. Me too, Sam agreed. The circumstances are lousy, but it would be nice if it meant that he came home at least for a little while, Michael commented. It's been a long time since the whole gang was together. If Gerard came back and Nancy stuck around, we could all get together, and it would be just like back in high school, Daryl said with a grin. Except Gerard's probably not speaking to me because of Mustang Crossing, Colin pointed out. And Sally's probably not speaking to Gerard for leaving in the first place, Sam added. Daryl frowned. Okay, so maybe not just like high school, but still a good time, right? Maybe. If Gerard really was coming back, then Colin would need to find some way to bury the hatchet. But what could he say? Sorry, I'm competing against your family's ranch. He wasn't sorry about the decision he'd made. He stood by it. But it didn't make social niceties any easier, that was for sure. If the hunters give you any more updates, let me know, okay? You could just ask them yourself, Michael suggested. Colin snorted. I doubt they would appreciate it if I called, he said into his beer. I bet you that they would, Michael shot back. They aren't nearly as mad as you think they are. Sally Weston's dressing down would suggest otherwise. I'll take your word for it, he said, draining the rest of his beer. I think I'm going to head out. Michael frowned. Should I not have said anything? I didn't mean to upset you. You didn't upset me, Colin reassured his friend. And I'm glad you told me. But as fun as it is hanging out with you guys, I've got better company waiting for me at home. It really is like high school, Sam teased. You're ditching us for Nancy? Colin smirked. I really am. He tipped his hat. Night, boys. Bex needs a sibling, Nancy thought idly as she watched the little girl tickle Molly until she giggled. Gently, honey, she reminded her. You both need to start settling down soon. It's getting late. Bex pouted. Bedtime? Nancy glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Nearly. 10 more minutes? The baby doesn't want to leave. Ariel chuckled and leaned forward to pluck her iced tea off the coffee table. I bet she'd love to stay here with you, she conceded, but her daddy would miss her something awful if she didn't come home, and you wouldn't want Uncle Sam to be sad, right? Bex's face immediately crumbled, and Nancy was reminded how much the little girl hated to disappoint people. No, I wouldn't want that. She looked at the baby and tickled her again. Molly giggled and babbled in response, clearly delighted. The girls had the sweetest connection Nancy had ever seen. She can come back, though, right? Of course. With that settled and Bex's attention fully focused on the baby, Ariel looked at Nancy. So we've been chatting for the past 2 hours and you still haven't told me what's going on with you and your cowboy. He's not my cowboy. Nancy half-heartedly protested. Colin could be hers if she stayed, but she just wasn't sure yet. Ariel gave her a knowing look. From what I've heard, I'm fairly certain that man has been yours since your junior year of high school, she said. Sam and you have both told me how in love you were. Were, Nancy insisted. It doesn't sound like you really believe that, Ariel pointed out. She was absolutely right. Just because Nancy was too afraid to even think about it right now didn't mean that she was ignorant of the way her heart skipped when Colin so much as looked her way. So, what's holding you back? Your job? Yeah, she said. I have a life in Boulder, you know. I have an apartment that you pay too much rent for and that sad potted plant in the one window, her friend said. You forget that I met you in Boulder. I know what that big life of yours looks like and how you throw yourself into work because it's the only thing that makes the days feel full. Ouch. It was harsh, but it was the kind of mirror that Nancy needed right about now. I mean, yes, I'm a little lonely, but isn't everyone at some point in their lives? But you don't have to be, Ariel said, and I can't for the life of me figure out why you're choosing to be. Nancy was too embarrassed to say the answer aloud, that she'd made such a big fuss about leaving Windy Creek and never coming back, and doing so now would feel like tucking her tail between her legs. It would be a blow to her pride, and she wasn't sure if she could handle it. I'm figuring it out, Nancy said finally. Her words came out a little stiff. Ariel put a hand on her arm. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't pry. It's not my place to psychoanalyze you or anything." "It's fine," Nancy said. They sat in silence for a moment, and then they began clearing up the cookies and drinks from the coffee table. Bex was a little teary as Ariel gathered up Molly, but a second promise that they'd soon have another last playdate got her smiling again. Nancy sent Bex to start getting ready for her bath and walked Ariel to the door. "Hey, Nance," she said before she stepped out onto the porch. "Yeah? Can I give you some advice?" Nancy braced herself and nodded. Ariel readjusted a sleepy Molly in her arms. "Don't close the door on things here just because it's not what you always pictured for yourself. If my experiences have taught me anything, it's that sometimes life can surprise you with a happy ending you never saw coming, and it'll bring you more joy than you ever could have imagined." She left Nancy standing in the doorway, thunderstruck. Bex was already in bed by the time he got home. Nancy was nibbling on a cookie on the couch, looking lost in thought. "Ariel and Molly just headed home," she said by way of greeting. "Bex is out cold." "Did you all have fun?" Nancy snorted. "I think Bex had the most fun of all." Colin winced. "Is my kitchen destroyed?" "Not anymore," she promised, and he dropped a kiss to the top of her head. The thoughtful look on her face gave way to a smile. "You're an angel." Nancy looked up at him, eyebrow cocked. "I didn't say I cleaned it on your behalf." "For Jessie?" he guessed. Amusement flickered across Nancy's face like sunshine. "Of course. Do you know what she said to me as she left tonight?" Colin grinned. "I'm sure it was something about coming back in the morning to everything as she left it, right? She's a little territorial." "Clearly," Nancy said, smirking. That expression had been turning him on since he was a teenager, and it looked like some things never changed. While he didn't move to touch her yet, he wanted to. But after leaving her alone for a chunk of the evening to look after his kid while he went out drinking with his friends, he wasn't about to push his luck. He'd need to find out if she was in the mood, too. "You must be tired," he said. She shrugged primly. "A little," she said, "but I'm not quite ready to turn in yet." "No?" He watched as she bit her bottom lip, worrying at it just a little. "Maybe we could watch a movie or something, if you're feeling up for it." Colin nodded. "I'm up for it." He sat beside her and watched as she opened up the Netflix account that he almost never used. "Wow, you don't watch this a lot, do you?" "How can you tell?" "This is the most generic profile I've ever seen," she pointed out. "Usually, once you've watched a few things, it'll suggest things that it thinks you'll like. You don't even have a continue watching list." Colin frowned. "I just don't have a lot of time for myself." Between the ranch and Bex, Colin did little more than collapse into bed at the end of each day. The only reason he had the account to begin with was the kiddie shows for Bex. "You have a daughter to take care of and a ranch to run," Nancy said. "It's understandable. I envy you, honestly." "Why?" She gestured towards the TV. "Because my Netflix knows me better than anyone else, and I am just now realizing how sad that is." "You have parents, Nance," Colin pointed out, "and friends." She shrugged. "It's not the same," she said. "I can call my mom or Evie or Ariel and know that they're always happy to hear from me, and the drive isn't far, but it's a world apart," he filled in. "Yeah." A quiet lull fell between them, and almost absently, Nancy picked a movie for them to watch. It was something historical and war-torn, and Colin was bored at the 10-minute mark. He yawned and Nancy giggled. "Do you need to head to bed?" Probably, he thought, but he would take being tired in the morning if it meant more time with her, even if she picked the most boring movies known to man. "No, I'm fine," he said, and then promptly yawned again. Nancy giggled. "Go on," she said. "Go to bed. It's no big deal, really. It's been a long day." She made to stand up, and Colin stopped her with a hand on her arm. "Stay with me?" She blinked, owlish with surprise. "You mean—" Her eyes flicked in the direction of his room. "What about Bex?" Colin stood, slipping his fingers through hers. "It'll be fine. She only comes into my room if she's sick or had a nightmare, and that hardly ever happens." Nancy stared at him for a moment and then smiled. It was blinding. Okay. He shut the TV off before leading her back to his room. She'd slept here last night, safe in his arms, and more than anything, Colin wanted that again. Even if all they did was sleep, as long as she curled up with him, he would be happy. Though Nancy kissing the daylights out of him the moment he shut his bedroom door was even better. He wrapped his arms around her, content to let her have control of the kiss for the moment, smiling against her lips. "Thought you wanted to go to bed?" he teased softly, tucking a strand of her new, long extensions behind her ear, careful not to snag it on anything. "Who said that?" she shot back, tilting her head up in an invitation that he could never turn down. He brushed his mouth over hers, deepening the kiss when she sighed. Together, they quickly peeled out of their clothes and came together on his bed, and Colin knew that he was well and truly hooked on Nancy. When they finished, he collapsed next to her. She held on to him, not letting him pull away, as they both regained their breath. "Stay with me," she pleaded, as if he would disappear entirely if she didn't keep clinging to him. The feeling was entirely mutual. He pressed a kiss to her temple. "I'm not going anywhere, Nance," he promised. If only she could promise the same. Chapter 21. Nancy was cleaning the kitchen, wearing another of Colin's t-shirts. He and Bex were out visiting pulled pork, and she had volunteered to do dishes after the lumberjack-style breakfast that Colin had made for them. She was loading the dishwasher when her phone rang. It was Evie. She grabbed for it. "Hey, Evie, what's up? What can I bring later?" She and the other bridesmaids were coming by to see the barn and finalize the music list for the DJ. "Nothing," Nancy assured her. "I've got lunch handled. Y'all just bring yourselves." "Good, good," Evie said, but she didn't seem in any hurry to end the call. Just ask, Nancy thought. Evie was probably dying to know what was going on with her and Colin. "So, what's going on?" Evie finally blurted out. "How's Colin?" Nancy nearly laughed at the attempt to be casual. "Is that why you really called?" "Maybe. I got the gossip from some people who saw you together at the fair," she said. "Is this a thing between you now? A real thing?" "I have no clue. They hadn't talked about anything specifically. They hadn't made each other any promises. But Nancy seriously liked waking up in his bed. She liked being ingrained to his and Bex's lives here. "I'm falling for him all over again," Nancy admitted. "I'm falling for that little girl too, and I don't know what to do." "What do you want to do?" Evie asked. Nancy didn't know. "I'm not sure what I would do out here," she said. "I mean, I could work part-time in Boulder, maybe go in 1 or 2 days a week, but that wouldn't make sense in my current position." She sighed. "If things took off here, I suppose I could always run events for the ranch. I've been helping him set up some social media, and he's gotten a fair few bookings already, but I can't just assume that Colin wants me to be a part of that." Evie was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You've given this a lot of thought, Nance. You need to see if he's feeling the same way." Nancy knew she was right, but she wasn't there yet. If they talked about it, real decisions would have to be made, and that would mean their lives would change, one way or the other. "Maybe," she said. "Look, I need to go. I'll see you this afternoon, okay?" Evie bid her a quick goodbye, and then she hung up. Nancy was adding a soap pod to the dishwasher when her phone rang again. Figuring Evie must have forgotten something, Nancy answered with a laugh. "What now?" There was a scoff at the other end of the line. "It's nice to talk to you too, Nancy." It was Reagan, calling on her personal line instead of her work phone. "I'm sorry," Nancy said. "I wasn't expecting to hear from you on this number." There was that scoff again, and Nancy felt her jaw clench involuntarily. "I would have called your business line, but you turned it off." "You kept calling while I'm on vacation," Nancy said flatly. "Well," Reagan said in a sing-song way, "once you hear what I have to say, I think you'll be glad I called." Nancy didn't say anything, waiting for her to continue, and Reagan cleared her throat. "Yes. Well, to show my appreciation for how you handled Mr. Ross." Nancy did all she could to bite her tongue. And for all you've done for the firm in your years with us, I would like to extend to you the opportunity to buy in as a partner in the firm." Reagan might as well have hit Nancy with a 2x4 for how shocked that she was. "Partner?" she asked, dumbfounded. "Yes," Reagan said, sounding a touch impatient now. "You would buy in with $20,000, and in exchange, you would be a partial owner with a lot more autonomy. Your earning potential will skyrocket." 20 grand was a lot of money, but it wasn't completely impossible for her to come up with, and this partnership was everything that she had been working toward for years. The yes was on the tip of her tongue, but her eyes caught movement out the window in front of her. Colin and Bex were coming back toward the house. Her heart did a somersault. "It's an incredible offer," she told Reagan, "but can I have some time to think it over?" "Of course," Reagan said, though she sounded annoyed that Nancy hadn't fallen all over herself to immediately accept. "I'll email you the contract, and you can look it over." Before they hung up, however, she said, "Don't wait too long now." Offers like this don't come along every day. It was a threat, and they both knew it. "Sure thing," Nancy said. "Thanks, Reagan." Nancy went on with the rest of her day and tried to put what Reagan said out of her mind. She had been enjoying not thinking about her job and her life in Boulder, and she didn't want all of that ruined now. She spent the morning outside with Colin and Bex, and when Evie and the other bridesmaids showed up around lunchtime, Bex begged to come along with them. "I don't mind," Nancy told Colin as they all ate lunch at the picnic tables. Nancy, with Jessie's help, had prepared chicken salad sandwiches, home fries, and fresh fruit. It made for a pretty picnic, though the ranch hands had politely begged off and went in search of heartier stuff. "All right, but Bex, just make sure you—" "Mind Nancy," Bex finished for him as she tore her sandwich into little pieces. "I know, Daddy." The women laughed. "We've got her, Colin," Evie assured, and they all chorused her in agreement. Colin finished his lunch, dropping a kiss on Nancy's lips in thanks, and told her to call him if they needed anything. "I've got to mend a few fences in the back pasture, and I'll work on the barn when y'all are done with your tour." He ruffled Bex's hair before he walked in the direction of his truck. After lunch, the group walked to the barn, and there was a general hush when Nancy pushed open the doors. She hadn't been down here much since that first time. After that, Colin had been in construction mode and had kept her away. She was glad that he did so because she was able to get the full effect of this moment with the girls. The barn looked fantastic. He'd installed the dance floor in the exact place they'd discussed and polished it until it shined. There was a full bar along one wall that had an overall rustic feel that fit into the barn chic aesthetic. The lighting was immaculate. He'd installed overhead lights, but also an array of pendants that could be turned on separately for a more intimate atmosphere. She felt a little hiccup in her chest. It was beautiful. "This is even more than I could have ever hoped for," Evie said in an odd tone. They all agreed. As they were walking the space, and Nancy explained where tables would be and whatnot, they heard a terrified scream. Turning, Bex was on the dance floor, hand clamped over her mouth. "Bex?" Nancy felt true panic wash over her. She rushed over. "Bex, honey, what happened?" I had a tooth, and the girl was sobbing in earnest now. Nancy did her best to understand her words, but it was tough. "It's gone," she wailed, and Nancy was able to see that her front tooth was missing. She didn't see a tooth anywhere. "Did you swallow it, honey?" she asked, which set off even louder cries. Nancy was at a loss at what to do. She tried to soothe the girl, but her words did little to comfort her. Lila came over and knelt on the ground, getting eye level with Bex. "Sweetheart," she said gently, "I know it's scary when you lose a tooth for the first time, but we talked about the tooth fairy in class, right? How she'll come to visit you and leave you a reward for your tooth." Fresh tears trickled down her face. "But I don't have my tooth. I swallowed it. That means it's biting my tummy now, right?" She rubbed at her belly. Nancy watched as Lila took her words in stride. "Your little tooth isn't biting your tummy, I promise, and the tooth fairy will know what's happened to it. She'll still come tonight." "Really?" Evie joined them. "Absolutely, kiddo," she said, and Bex threw her arms around Evie's middle, holding tightly to her. Nancy knew that Bex was only seeking comfort from the adults that she knew the best, but she felt stung that she couldn't be the one who helped calm her down. She knew that she froze up. She hadn't seen Bex so upset before, even when Colin caught her trying to saddle one of the horses. She felt awkward, hovering on the outside and not knowing what to do. "Can you call her Dad?" Lila said to her. "He should know about the tooth." "Sure," she said. "Sure." The barn didn't have the best reception, so she stepped outside. Colin picked up after a single ring. "What's wrong?" His words were clipped, and Nancy knew that was what he did when he was panicking and trying to hide it. Nancy relaxed a little. She could handle this. "Bex lost her tooth," she told him. "She accidentally swallowed it and went into panic mode for a sec. She's absolutely fine. Lila and Evie got her all talked down, but I'm sure she could use a hug from you." "I'm coming," he said, and then more quietly, "Thanks, Nance." She hadn't done anything. Bex hadn't really wanted her, but his voice was a balm on her raw feelings. It didn't take Colin long to get to the barn. He was going full tilt on a gator, kicking up a cloud of dust as he drove when he stopped. "Where's my girl?" he asked. Bex came running, tears streaming down her face. "Daddy!" she wailed, upset all over again. "I swallowed my tooth." Colin gathered her into his arms, cradling her so tenderly that it made Nancy's throat feel tight. He shushed and rocked her. "Nancy told me," he said. "I know that must have been scary." He wiped Bex's face with his thumb. "The tooth fairy won't believe I really lost it," she mourned. "She won't come." "Oh, I happen to know that she will," he said. Bex looked incredulous. "How?" she demanded. He grinned. "I called her, of course." The little girl's expression warred between wonder and disbelief. "You called the tooth fairy? How?" "All parents have her number," he said. "Her, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny. Their contact info all comes in the parenting packet that the hospital gives out when babies are born." Nancy saw the excitement grow on Bex's face. "Can you call her again so I can talk to her? I want to tell her about my tooth." Colin shook his head. "Unfortunately, that's a parents-only thing, darlin'. If I let you call the tooth fairy, then one of your friends will hear about it, and then they'll want to talk to Santa Claus." He tickled her, and she laughed. "It'd be a whole thing. They make parents promise to never, ever tell their kids." He leaned in and mock-whispered to her, "So, I can trust you to keep a secret, right?" Bex giggled. "Of course, Daddy," she promised. "I won't say a word to anyone at school." He tickled her again, and her peals of laughter echoed around them. "You better not. I can't end up on Santa's naughty list." Even though it was sweet to see, there was that little bit of ache that she couldn't do that for Bex. Logically, Nancy knew that she hadn't been around enough to be a source of comfort, but she had hoped that they shared a little bit of a bond. Maybe she'd overestimated herself. "I think we're going to head out," Evie said, motioning for the other bridesmaids to follow her. "Bex needs you guys more than I do." She hugged Nancy. "She's okay," her best friend said low in her ear. "You're doing just fine. Just suggest getting ice cream or something." "I'll talk to Colin about that first," was her first thought. She wouldn't make the mistake of stepping on his toes again. "Thanks, Evie," she said. "I'll call you later, and we can finalize any little lingering details." Nancy waved at the women as they filtered out before she turned to Colin and Bex, who were chatting softly. Colin was holding Bex's hands in his. She smiled and joined them. Putting her hands on Colin's shoulders, she whispered, "Why don't we take her for some ice cream?" "At Maple Scoops?" He glanced at her, grinning. "How about we go for some ice cream at Maple Scoops?" he asked out loud, looking back at his daughter. Her red-rimmed eyes lit up and she smiled, flashing the little gap in her smile at them. "Really?" Colin nodded. "I think losing a first tooth calls for a celebration," he said. "Right, Nancy?" "Absolutely. Everything else can wait." Bex hooted, and the three of them walked out of the barn. Colin had driven over in the gator, so they piled onto it, and he drove them back to the main driveway where his truck was parked. Climbing into the passenger seat, Nancy smiled as she watched Colin supervise Bex getting into her booster seat. She didn't need his help, per se, but he still fussed over her like a mama hen. Her heart fluttered in her chest just watching them. He got behind the wheel and glanced her way. Ready? The drive into town didn't take long, but it was quieter than usual. Every time Nancy glanced back at Bex, she had a small wrinkle between her eyebrows. "Are you still worried?" she asked. Bex turned to look at her. "Are you sure that the tooth fairy won't be mad that I don't have an actual tooth for her to collect?" Nancy had to force herself not to smile. "Of course she won't," she promised. "The tooth fairy is incredibly understanding. These things happen all the time." "Let's not worry about it for now," Colin piped in as he pulled into the parking lot of the local ice cream parlor. "What kind of ice cream are you going to get?" Bex thought about it. "Something with sprinkles," she said definitively, "on a waffle cone." "Maybe you and I could share," Colin suggested. "That's a little big for you." When Bex looked ready to argue, Nancy said, "Actually, would you mind sharing with me?" she asked. "I love rainbow sprinkles, but I can't eat a whole cone by myself. I could use a little help." While Bex still wasn't thrilled at the prospect of sharing, she agreed, and they went into the little parlor together. It smelled like freshly made waffle cones, and Nancy's mouth began to water almost immediately. "Do you want to get one of those chocolate-dipped ones?" she asked Bex, though her eyes were on Colin. "Can we, Daddy?" she asked. "Sure," Colin said, "since you're being so nice to share with Nancy." It took them a few minutes to decide on flavors, but by the time they sat at one of the bistro tables, Bex was smiling again. "Thank you, Daddy," she said as she took a big bite of chocolate ice cream. Some of it smeared on her chin, and Nancy automatically reached across the table to wipe it. Bex grumbled, but Nancy caught the fond look on Colin's face. "Thank Nancy," Colin said. "This was her idea." "Thank you, Nancy," Bex said, shifting her gaze to her. "Do you feel better, honey?" She nodded, taking another massive bite of ice cream. "Then, that's all that matters." Later that night, after the drama had well passed and Bex was in bed, Colin asked Nancy for help in writing a note from the tooth fairy that he could slip under Bex's pillow with 4 quarters. She got a slip of paper and sat at the table to compose the little note. While she was working out what to say, Colin came up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders. "You look stressed," he said. It had been a tumultuous day, but Nancy didn't want to go into all of that. "I think the wedding is getting to me," she said, and it wasn't entirely a lie. Making sure Evie's wedding was perfect, not only for the bride but for the soft opening of the Dude Ranch, was definitely stressful. But it certainly wasn't her only source of anxiety. "It's going to be amazing," Colin said reassuringly. He leaned down and kissed her neck, a soft brush of lips against her skin that made her shiver. "I could rub your back if you want." Nancy nodded, and her head slumped forward as his fingers began to knead at the knots in her shoulders. She finished up the note from the tooth fairy and held it up for his approval. "It's great," he said, and kissed her neck again. Nancy leaned into him. She wanted to tell him about the offer Reagan made her, but she didn't want to spoil this moment, and she wanted to feel him out a little, get a sense of what he saw for the future. Did he see a place for her on the ranch? As casually as she could, she asked, "So, what are the long-term plans here? After the wedding when you're officially open?" "The plan is to save money for Bex," he told her. "I definitely didn't dream of running a dude ranch, you know? I'm not sure my parents would have approved of it, and at times it does feel like I've sold out in some way, but I want Bex to have a college fund and options in the future." Nancy couldn't find any kind of fault in his words. He was changing his entire way of life for exactly the right reason, but his words didn't bring her any more clarity. "Your parents would have approved," she told him, attempting to shove down her growing confusion over what to do next. "You think?" She nodded. "They would have wanted you to do everything in your power to give that little girl every opportunity, and that's exactly what you're doing." Colin hummed. "Want to help me put the note and quarters under Bex's pillow?" Nancy smiled. "Yes, please." She wanted to help him with a lot more than that, but she just wasn't sure if that was what he wanted too. Chapter 22. Colin woke up to a squealing Bex. He smiled and slipped out of bed so that she wouldn't come looking for him to show him the note from the tooth fairy. Bex was used to Nancy joining them for breakfast, but the girl hadn't caught on yet that Nancy was spending her nights in Colin's room. He made his way down to the kitchen and started making noise loudly enough that it would attract Bex. She came running in, letter clutched in her hand. "Where's Nancy? I want to show her." He shrugged. "I think she's still sleeping," he said with a shrug, knowing full well that she was. "She's been working really hard on Evie's wedding." "You should take her breakfast in bed," Bex suggested. "That's what you do for me when I'm not feeling good." Not a bad idea, Colin thought. "I think I'll do that, darlin'. Why don't I get you situated in the living room? Jessie's doing laundry down the hall." Once Bex was settled with an episode of My Little Pony, Colin loaded a tray with some fruit and a few of the biscuits that he'd made for Bex. He made sure that Bex was engrossed in her show and carefully made his way up the stairs to his room instead of out to the guest house. Nancy was awake, phone in her hand, when he opened the door. She put it down and smiled when she saw him. "What's all this?" she asked. "Breakfast in bed," he said, thinking about adding it to the amenities list. "Oh, really?" she asked. "And what else are you thinking of including with this particular amenity?" Seeing her in his bed, in his t-shirt, flirting with him was too much for him. He gave her a cheeky grin and put the tray on his bedside table. "What I have in mind probably can't go in the brochure," he said. She laughed and went to pull the t-shirt off over her head. "Wait," he said, stopping her. "Leave it on." He climbed onto the bed and kissed her. Her hands found their way into his hair, and her fingers played with the hair at the base of his neck. Colin had every intention of rolling her beneath him, but she shifted and tipped him onto his back. She climbed in his lap, and he realized that his t-shirt was quite literally all that she had on. He groaned, cursing his pajama pants that were separating him from her sweetness. "You're killing me, Nance." She smirked at him, then leaned down and kissed him. "I promise you'll enjoy every second of it," she murmured, and her lips left a trail of fire down his neck and chest. He felt her like a brand on his skin. Once they came back to Earth, Nancy told him that she needed a shower, and he waved her toward the ensuite. He laid on his bed, letting the world come back into focus, and he heard the buzzing of her phone. He glanced at it, in case it was Evie, and saw an unsaved number. Probably spam. The shower started, and he decided that being naked and wet with Nancy in his shower sounded so much more fun than lying in bed. He followed after her, and through the glass of the shower saw her shampooing her long hair carefully, trying not to dislodge the extensions that Evie had put in. He slid in behind her. "Need help?" he asked. Nancy grinned at him. "Please." He took over lathering up her hair. "Your phone rang, by the way," he said as he helped to rinse the shampoo out. She seemed to stiffen in his arms. "Who was it?" "I didn't answer," he said. "You waiting on a call?" "No," she said, a little too quickly, and busied herself grabbing the conditioner. He took it from her and massaged it into her scalp. The mood had shifted, and while he was still touching her, it felt like her mind was a million miles away. But what would she be hiding from me? After their shower, Nancy snuck back to the guest house to get dressed for the day. She was taking Bex today so that Colin could get ready for Nick's bachelor party. Nick had some cousins coming in from Texas, and he'd volunteered to pick them up from the airport. When he left, he kissed Nancy goodbye. Even though she welcomed the kiss, she still seemed on edge about something she still didn't mention. He did his best not to dwell on it on the ride to Boulder, but the climbs and turns of the mountains around him did very little to keep him from turning it over in his mind. He'd talk to Nick when he dropped off the cousins, he resolved. Nick was usually good for some insight. Bo and Mason were loud and excited for their cousin's impending nuptials, so Colin didn't have the chance to obsess on the way home. When he told them what the night would include, they were sorely disappointed in the lack of strippers and tried their best to convince him to rethink his decision. Colin laughed. "I'm not sure if you've ever met Nick's fiancée," he said. "Seen pictures," Bo said. "She's a pretty little thing." Colin snorted. "That pretty little thing has a bit of a temper," he said, "and she has asked that Nick not be around half-naked women days before their wedding. I take my walking orders from her. And Nancy. That's soft, Mason sneered. Colin turned up the radio then. He wasn't going to argue with these two. They made it to Nick's in a little less than 2 hours, and he helped cart their luggage into the house. Nick and Evie were in their living room saying their goodbyes. Evie was going to stay with her mother until the wedding. It was a tradition in her family. Nick introduced Evie to his cousins, and Colin was glad that they were better behaved around her, all smiles and "yes, ma'ams." Evie waved as she left, murmuring a "have fun" to him as she went. Fun, right? That's what bachelor parties are supposed to be, but his stomach was a ball of nerves, partly over Nancy, but also because this would be the first night that Bex would stay at the house without him. There would be a sitter coming until midnight, after which Nancy had promised to be home at the conclusion of the bachelorette party. He trusted Nancy, but, well, he'd just stopped that thought there. He did trust Nancy. She was good with Bex. Besides, she should be in bed well before Nancy got home. I hope Bo and Mason weren't jerks, Nick said when the two left to take their stuff to the guest room. They were fine. Why? Nick leveled a look at him. You're practically grimacing, man. I know they can be a lot to take. Are you going to have trouble putting up with them tonight? Colin shook his head. It's not that. Not entirely that, anyway. Nancy got a phone call today, and when I told her about it, she clammed up. Well, who was it? I don't know. Number wasn't saved in her phone. I thought it was just spam until she got all weird when I mentioned it. There was a soft whistle behind him. They turned, and it was Mason. The girl I was seeing last year was like that, he said. She was always texting someone, never wanted to talk about it. It's not the same. Mason raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm just saying, he told him. We dated for 2 years, and she was cheating on me for nearly that long. Nick shoved at him. You're an idiot, he hissed at him and looked at Colin. Nancy isn't cheating on you. She'd never do that. Colin knew that Nick was right. Nancy wasn't a cheater. But there was something she wasn't telling him. Whatever it is, Nick said, she's probably just waiting for the right time to bring it up. Nancy always puts other people before herself, so whatever it is, she probably thinks it can wait. That tracked for Nancy, but Colin left Nick's feeling more off-kilter than before. When he got back to the ranch, Nancy and Bex were unloading what looked like sacks of junk food from the trunk of her car. They both had their hair tied back with scarves. When Bex saw Colin, she jumped at him, telling him all about their day in town. She was just a little too jazzed, and irritation crackled beneath his skin. Has she had ice cream today? He asked as she ran a bag of goodies inside. Nancy shook her head. No. We had burgers at the diner, but I thought some snacks for her, and the babysitter would be more than plenty later. Her answer did nothing to make him feel better. How much crap did you buy anyway? Surely she doesn't need 16 different types of candy for one night. Nancy looked like she was getting upset, but she kept it in check. Ashley knows not to let her overindulge. Colin groaned and dug his hands into his pockets, looking for a way to ground himself. She's never stayed with anyone who wasn't Jesse or Evie overnight, he said. Nancy nodded. I know, but Ashley is part of the high school Big Brothers, Big Sisters program at her school with Lila, right? Bex already knows her and likes her, and I'll be home at midnight. She's going to be just fine. He knew that she was right about everything she'd said, and yet... I'm her only parent, Nance, he said. I need to be on top of things all the time, even if that sounds dumb to someone who doesn't have kids. He gestured to the open door to where Bex was happily putting away her snacks. What if all that sugar gives her nightmares, and I'm not here to console her? That's on me. She should know that she can count on me at all times. I wouldn't expect you to realize that, but that's my reality. Her face told him that he'd gone too far. Her expression flattened out, and she was barely making eye contact. Do you want to change the plan? I can swing by the bar on the way back from Evie's party to pick you up so that you're here. The words seemed innocuous, but her tone was the one she used with clients. Nancy was in event planner mode. Colin shook his head. No, he said. It'll be fine. I just let my worries get to me. A car came up the drive. It was Ashley. I've got to go change. Tell her that I'll be here by midnight on the dot, okay? Nancy turned on heel and made her way back to the guest house. He watched her cross the yard, back ramrod straight. She didn't kiss him goodbye, and he doubted he would get one later when she left for the party. He'd screwed up. Chapter 23. "Where did you find a Chippendale magician?" Erica asked, hooting as the well-oiled man made one of the party guests disappear under a purple silk sheet. Nancy smirked and sipped at her water. She wasn't partaking in the margaritas because she had to drive later. "Event planner trade secret," she said. She had cleared the magician with Nick, of course, and he had been much more relaxed about Evie seeing half-naked men than she was of him seeing strippers. Of course, the magician wasn't going to drop his pants, and he would keep his hands to himself so Nancy could understand it. "Nanette," Melinda, a girl both Evie and Nancy knew from high school, called, waving her hands. "This is amazing!" She had been calling Nancy the wrong name since she walked through the door, and Nancy wasn't sure if it was on purpose or not. It didn't seem like it, but it didn't make it any less annoying. Erica scoffed from beside her. "Is she joking? Or just clueless? We were all in school together since we were 6, and graduation wasn't that long ago." It made Nancy smile. At least she had a few allies here tonight. It wasn't just her and the bridesmaids, of course. The friends that Evie had invited were virtual strangers to her. They were people she hadn't seen in years, people who'd moved to town after she'd left, or people that Evie met at cosmetology school. Erica had volunteered to host the party since she had a pool, and they were lounging around, drinking and watching the show. There were some risque games for later. It was exactly what Evie had asked for. Nancy just wished she was having a better time. She had come in a snippy mood because of the weirdness with Colin, and she couldn't even have a drink to mellow out and forget about it. She was sober in a sea of tipsy women. Melinda crashed into the lounge beside her and Erica. "I cannot get over how far you've come doing this party planning thing," she said, sipping at her drink. "This is genuinely one of the best parties I have ever been to. I can't believe it was put together by the girl who couldn't get high school kids to attend their own prom." Rude, Nancy thought savagely. Of course she could remember that, but not her name. "Mel," Evie came over, reading the situation. "I heard if you go tip the nice magician, he'll do some private tricks just for you." The woman hooted and toddled off on her heels that were far too high for a pool party. "I cannot guarantee that he'll actually do that," Nancy pointed out. "Jude is usually pretty easygoing, but he's never been particularly accommodating to women who get grabby." That was one of the reasons she kept hiring him. He was professional to a T, and he didn't tolerate bad behavior. She got a kind of 2-for-1 with him, entertainer and security. Erica sighed. "I'll get her," she said. She squeezed Nancy's shoulder as she walked away, and Nancy got the distinct impression that she had another real friend. "You're not having fun," Evie said to her. "I can tell." Nancy tried to shrug it off. "I'm sober at a bachelorette party. I'm having as much fun as I legally can." Evie nudged her. "That's not it, and you know it." Leave it to her best friend to be so intuitive, even when she was on the edge of drunk. "I'm fine, Evie." She noticed Jude packing up his things. "Magic Man is finished anyway. Let's go wrangle these ladies into a game of truth or dare." She winked at the bride. "I heard the bride likes that game." Evie smiled. She was tipsy enough to be distracted with just that, and she got the girls together in the shallow end of the pool for their game, while Nancy went and thanked Jude for the show. "It was great," she said. He gave her an amused smile. "You've seen it like 15 times and you always say that." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Would you rather hear that I stopped paying attention after the 5th time?" Jude laughed. "Ouch," he said, pouting playfully. "And here I've been counting on you not being able to tear your eyes off me." Jude was a terrible flirt, and it usually thrilled her to be the target of his smile, even though she knew it was all just in good fun. Today she found herself wholly unmoved by his smile and his muscles. "You've got it bad, girl," her mind taunted her. "Next time lie, okay?" Nancy nodded and handed him the rest of his fee. "Absolutely. Really, though, you were terrific. Thanks for coming all the way out here." He shrugged. "It was fun to have an excuse to get out of the city. Seems like a nice little town. Good for a visit, at least." It was a nice little town, in a lot of ways, less nice in others. and she still couldn't figure out how she felt about it, or whether she could find a place for herself in it. By the time she'd taken care of Jude, the girls were deep into truth or dare in the pool. Nancy could have laughed when she walked up. It was so much like high school that she had a crazy thought about hiding the tequila bottles before Erica's mother came home. "Nancy," Evie called happily, "truth or dare?" "Truth," she said, and sat at the edge of the pool, slipping her feet into the cool water. "Are you going back to Boulder after the wedding? Really going? Or is there any chance that you'll stay?" The question hit her in the gut like a punch, and she gaped at her friend, who quickly realized that she'd stumbled into Nancy's exact problem. The women around her cajoled her to answer, but when Nancy went to open her mouth, no sound came out. A lump settled in her throat that she couldn't swallow around. "Excuse me," she mumbled, and hightailed it across the yard and into Erica's house. 2 days ago, the answer to Evie's question would have been that she was going to stay, but after Reagan's offer and Colin's weirdness, she was back to being confused. She was considering just sneaking out when Evie came through the patio doors. Her eyes were a little glassy from alcohol, but her expression was serious. "I'm sorry for springing that on you," she said, "especially in front of everyone." Nancy waved her off. "It's fine," she said. "I've been asking myself that same question for days anyway." "Do you have an answer?" "I thought I did," she said, "but what if I choose wrong? Or what if Colin doesn't want the same thing as I do?" Evie snorted. "If that boy doesn't love you again yet, he's well on his way," she said. Nancy wished that she were as sure. She knew that the man wanted her, but loved her, wanted her in his life. She didn't know that yet. She checked the time. It was getting late. Nancy grabbed her purse and dug out the box that she had brought to give to Evie. "This is for you," she said, "if you don't have something else yet." Evie opened the box and smiled. It was a turquoise bracelet that Nancy bought on their last girls' trip. "Borrowed and blue," Nancy said. Evie's smile turned watery. She had always been a bit of a weepy drunk. "Check and check." She laughed and wiped at a few stray tears on her cheeks. "I'm marrying Nick soon," she said, almost dazed. "Can you believe it?" "Yes, absolutely," Nancy said with a laugh. "Finally." They laughed and Evie hugged her tight. "I love you," she said. "Thank you for the amazing party." "Love you too. Have fun and drink water, okay?" Nancy shooed Evie back to the cackling women outside, and she went out the front door to extract her car from the ones parked in Erica's front yard. Ashley was dozing on the couch when Nancy got back to the ranch. "How was Bex?" Nancy asked as the babysitter got herself gathered to leave. "Oh, she's an angel," she said. "She loves her daddy very much." She looked over at Nancy with a kind look on her face. "And you too. She thinks the world of you." That thought carried Nancy upstairs after the babysitter left. Her plan had been to sleep on the couch. She wasn't sure Colin would want her in his bed while he wasn't there, but she couldn't resist the urge to check on Bex and curl into Colin's sheets. She opened Bex's door carefully and looked in. The girl was sprawled on her bed, snoring gently, utterly peaceful. Nancy made her way down the hall to the master bedroom, threw on a shirt from Colin's dresser, and climbed into bed. She thought she would sleep easier in here, but she couldn't switch her brain off. What if Bex needed her? She listened to the noises of the house as the time slipped by. It was almost 3 a.m. when Colin pushed open the bedroom door that she had left cracked. She saw surprise, and then a pleased smile bloom on his face. "How was the party?" she asked. He shrugged and toed off his boots. "The guys had a ball, especially Nick," he replied. "That's all that matters." Once he had stripped himself down to his boxers, he climbed in beside her and curled himself around her back. Nancy's eyes fluttered a little at the heat of his body and the comfort of his arms when they wrapped around her. "They all wanted to keep drinking once the bar closed, but I was tired." He nuzzled his face into the space between her neck and shoulder. "I'm glad to be home." The way he held her implied that she was a part of that home, and she twisted in his grip so that she was looking into his face. She wanted to tell him about the partnership offer. She wanted to ask if he wanted her to turn it down, to stay and build a life with her. She wanted everything out in the open between them. But it was so late, and she could see the weariness in his eyes. So instead, she said, "I'm glad you're home too. I missed you." Colin smiled lazily. She moved in and kissed him. She hadn't earlier, and she'd regretted it all evening. There was nothing in the world like kissing Colin. He didn't really respond, and she was worried that he'd fallen asleep on her, or worse, that she had misread the moment. But then his arms pulled her tightly against him, and she felt his hand cup the back of her head. His lips moved with hers. It wasn't a chaste kiss, but neither tried to deepen it and turn it into something else. Both were content just to lay together, kissing. She pulled back and pushed him back so that she could curl into the space beneath his arm and rest her head on his chest. If Colin's happy hum was anything to go off of, he approved of the change in position. "Night, Nance," he said. She breathed him in. "Good night, Colin." Chapter 24. Nancy sat across from Reagan, trying to listen as her boss talked about what a partnership would mean for Nancy and for the firm, but her mind kept circling back to this morning at the ranch. She'd told Colin that she had to go into the city to get some things for the wedding, which she did, but she'd used the excuse of already being in the city to meet with her boss. She'd been gone for hours. Would he notice? Would he say anything when she got back? "What do you think, Nancy?" She blinked. What did she think? She said, and tried to think about what Reagan had been saying. Something about stock options? "That all sounds wonderful, Reagan." Her boss smiled, but Nancy could see the false warmth in it. She watched Reagan grab for her bag. She pulled out a stack of papers. "This is the formal contract," Reagan said, sliding it over. "It includes the amount to buy in and the earning potential that we talked about." Nancy skimmed over the contract, trying to feel excited, and failing. Reagan stared at her expectantly, and she realized that her boss was waiting for her to sign the documents in front of her. "No," she thought. No, not until I talk to Colin." "This looks amazing, Reagan, really," she said, stalling. "But could you wait a few more days?" "I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't have my lawyer look this over first." Reagan, thankfully, didn't look surprised. "That's not a problem," she said with a firm nod, as if she'd expected for Nancy to say as much. "Just fax that to me when you can." Nancy nodded, and their meeting came to an end. She shook Reagan's hand and rushed back over the parking lot to her car without looking back. Reagan took it as a given that she would accept the offer, that much was clear. Nancy couldn't fault her for it. It really was a good offer, everything she'd been working toward. It would prove that she'd succeeded, and success sounded tempting, just not as tempting as happiness. But could she be happy on the ranch? Was there really a place for her there? "This is such a mess," she thought miserably. The ride back to Windy Creek was a quiet one. She passed the rolling hills and didn't take in a bit of the scenery. She just wanted to be back at the ranch with Colin and Bex, even if she wasn't at all prepared for the questions Colin might ask about where she had been. Nancy needn't have worried, however. She pulled into the ranch's drive right at dinner time, and while Colin looked at her, questions heavy in his eyes, Bex was on her the instant she came through the door. "Nancy, Daddy and me made chicken noodle soup for dinner. We even made the noodles ourselves." Nancy smiled. A rush of warmth washed over her. This little girl could make her smile even in her worst mood. "Homemade chicken noodle soup sounds amazing." Bex beamed, took her hand, and dragged her to the table Colin had set. A third bowl for her had been laid beside his. Nancy's heart leapt into her throat, and she glanced at Colin, who was pointedly not looking at her. "I'm sorry if I'm late," she murmured to him. Colin shrugged. "Right on time," he said, as if her hours-long disappearance wasn't a big deal. "Hope your trip into the city turned out okay." Rather than replying, she focused on the soup. It smelled heavenly, the perfect cure on a cold day, except she was still sweating from the walk from her car to the house. "Soup in the summer?" She couldn't help but ask as they sat to eat. "Soup doesn't need a reason or a season," Bex said, as if reciting something, and grabbed her spoon. She glanced at Colin. "Right, Daddy?" He smiled. "That's right, darlin'." They tucked in, and Nancy had to admit, even in the heat of summer, there was nothing quite as comforting as a bowl of chicken noodle soup. While they ate, the conversation bordered on too polite. They talked about small things, the weather earlier that day and how Bex fared at school, but Colin didn't ask where she'd disappeared to, and Nancy didn't volunteer the information. "Why are you guys being weird?" Nancy looked at Bex, who was staring at them with all the scrutiny that a 5-year-old could muster. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" she asked, and winced at her overly bright voice. "Nothing's weird, everything's fine," she said next, trying to sound more normal. Bex didn't look impressed, but she hit the bottom of her soup bowl and looked at Colin. "Can I go watch TV, Daddy?" Colin nodded, tension clear on his face. "Sure thing." They both watched as the girl took her bowl and spoon to the sink before she disappeared into the living room. The sounds of SpongeBob SquarePants drifted in. Nancy and Colin sat at the dining room table for a few minutes more in silence, tension growing between them, before they both pushed away from the table at the same time. "Why don't I—" Colin started. "I'll do," Nancy said at the same time. They shared a laugh that lightened the atmosphere a bit. Nancy let the warmth of his laugh wash over her. "How about," he says, mirth in his eyes, "I wash, and you dry?" He gestured at the kitchen and the sink full of dishes. Nancy agreed, and the two gathered in front of the sink. They stood, shoulder to shoulder, and Nancy watched as he filled the sink with water and soap before he dumped in the dirty bowls and spoons. Her eyes followed his hands as he methodically scrubbed and rinsed the first bowl. When he handed it to her, their hands touched, and she felt that little zing of attraction and want that she'd come to associate with Colin. "Where'd you learn to make homemade soup like that?" she asked. He shrugged. "It was something Sabrina craved all the time when she was pregnant," he told her. "And after making her approximately 50 cans of Campbell's Chicken and Stars, I figured I should figure out an alternative that was a little less heavy on salt and preservatives." Nancy's knees felt wobbly. Something about Colin making soup from scratch for his sister so that she could watch her sodium levels during her pregnancy just made her melt. Could he get any sweeter? "I guess it's no wonder that Bex loves it so much," she said. Colin smiled and nodded. "Sabrina still asks for it too," he said. "When she gets stressed at school, I freeze some and send it to her in those refrigerated boxes." Nancy leaned into his space, resting her head on his shoulder, even as she dried the bowl in her hands. She felt more than saw Colin turn his head, and then the sweetest brush of his lips against her temple. Her heart thumped in her chest. She wanted, no, she needed, to tell him about the offer that Reagan made to her. It was time to lay it all out and see what he had to say. She knew what she wanted him to say, that she belonged here, that he wanted her to stay forever, but she couldn't put the words in his mouth. He had to be the one to say it. "Colin?" "Yeah?" He handed her another bowl, and she rubbed it with the damp towel in her hands. "There's something I want to tell you," she said. Colin stilled, even as he tried to maintain his calm, nonchalant demeanor. "Okay," he said. But she never got any further because someone knocked at the door. "Daddy," Bex called, "it's Uncle Nick and Aunt Evie." Colin mumbled something that sounded profane before he dried his hands and hustled to answer the door. Nancy put the dishes away and put the stock pot on the rack to dry as Colin led Nick and Evie into the kitchen. They came bearing baked goods and homebrew, a thank you for their bachelor and bachelorette parties. Nancy took the cookies from Evie with a smile that felt disingenuous, but hopefully looked real. They settled back around the dining table, and it didn't take long for the four of them to be laughing and joking around like old times. It was the first time since Nancy had come back to Windy Creek that it was just the four of them together, and she felt something click into place that she hadn't even known was missing. She'd always loved it when it was just the four of them back in the day, and yet it wasn't quite the same now as it had been then. She didn't feel quite as secure in her relationships as she had been, especially when she compared her and Colin to Evie and Nick. Nancy sipped at the homebrew. It was bitter, but Nick looked so proud of himself when he held it up. She was determined to finish the glass, as Evie told them about finally narrowing down their honeymoon plans. "We're going to Aurora for the weekend," she said. "I found the cutest cabin in the mountains." "Aurora?" Nancy asked. "I thought y'all were going to go on a cruise." She was sure that Evie had mentioned a cruise out of New Orleans to Jamaica at some point. "That was the original plan," Nick said, and he glanced at Evie, who grinned and buried her face against his shoulder. "We decided that instead of a big trip, we'd rather put the money away." It wouldn't have sounded so important if Evie didn't have the strangest look on her face. "Are you pregnant?" Nancy blurted out. Evie shook her head. "No," she said, "but we decided that we were going to start trying after the wedding." It was the strangest thing. Nancy was happy for her friends, but a burning pit ignited in her belly. Acid reflux, her mind tried to convince her, from the soup, but she knew what jealousy felt like. She told herself not to do it, but she looked at Colin, who was resolutely not looking at her. "That's fantastic," she said, making her mouth form the words. "You're going to be incredible parents." "So what about you?" Nick asked her. "This wedding has pretty much kept you hostage here. What's the big plan for after it's all over?" Nancy's mouth dried out. While she was going to tell Colin about Reagan's offer earlier, she couldn't now, not like this. I've got to get Bex to bed," Colin announced, cutting her off. His voice was shaky, like he was struggling to hold himself together. Nancy tried to reach out to him, but he stepped out of reach as he shouted for Bex to turn the television off. He disappeared before anyone at the table could say a word, leaving Nancy to walk Nick and Evie out. "That was weird," Nick said at the door. Evie patted at Nancy's arm and mouthed, "Call me later" at her. "He's your friend, my love," she said aloud to her fiancé. "You know exactly how weird he can be." Nancy didn't jump to Colin's defense. She was irritated by his abrupt about-face. "No, you're irritated that he wouldn't let you touch him." "Thank you for the thank you," she said. "Bex will polish off the rest of the cookies in the morning, I'm sure of it." That got the couple laughing, and she was able to bid them a good night and shut the door. She turned on her heel, ready to track Colin down and give him a piece of her mind, but when she got upstairs, he was reading to Bex, and some of the wind let out of her sails. Leaving him to it, she headed into his room and readied herself for bed. Some 10 minutes later, he came in after her, and she watched him tug off his clothes and pull on his pajama pants. He eased in beside her as if he were afraid that she would explode. Nancy knew they should talk, but it felt like a fight would break out if either said anything, so she chose to avoid it. Without a word, she curled into his side until he lifted an arm and allowed her to fit herself against him. His arm came down around her, and the heat of his skin on hers grounded her, despite the tension pressing in on them from all sides. "Good night, Colin," she mumbled. He tightened his grip on her for a moment. "Night, Nance." Chapter 25. They were all going to melt. That, if nothing else, was something Colin was sure of. The day had broken hot and only gotten hotter, and as they gathered for Nick and Evie's ceremony rehearsal, the air conditioning system in the chapel started smoking. Literally smoking. They'd had to shut it off out of fire concerns. One of the ranch hands was looking at it now, but from the texts Colin was getting, he didn't have much hope that the old thing was easily fixable. "Lord, son?" an older woman said from her seat in the first pew. Ruth, he thought, Evie's Aunt Ruth from a few towns over. She was singing during the ceremony before the vows. "It's hotter than a blister bug in a pepper patch. When's this thing start anyhow?" She mopped at her forehead with her handkerchief, smearing her thick concealer. Colin offered the woman a fan with the ranch's name, social media handles, and email printed on one side, and a stylized Evie and Nick on the other. "Soon, ma'am," he said and tried for a smile. "The minister hasn't arrived just yet." She harumphed and fanned herself hard. Sweat dotted her upper lip like a watery mustache. "Can I bring you some lemon water? We have some at the back of the chapel for guests." She waved him away with the fan, but she looked at least a little mollified by the offer, and Colin scooted away, grateful. He wanted this dude ranch to work more than anything, but customer service was new to him and he worried that he didn't really have an instinct for it yet. He spotted Nancy on the other side of the small chapel, handing out fans with a beaming smile despite the heat. She had such a way with people. She could make this a premier spot, he thought. We'd be quite a team. The thought made him sigh, and he ended up grimacing at the next person he handed a fan to. The woman took it hesitantly and turned to murmur to the man sitting beside her. He was tempted to slip into the minuscule bathroom that he added to the back of the chapel so that he could practice his smile until it looked softer and more easygoing, but he didn't want to look like he was trying to hide from the guests. Colin had woken up with a goal in mind: talk to Nancy about what was going on between them. They'd spent the last few days under a tense cloud that had put them all on edge, Bex included, and while that should make him want to run, Colin was surer than ever that it meant he was on the edge of something important. Life-changing, maybe, but every time he'd tried to get Nancy alone, something had gone wrong. With any luck, the rehearsal would be quick. Then they could move to the barn for dinner. He'd checked that air conditioning, and it was working just fine. Small favors, he thought. He had just given out his last fan when the minister arrived, and they could officially get the rehearsal started. He went to get Bex lined up to practice her walk down the aisle. His little girl looked miserable. "You okay, darlin'?" She looked at him, and her bottom lip wobbled. "It's hot, Daddy." "I know," he said sympathetically, and poured her a cup of the lemon water. "You hang on to this, okay? Take sips." He hoped making her drink slow would allow her to keep focused on something other than the heat, and if they were blessed at all, they could make it out of this without Bex having a meltdown. The bridesmaids and groomsmen lined up according to Nancy's roster that she had taped to the last pew. Nancy stood beside him, the maid of honor to his best man, and he offered her the crook of his elbow. "Ma'am," he said, and tipped his Stetson, professionally cleaned for just this occasion, her way. Nancy smiled, soft and pleased. "Howdy, Cowboy," she flirted right back. "Ask her now." "Nancy!" There was a small scream and a thud. Colin whipped his head around to see Aunt Ruth laid out on the wooden floor of the chapel. He sprang into action, barking at the guests to remain seated while Nancy got the woman some water. The minister helped Colin to get her seated. Her head lolled onto the minister's shirt, but she was coming around. "So embarrassing," she mumbled, mostly to herself. "It's going to be okay," Colin said, taking the cup from Nancy, who stood in an awkward hover over them. "We're going to get you some help." "Should I call an ambulance?" Nancy asked. The woman shook her head. No ambulance," she said, words slurring just a little. The group in the pews were all whispering now, and Colin couldn't help but think that this was an unmitigated disaster. "Can you do the rehearsal without me?" he asked the minister, who nodded. "I'll take her to the urgent care if she doesn't want to go to the emergency room." "I'll go with you," Nancy piped in. "We'll take Bex. She looks like she could use a ride in the truck's AC." Colin looked back and found his daughter, still gripping her water but looking even more wilted than before. That broken AC. He nodded at Nancy, and the trio helped Ruth to stand. Evie stood just beyond Nancy, hands clasped together as if in prayer. "She's going to be okay," Colin said, meeting her eyes. "Nance and I will see to her, and hopefully we'll see you all at dinner in the much cooler barn." There was a titter of nervous laughter, and then Colin and Nick, who took over for the minister, helped Ruth down the aisle and out into the equally hot afternoon sun. They got her into the passenger seat of Colin's truck while Nancy helped Bex into her booster seat before climbing in beside her. The ride to the urgent care center was quiet and tense. The only sound was the loud blowing of the air conditioning cranked all the way up. "Daddy," Bex said, her voice small and uncertain. "Is Ms. Ruth okay?" Nancy answered for him. "She's going to be just fine, sweetheart. We're just being cautious." Colin watched Bex in the rearview mirror. Her tense shoulders relaxed a fraction, and she reached over and took Nancy's hand. His heart squeezed in his chest. Someone must have called ahead, because when they get to the urgent care, the staff was already waiting for them with a wheelchair. They took Ruth back to an exam room, reassuring them that she would be just fine, and Colin, Nancy, and Bex went to the waiting room. It took less than a minute for Bex to zero in on the toys, and she looked to Colin, hopeful. He nodded. "Don't get your dress dirty," he said. "We'll be going back to the rehearsal dinner after this." The idea of going back to the rehearsal was an exhausting one, but it wasn't like he could blow it off. This was the christening of his dude ranch, his chance to show the guests what he had to offer. He had to try and salvage the event as much as he could, and hope that the dinner made up for the miserableness of the chapel. He needed the word of mouth to bring him business, and no one would be recommending him for anything if it got around that he nearly killed an old woman with heat stroke. Colin and Nancy settled into a couple of chairs beside the toy table, and for a moment they watched Bex play in a companionable silence. A quiet sort of resignation filled him, and he finally asked the question that had been hovering in the air between them for days. "What's going to happen after the wedding, Nance?" She tensed beside him just for a split second. "Reagan made me an offer," she said. Her voice was gentle, as if she were speaking to a spooked horse. "I can buy into the firm and be made a partner." Colin heard her words, but it was like she was shouting at him from underwater. They were muffled and hard to comprehend. "You hate this woman, right? I've heard you say nothing but bad things about her for weeks." "Well," Nancy bit at her lip, "yeah, but someone who treats their employees like crap doesn't magically become someone that you'd be happy sharing a business with. She's going to be just as awful as she is now." "You can't know that." But he could hear the uncertainty in her voice. Colin itched to reach out and touch her, but he wasn't entirely sure that it would be welcome at the moment. "Plus, buying in means you're stuck," he added. "You throw your life savings into the firm, and you'll never be able to pull yourself back out." Nancy made to rub at her eyes and stopped the motion before she smudged her makeup. She dropped her hands into her lap, fisting the fabric of her sundress. "I know all of that," she bit out. "Do you?" Bex looked to them, worried, as his voice carried farther than he intended. "It's fine, darlin'," he said and smiled. She turned back to the puzzle she was trying to force together with different pieces from what looked like at least 3 different puzzles. "I haven't made any decisions yet," Nancy said. She reached over and slipped her hand into his. Despite telling himself not to, he found himself clinging to her. "Whatever I decide is going to be the toughest decision I'll ever make. These last few weeks have been amazing. I don't think I've ever been so happy." "Stop there," he begged her silently. "Just stop before you ruin it." And there was a pause, as if she was waiting for something. But whatever it was, it must not have come, because she continued a moment later. "But I'll regret it if I don't at least think about what Reagan put on the table," she said. "I've been working to be a partner for years." Colin's heart plummeted. "Nancy." Aunt Ruth emerged from the back hallway looking much better. Colin could have screamed at her to give them a few minutes more. "Clean bill of health," she told them while she settled up with the charge nurse, just a little dehydrated and overheated. Colin kept a hand on Ruth's elbow when they walked back to the truck. Nancy called Evie and told her the news, then put Bex back into her booster seat. When Colin came back around to his side, their eyes met. "Let's get through the wedding," Nancy told him. "We've got 4 days until then. Let's enjoy them and not worry about the future, okay?" Colin hated that idea. "Okay," he said through gritted teeth. Nancy leaned in and kissed his cheek. He felt a tingle where her lips brushed his skin. "Thank you," she breathed against him. They got back in time for dinner. And that night, Colin twirled Nancy around the barn's dance floor and tried to match her wide smile, but he knew he wasn't totally successful at it. The tension between them was a sucking, gnawing thing, and by the end of the evening, they were both exhausted and tetchy. "What an absolute mess," he mused as he tucked Bex into bed. She had thrown a tantrum over bedtime because she was overtired and unable to process it, and he'd spent nearly 20 minutes getting her calmed and settled in with her blankets and stuffed animals. By the time he came to bed, Nancy was already asleep, curled in on herself as far from his side of the bed as she could get. Chapter 26. Nancy woke up to Colin brushing kisses onto her bare shoulder, exposed by her tank top. At some point, he'd slid over and curved himself against her back. The whisper feeling of his mouth on her skin made her melt against him. Colin smirked and kissed his way up the back of her neck. Nancy shivered, and a bolt of pure need ran down her back. She turned over in Colin's arms and sealed her mouth to his in a deep kiss. He made a soft groan of surprise and want, and rolled them so that she was pinned beneath him. They lost themselves in each other, all hands and clinging desperation. Afterward, seated across the breakfast table from each other with Bex in between, they couldn't stop smiling. The tension had lifted, and Nancy felt lighter than she had all week. "The community barbecue is today," Colin said apropos of nothing. "Do you remember those?" Nancy nearly rolled her eyes. She'd been gone a decade, yes, but she hadn't forgotten everything. "Of course," she said. Community barbecues happened 2 or 3 times a year, including great food, carnival games, and a petting zoo. They were perfect for family days or first dates, very wholesome. Thinking of wandering through the displays, maybe winning a prize for Bex, made her smile. "Maybe we could go," Colin said. His voice lilted up at the end in question. It might be good to blow off some steam. Bex was practically dancing in her chair. "Yes, yes, yes, yes," she chanted, clapping her hands. Nancy had to laugh. "Well, I think that answers that," she said, meeting Colin's eyes over the table. For a moment, his eyes darkened, and she felt all of the places that his hands and mouth touched this morning like a brand on her skin. "Maybe we could—" She cut herself off from where that thought was going. They could have fun later. They'd promised a day at the park to a little girl, and she was well on her way to imploding if that didn't happen. "Daddy, will there be pony rides?" Bex asked. Her eyes glittered with barely contained joy. The air in the room felt sucked out for a moment. Nancy found herself holding her breath as she waited for his response. She studied Colin's pained expression for a moment, but the inevitable no never came. Instead, Colin said, "I don't know, darlin'." He kept his voice light and bright. "Maybe." Bex beamed, and when they picked up the breakfast dishes, Nancy kissed him when he went to open the dishwasher. He chuckled and wrapped her in his arms, and they only broke apart when Bex fake gagged. "That's gross," she yelled. They laughed. "Come on," Nancy said. "Let's you and me get dressed." Bex nodded, but before they could even get to the stairs, Colin's phone rang. "Hey man, what's going on?" His greeting was quickly followed by a soft shoot. "Okay," he said, and his tone was completely different now. Haggard again. "Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." When he hung up, Nancy asked, "What happened?" Colin sighed. "I've got to go help the ranch hands," he said. "A section of the road washed out last night, and it'll be all hands on deck to fix it. We can't have it out with all the guests arriving for the wedding." Nancy saw how Bex deflated, and she offered, "I can still take Bex to the barbecue today if you want. You can join us when you're done." Colin considered it. "If you're sure," he said, and for maybe the first time, he didn't seem to be questioning her ability to care for Bex. Small steps, she thought. Bex started jumping up and down and clapping again, and that was all Nancy needed. She took Bex upstairs and they got dressed before kissing Colin goodbye. "I'll see you later," he said and kissed his daughter's head. He reached out and squeezed Nancy's hand. "Both of you." Nancy and Bex got to the park just as things were kicking off. Bex found her friends immediately, and Nancy stood with a group of moms while the kids ran around, screaming and laughing. "She looks happy." She glanced up to see that Michael Townsend had come to stand beside her. She'd seen him around town, but they hadn't had a chance to talk. Michael had been her competition in high school. He was the one who always ran against her for class president. Some years she won, others he did. Until she started dating Colin, all of their friends joked about them ending up together. She knew they never would. Michael was good-looking and fun to compete against, but nothing had ever sparked between them. "She is," Nancy agreed and wondered where he was going with this. "She's going to be heartbroken when you leave." Nancy sighed. "I'm not thinking about that right now, honestly." It was a lie. Despite what she'd said to Colin at the ER, all she had been thinking about was the future. "How's life, Michael?" He shrugged. "The same. Can't complain." Michael folded his arms across his chest. His smile shifted into something a little more businesslike. I came over because I wanted to discuss something with you, actually. Oh? Yeah, you've probably heard that Mr. Perryman is retiring, right? At her nod, he continued. I'm going to talk to some people around town, but I want to throw him a retirement party at the end of the school year. The high school is already on board with the idea. It could be huge. Nancy smiled. That's a great idea. So many people love him. I know. Would you be willing to be a part of the planning process? Even if you aren't planning on staying on the long term, I could coordinate with you through email. I'd like to have someone at the helm for this who knows Mr. Perryman and knows what they're doing when it comes to event planning. Nancy had planned countless retirement parties, though never one on such a large scale. Michael was talking about the whole of Windy Creek coming together. The possibilities set her mind running in all directions. I would love that, she said, and quickly dug out her cell phone. She swapped numbers with him. It's going to be an undertaking, but I'm sure we'll come up with something fantastic. Michael smiled. Thanks, Nance. I knew I could count on our resident party planner. The word resident made her heart skip a beat. In the middle of trying to figure out what to say to that, Bex came sprinting at her full force. Nancy, she called, and barreled into her legs, nearly knocking them both flat. Nancy! She laughed and tousled the girl's hair. Yes, ma'am? They do have pony rides. Can I have one, please? The no was on her lips when Nancy remembered the way Colin responded at breakfast when she mentioned pony rides. He was nervous, but he was working on it. Surely he had meant to allow her a ride today. If the answer was no, he'd have said so at breakfast rather than risking a meltdown at the barbecue. Sure, she said with a smile, and Bex whooped with joy. She looked back at Michael. Send me a text later, she told him. We can start talking about what you're thinking for the party, and then we can go from there. Sure thing, Nance. He leaned in so that his words were just for her. I hope you stick around, he said. Colin hasn't been this happy in years. You both deserve that. Nancy could feel her cheeks flush. I'll keep that in mind, she said before looking back at Bex, who was practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. Let's go. She reached out her hand, and Bex took it and held it the whole way across the park to where the pony rides had been set up. The ponies were hitched to a post and walked in a circle, just like the pony rides at the fair. Nancy and Bex waited in the line, but it moved quickly, and it seemed like it took no time at all before she was lifting Bex onto the back of a pretty brown pony with kind eyes. She stepped away and stood with the other parents, waving and smiling as the ponies started walking. Halfway through the ride, though, Bex screamed. Nancy watched, almost in slow motion, as the little girl jolted backward and promptly toppled off the pony, landing on her arm with a sickening crunch. Nancy's stomach lurched and she ran to her side. Bex cradled her already swelling arm, making a small moaning sound. Tears welled in her eyes and slipped down her cheeks. There was a hornet, she managed to say. Scared me. Didn't mean to fall. Hurts, she mumbled miserably. Nancy's eyes began to burn with tears, but she did her best to keep her expression calm. Come on, sweet girl, she said and helped Bex to stand. We need to get that wrist looked at. The entire drive to the emergency care center, Nancy called and texted Colin, but wherever he was working must have had no cell signal because all the calls went straight to voicemail. The doctor wanted to get an X-ray as soon as possible. Will you come with me? Bex asked Nancy, still holding her own in spite of the pain. Nancy nodded. Of course, she said, every step of the way. It may be the last time your daddy ever lets me near you, she thought, as she followed the nurse who was leading them to radiology. She texted Colin once more, while standing behind the little screen, while Bex's arm was X-rayed in as many positions as she could stand, and she called again when the doctor came in to show them the fracture. Will she need a cast? The doctor nodded. For at least 6 weeks? Bex, amazingly, didn't cry. Instead, she asked, Do I get to pick the color? My friend Olivia got to have a purple cast when she broke her arm last year. The doctor smiled kindly at her. The tech will show you all the colors you can choose from, he said. Nancy murmured her thanks, and then she settled in to wait for the tech to come in to start her cast. You're being so brave, she told Bex. I'm so proud of you." Bex gave her a wobbly smile, and Nancy distracted her from the throbbing pain by showing her pictures on Pinterest of what they could do to decorate her cast. They could get stickers and have her friends sign it, and for the wedding, Nancy could use a bit of the flower garland to make her a bracelet. Finally, after a small eternity, a tech came in with the plaster and colored wraps. Bex picked out a soft pink, and she watched with laser-like focus as her arm was wrapped and set. A nurse came in with a prescription for painkillers and the care instructions for her wrist. "If you have any questions, you just call us, okay? Your little girl is going to be just fine." The word hit Nancy like a punch to her solar plexus. She should have corrected the nurse, explained that Bex wasn't actually hers, but she didn't, and hoped that Bex either didn't notice or wouldn't say anything. "Thank you," she said, and after more than 2 hours, they were released to go home. Bex was quiet the whole ride home. Who could blame her? But Nancy kept up a steady stream of cheerful chatter, even as her heart beat a tattoo against her ribs. She'd explained what happened in the many messages that she'd sent to Colin, and she'd apologized again and again, but she could only imagine how he would react. If he's even seen the messages yet, she thought. There hadn't been a reply or a call back, but when they came up the road to the ranch, Colin was pulling in himself. She parked her car beside his truck. She caught his absolutely frantic expression before she climbed out. "Colin," she started, but Colin ignored her completely. He wrenched her back door open and unlatched Bex from the booster seat. All of Bex's restraint and bravery fled the moment she saw her dad. She began to wail pitifully and clung to Colin. "Daddy, there was a big hornet, and I fell off the pony, and I was so scared, Daddy," she cried into his neck. "You didn't answer your phone." Her words were accusatory, and Nancy saw Colin flinch like he'd been hit with something heavy. "I'm sorry, darlin'," he crooned. "I should have been there. I'm so sorry." "Colin," Nancy tried again, but he turned on his heel and carried Bex into the house. She should follow them inside, but she dragged her feet, unsure of where she was meant to be. It didn't take long to get her answer anyway. Colin came back outside. She could see that he was shaking. "Where were you today?" he asked her through gritted teeth. "When my daughter fell off a horse?" "It was a pony," she said, "and—" "Were you on your phone? Talking to Reagan?" Colin spoke over her. He wasn't interested in what she had to say, really. Nancy understood he was scared and upset, and he had every right to be. She already felt awful. She blamed herself for pushing Colin to let her ride in the first place. This would have never happened if Colin had never allowed Bex to ride at all, but she did want to offer whatever reassurance she could. "I was watching her the whole time," Nancy told him. "The pony rides were set up just like at the fair. The ponies were tied to a post and walked in a circle. Everything just happened so fast with the hornet. There wasn't much I could do." "You could have walked with her," he countered. "You could have caught her." Nancy just stared at him. Was he being serious right now? "Colin, that's not fair." The guilt she felt dimmed as anger bloomed in her belly. She would take the blame for a lot of what happened, but when Bex rode the pony at the fair, she and Colin stood together to watch. She wasn't even sure adults were allowed into the ring. If everyone did that, wouldn't they have just gotten in the way? Besides, she couldn't have predicted a hornet scaring Bex into falling off. It was a freak accident. Colin scowled at her. "I should have never let her go with you. I should have never passed off my responsibilities to someone like you." The world narrowed to him and the roaring of the blood in her ears. "Someone like me?" He shook his head and dug his hands into his pockets. "You're practically a stranger, and I trusted my daughter with you. What did I expect to happen?" "A stranger?" The word thrummed through her. "I would hardly call us strangers." "Whatever we were wasn't enough to keep you here back in the day, and it won't be enough now either, will it?" Colin said. "We had some fun, but we both know that you don't belong here. Once the wedding's over, you'll head back to Boulder, and this whole thing will become a story that you tell your city friends." Nancy watched as the man she was so sure she was falling for become a stranger before her eyes. It made her nauseous. "If that's what you think of me," she said, "then you're absolutely right. This isn't my place, and this thing between us is over." She walked away, leaving him standing in the driveway, enrobed in his own self-righteous anger. It wasn't until she closed the door of the guest house that the weight of it all hit her, and she collapsed onto the couch with a sob. Chapter 27. When Colin's alarm clock went off the next morning, he threw it across the room. It hit his laundry basket with a thud, still chiming incessantly. He sighed and hauled himself out of bed and crossed the room to turn it off. He felt like he'd gotten into a bar fight and lost. Colin placed the clock back on his bedside table and considered climbing back under his sheets. They smelled like soft vanilla and Nancy, and he felt pathetic even thinking about it. Instead of wallowing, he grabbed a t-shirt from his drawer and threw it over his head. He went downstairs. The smell of earth and wildflowers assaulted him well before he reached the bottom. Bex was making messy, one-armed arrangements of wildflowers that she'd obviously harvested from the yard. She'd pulled out every vase he kept under their sink, all of his coffee mugs, and a giant mixing bowl, and filled them all. "Bex, darlin', what are you doing?" She turned, and his stomach lurched when he saw her baby pink cast. Nancy's neatly scrawled name in black Sharpie stood out like a beacon in all that pink. "I heard you and Nancy fighting yesterday," Bex explained. "You said some mean things." His face flushed hot. "Bex." "I'm helping you apologize," his daughter said and held out her arms. "Girls like flowers, right? I got the prettiest ones I could find." "You did," he said. "These are the prettiest flowers I've ever seen, but sometimes grown-ups say things that they can't take back. I'm not sure Nancy will accept my saying sorry today." Colin wasn't even sure he wanted to say sorry. He was still angry at her, even if that anger had been severely blunted by watching her walk away. Bex didn't get a chance to say whatever she wanted to say. At that moment, Nancy walked through the front door. Her phone was pressed to her ear. "No, delivery will happen in 3 days. Not now. How am I supposed to keep over 100 arrangements alive for 3 days?" She sighed. "The dates for everything are in our contract. You want to contest that?" "I'll be happy to get a lawyer." Nancy listened to the rapid, angry voice on the other end of her phone, but her eyes finally took in all of the flowers that Bex had put out. She smiled softly. "I'm going to have to call you back," she said, breaking into the other person's tirade. "Something more important has come up." She hung up her phone. "Bex, these are beautiful," she crooned and carefully hugged the girl. "Did you pick all these for me?" Bex beamed at her. "Daddy has something that he wants to say." Bex glanced at him, smiling like she was doing him a real solid, but when Nancy looked at him, sadness and guilt and anger clawed at his chest. He would do just about anything to keep Bex happy, but this was a form of torture. Colin cleared his throat. "I'm sorry for what I said yesterday, Nance," he said, and he was surprised to discover that he meant it. He knew he'd hurt her, and that was never what he'd wanted, but he couldn't quite bring himself to say that he'd been wrong, or to take back anything he'd said. If she stayed, something like this could happen again, and he wasn't sure if he could live with that constant fear every time he left Bex alone with her. "I was angry, and I'm sorry I upset you." He didn't know what he expected, but her smiling wasn't it. It didn't quite chase the sadness from her eyes, but it was genuine and kind. "I appreciate that, Colin. But it doesn't change anything," he finished for her. Did he want to take it all back? He wasn't sure. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him tightly. He stood there, statue-like, for a few moments before he hugged her in kind. He breathed in the sweet scent of her hair. When she stepped away, though, Colin caught sight of her face, soft and impossibly sad, and he had to stop himself from pulling her back in against him. Instead, they settled in for a somewhat stilted breakfast. Bex did most of the talking, and Nancy excused herself as soon as her plate was clear. "I have to," Nancy said, but trailed off. Her eyes flicked to Bex. "Evie will be expecting me soon." Colin's stomach twisted, but he nodded. "Of course." He turned to Bex. "Come on, darlin'," he said. "It's about time I got going, and Jessie should be here any minute to drive you to school. Why don't you grab your shoes and have them on when she gets here?" Bex grumbled as she stood, but she started the hunt for her shoes, which allowed Nancy time to head upstairs to pack her bags. Colin watched her back, rigid as she climbed as she disappeared from sight, and that clawed-out feeling was back, but still, he didn't call her back. Nancy was going to lose her mind trying to pack. She grabbed her suitcase and opened it on Colin's bed, but her hands shook so badly when she started folding her clothes that she had to stop and take deep breaths. In order to distract herself, she reached for her phone and dialed Evie. "Hello?" The bride-to-be's voice made it clear she was still half asleep, and Nancy had to bite back an apology. Evie had told her last night to call in the morning if she needed. They'd spent hours talking over everything, and while Evie had some colorful things to say about Colin, she had some equally colorful things to say about Nancy, too. She kept calling them idiots, and Nancy couldn't help but agree. Why would you hug him? She berated herself, but she needed one more memory of being in his arms, of being close to him. "I'm trying to pack," she said by way of greeting. "I can't make myself fold my clothes." Evie sighed. "You shouldn't leave," she said. Evie had said as much last night, but Nancy couldn't stomach the idea of staying on the ranch and moving back into the guest house. Seeing him for the wedding was going to be bad enough. She had to put distance between them, or she wouldn't survive it. "Not until you really talk to him." "There's nothing more to say," Nancy insisted. "He made it clear that I do not belong here, and honestly, I think he's right. Windy Creek may be the place I'm from, but it's never felt like my home." "Except Boulder never felt like home either," she thought miserably. "And yet you're having trouble folding some t-shirts," Evie pointed out. Nancy sighed. "It's not so much the folding," she said, "as it is packing it up." "Oh," Evie said seriously. "Well, that's very different then." She was being sarcastic, and they both knew it, but Nancy wasn't ready to admit that just yet. "Nancy? What are you doing?" said a small voice from the doorway. She froze. "Evie, I've got to go," she said, and pressed the end button on her phone. She turned and Bex stood before her. She looked so sad. Something dear and fragile in Nancy's heart cracked. "Bex!" She started, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't feel right telling the girl about her and Colin without him present, but he'd already left for the day, and Bex had obviously gotten tired of waiting for Jessie downstairs. "Are you leaving?" Bex asked, eyes filling with tears. Nancy sat on the bed and beckoned her over. Bex came and threw her arms around Nancy's middle. "I'm going to Evie's," she told the girl truthfully. "I'll stay with her until the wedding, but I'll still be around all of the time, okay?" Bex sniffled, and it was a miserable sound. "Do you pinky promise to say goodbye before you leave?" Nancy fluffed her hair. "I pinky promise," she said, and when Bex pulled back to hold up her hooked pinky, Nancy wrapped her pinky around Bex's and squeezed. Bex took that promise. "I should go feed the chickens before Jessie gets here," she told Nancy. "I forgot to do it before breakfast." Nancy shooed her out. "Go on," she said, "before your dad realizes that you forgot." She watched Bex go, and when she heard the girl's feet stomping down the stairs, she was finally able to start reaching for her clothes. She'd made a promise to say goodbye, and she couldn't be sure when Jessie would show up. She'd say goodbye before Bex went to school, and then she'd get in her car and go. Nancy got all of her clothes back into her suitcases. She went into the bathroom and unplugged her hairdryer and scooped her makeup back into its carrying case. "Were you moving in?" she scoffed at herself, astonished at how much she had to pack. It had been less than a month since she and Colin had started whatever this was between them, and she'd just taken over his whole room. She shook her head. Should have just stayed in the guest house. She felt uncomfortable in her own skin all of a sudden, like she didn't quite fit, and she needed to take control of something again. She grabbed her phone and called Reagan. If she could turn this situation into moving forward instead of running away, maybe she'd stop feeling so much like an alien in her own grief. "Nancy!" Reagan practically shouted in her ear. "I've been waiting for your call." "Hey, Reagan, I've been looking at those contracts, and there are some more things that I want." "Of course," her boss said. She sounded almost proud, as if Nancy was doing the right thing by not taking the first offer. Nancy rolled her eyes, wondering why it always had to be this way. Must everything be a negotiation, one party scheming to see how much they could get away with screwing over the other? She'd always hated that about the business world. "So I think the buy-in price is too high for the percentage," she said. Nancy hadn't honestly looked at the contract beyond a cursory glance, but the words fell out of her mouth as if she'd been preparing from the moment her and Reagan's meeting ended. "It either needs to come down, or I need a higher take, and I need 2 more planners that will work directly under me." As she spoke, Reagan made agreeable sounds. "I think that sounds fair. Let me take this back to the partners." Out the window, Nancy saw Colin loading twinkle lights and a few other things for the wedding into his gator. He was going to string up the lights today and check on the air conditioning in the chapel, if she remembered correctly. For a moment, she wanted to be down there with him. She had a plan in mind so that the lights could be left up for most events in such a way that they could be useful, but not intrusive if the people hosting had no interest. She had planned to show him and see what he thought. It hit her that she cared more about what Colin would say about a lighting arrangement than what Reagan was saying. She could demand anything she wanted from the woman because she didn't care if Reagan got offended or told her no. She wasn't invested in the outcome either way. What she wanted was right in front of her. But she couldn't have Colin. He'd made that clear. "We should be able to reissue the contract with the new offer within the next 12 hours. Does that sound fair?" Nancy bit back a sigh. "Sounds great, Reagan," she said and hung up. She was about to tuck the phone into her pocket so that she could start hauling her bags downstairs when it began buzzing almost violently in her hand. She looked down. The emergency broadcast system had sent out a tornado warning for the area. Bex's face sprang to mind. Where'd she run off to? To feed the chickens. Nancy hadn't heard Jesse's clunker of a car rattle its way up the driveway, so she didn't think they'd started for school yet. Bex was somewhere out on the ranch with a tornado warning hanging overhead. Nancy's stomach lurched, but she shoved down the initial panic, turned on her heel, and started running. She had to find Bex and make sure she was safe. Chapter 28. Thick, threatening green-yellow clouds hung overhead. Colin had come out of the barn to check his phone. Jessie normally called him to let him know she was on her way to get Bex, and at this point, she was going to be late. And he found the world had gone oppressively still. A tornado was coming, that was for sure. He grabbed his phone out of the gator. He'd call Jessie and tell her to take Bex to the ranch's tornado shelter. He definitely didn't want them on the road in this. "Colin!" It was Nancy. He stepped around his truck and saw her sprinting in his direction. "There's a tornado coming, yeah," he said, glancing up at the sky. "I know." His phone buzzed in his hand with a message from Jessie, saying she hadn't felt safe on the road and was hunkering down at her place. She skidded to a stop in front of him, panting slightly. "Colin, where's Bex?" He couldn't comprehend what she was saying. It was as if Nancy just spouted off in Mandarin. "What do you mean? Isn't she in the house?" Nancy shook her head frantically. "She came out to feed the chickens before school. Haven't you seen her?" The meaning of Nancy's words finally hit him, and he looked back at her, his stomach sinking to his toes. He would have seen her if she was going to the chicken coop, and he hadn't seen her since he left the house. Where was his little girl? "Go back to the house and check the rooms. All of them, okay?" Nancy nodded and took off for the house again. Colin started for the stables. The horses would be the next logical place where she might be. He could see the clouds starting to form a funnel now, and he put on speed, pushing his muscles until they burned. "Bex!" he screamed. "Bex! Where are you?" His words were torn away from him as the wind whipped up. He crashed through the stable doors, spooking the already frightened horses. Normally he would move slowly and do all he could to alleviate their fear, but adrenaline was pushing him to go faster. To find her now. Colin started looking under hay bales and tarps, thinking that Bex may have hidden if she was scared of the wind or if she caught sight of the sky. Colin had taught Bex the signs of an impending tornado from the time she could comprehend what a tornado was, and he'd made sure she knew how dangerous they could be. "Bex?" he called, but only nervous whinnies answered him. Colin apologized to the horses before he went back through the door and down the dirt path to the house. The wind was screaming now. He saw Nancy standing in the doorway of the main house, yelling what he knew was Bex's name, but he couldn't hear her despite the strain he could clearly see in her face. When Nancy saw him, she ran his way. "Any luck?" he shouted over the roar of the wind. She shook her head. Would she go to the shelter on her own? "She can't lift the door by herself." He practically pulled on his hair. "She knows to meet me when the weather gets like this." Nancy's face had gone a sickening white. "She made me pinky promise that I would say goodbye before I went to Evie's," she said. "She came in while I was packing. I couldn't pretend I wasn't going, you know." "She made you promise to say goodbye?" he asked, an idea forming. Nancy nodded. "Yeah, we pinky swore on it." He snapped his fingers. "She's hiding," he said. "She must think if you can't find her to say goodbye, then you won't leave." Colin knew Bex. He knew how she thought. A complex look of pain and love twisted across Nancy's face. Colin knew the feeling. They headed back into the house together, throwing open closets and looking under beds, shouting her name. "Bex, darlin', please!" Colin begged, desperation clutching hard at his chest. "I'm not mad. Nancy's not mad, but you can't hide anymore. We just need to make sure you're safe. Please!" Nancy, who was a few rooms ahead of him, burst into the hallway. "I know where she is," she called and took off running. "She's at the Rainbow." Her voice faded, and Colin stood there for a split second. Rainbows. But then he thought of Bex's rainbow house. She wasn't supposed to go there by herself. He didn't really even want her going when other kids were playing there, but he knew that she had claimed it as a clubhouse of sorts. Jessie had caught her down there often enough when she was upset. Colin had done his best to allow her the space. She'd told him it was for girls only, and he'd respected that as much as he could. Colin took off after Nancy. "We can take the truck," he told her, and they practically dove into the cab as the rain started to fall in a hard, pelting sheet. He pressed the gas pedal to the ground, and the old truck jumped into action. He didn't bother with the windshield wipers. They'd never be able to keep up in this downpour anyway. "Colin?" Nancy pointed out the window on her side. With a growing sense of horror, he saw that a tornado had touched down and was speeding its way toward them. "Hurry," she begged. "Oh, please, hurry." He pushed the truck as hard as he could, and they pulled up in a mud spatter to the Rainbow house. Colin jumped out of the truck, leaving the driver's door open, and kicked the door down. "Bex!" he called. "Darlin', please say that you're here." "Daddy!" Bex was crouched against the far wall, obviously scared out of her mind. Colin ran to her and scooped her into his arms. Her little body shivered against him, and she buried her face into his neck. She was saying something, but he couldn't hear her over the wind and her own heaving sobs. He rushed them back to the truck, where Nancy was waiting with her arms outstretched so that she could take Bex. The girl wailed when she saw Nancy, and they were both crying and clinging to one another as he reversed course and started back to the house. The tornado was far too close now. "Are we going—" Nancy cut herself off, but she looked at him with wet, wide eyes. "We'll make it," he practically growled through gritted teeth. They sputtered to a stop in the drive, and Colin had to shove his body against the door to get it open. Nancy pushed Bex at him and came out that side as well. She couldn't get her own door open. They made a weaving, wobbling run to the storm shelter. Colin handed Bex to Nancy, who held the girl with both arms as Colin pried the heavy door open. He pointed. "Go, go, go!" Colin watched as Nancy stumbled down the stairs, and he had a split second to worry about her falling before he was barging down after her. He turned to pull the door shut, catching just a glimpse of the tornado smashing its way into the barn. He was barely able to take in the sight of the wood exploding from the force of the wind before he pulled the door shut. Thick, hot darkness pressed in from all sides, but he groped in the dark, found Nancy and Bex, and pulled them against him. They felt solid and real and good, even if they were both trembling. Then again, so was he. That was far too frighteningly close for comfort. "We're safe," he murmured again and again, holding the both of them. "We're safe." Chapter 29. Nancy stood in the dark, stagnant air of the shelter. The wind howled and rattled the door, trying to rip it off its hinges. Colin's grip on her and Bex tightened all the more, and she briefly buried her face into his neck. "Keep hold of Bex for me while I find a light?" His breath tickled at her ear. "I know there's a lantern in here somewhere." "Okay," Nancy breathed out, but she and Bex both made a soft, wounded noise when Colin let them go. Bex's small frame shook almost violently against her, and Nancy rubbed at her back, shushing her gently. "It's going to be okay, sweetheart," she told her. "My daddy used to tell me, if a cow can fly through the air and come out the other side, there's no reason to cry over a little thing like this." Bex let out a shuddery breath, but her shaking lessened a bit. "A cow?" she asked. Nancy smiled in the darkness. It was one of her favorite memories, although it happened after a horrible tornado wrenched half the town apart. "When I was a girl, maybe a bit older than you are now, there was a huge tornado, ripped up everything. Our neighbor's cow had gotten out and was sucked up into the storm." Bex shivered against her. "That's awful." "It should have been," Nancy said, "but the cow ended up on someone's roof a few doors down, completely fine. It was the strangest thing anyone on our street had ever seen." She chuckled. "I'm pretty sure my dad still tells that story. I can almost guarantee that he's told it at least twice on the cruise they're on now." Bex giggled. It was a small and broken sound, but there was a glimmer of her usual spunky spirit in it. Her fears were beginning to fade. Colin cried out, triumphant, seconds before a lantern switched on and chased the darkness into the corners of the room with its warm, golden light. "Look what I found," Colin announced and held up a board game box. Bex lit up. "Candyland," she crowed, happy. Colin set up the game on a small card table that had been folded and leaned against one of the walls. It was obviously missing some cards, and some of the game pieces were just buttons or rocks. But Bex was in much better spirits and didn't seem to notice the wind anymore. "Watch out," Colin mock-whispered to Nancy. "She cheats." Bex rolled her eyes. "I do not," she insisted, and then Nancy watched her pick up the deck of draw cards and pull from the middle of the stack. Either Nancy or Colin should have corrected her, but they were both so grateful to see her smiling that it didn't occur to them. When Nancy got stuck in the molasses swamp, a surefire way to lose Candyland, Colin picked up the deck and looked through it so that he could pull the color that would get her out. Bex watched him do it with wide eyes. "That's not fair," she wailed. Colin hushed her and told her to take her turn. Bex pouted, but her next card draw took her to the candy castle, and she won the game. She wanted to play again and quickly began gathering the cards and shuffling them. Quietly, for Nancy's ears alone, Colin said, "As far as I'm concerned, you get a free pass at anything you want for the rest of my life." "Colin." "You saved my whole world today, Nance," Colin pressed on. "She's my reason for breathing. I'll never be able to repay you or thank you enough." Nancy wanted to tell him that she didn't even have to think about it. She would do anything for that little girl. It wasn't even a question in her mind. But she didn't want to scare Bex. She didn't need to know the full extent of the danger she had been in. Instead, she found Colin's hand and squeezed it before they played another round of Candyland. By the time Bex was, once again, crowned the winner, the wind had died down. Colin listened for a moment and then checked his phone. "I haven't gotten the alert about the warning being over," he said, "but I'm going to have a look-see. Wait here for my word." Nancy kept Bex busy, picking up the board game and making sure they didn't lose any more pieces. Colin called for them after a minute, and there was something off in his voice. It sounded choked. "Come here, sweetheart," she said to Bex and picked her up. She carried Bex up the stairs, and when she stepped into the light, her heart leapt into her throat. She figured there would be damage, but she couldn't have imagined that it would be like this. Colin's truck was just gone. She expected to find it in a mangled heap, but as she looked around, she couldn't find it anywhere. We were in that truck. She had to shake that thought away so that she wouldn't have a breakdown. The house looked largely fine. The roof was missing some shingles, but the structure didn't look damaged. The same could be said of the guest house. Its little porch was missing some railings, but that was an easy fix. The barn, though, was squashed. She couldn't identify anything that seemed intact except for a section of the far wall and some of the dance floor. The rest was literally exploded all over the property. Poor Evie, she thought. All of their wedding decorations were destroyed. Nancy glanced at Colin. His face had gone stoic, but she could see the tension in his jaw. She wanted to reach over and take his hand, but her arms were full of Bex, who was looking around at the mess with a mixture of fear and confusion. Nancy remembered her first big storm. She remembered feeling so small in comparison to the mess, and she imagined that Bex was feeling something of the same. After a moment of standing there, surveying the mess, Bex began to squirm in her arms. She wanted down. "We need to go check on the animals," she said. Nancy set her down. "We'll go check on them," she promised, "but stay close and watch where you walk." They started off together down the path to the stables and chicken coop. Nancy prayed that the animals weren't injured. They hadn't had time to get them squared away and fully secured because they'd been trying to locate Bex, and Nancy had no idea what they might walk in on. When they rounded the curve and the stable came into view, Nancy felt tears burn behind her eyes. The stables and chicken coop were still standing. They didn't look damaged at all. Bex took off at a run, and Colin let her. She opened the stable door and disappeared inside. "Should we be worried?" Nancy asked. "I don't think so," Colin said. "Structurally, it looks sound. Maybe the tornado didn't come this way." He turned around to look back toward the house, and his breath came out in a painful wheeze. "What?" Nancy turned, and the sight of the empty lot where the Rainbow House used to be caught her in the stomach. Saliva pooled in her mouth like it did right before she threw up, and she swallowed again and again to keep it down. "You thought to check the house?" Colin pointed out in that wheezy, choked voice. "If you hadn't been here, if you had left for Evie's—" He threw his arms around Nancy. Thank you. She put her fingers over his mouth, stopping his words. She wasn't some kind of hero, and she didn't want his praise. It made her stomach heave to think about what might have happened if they hadn't found Bex in time. Colin's blue eyes dove into hers, saying all of the things that she wasn't allowing him to speak aloud. His lips pressed kisses into the pads of her fingers, and little zips of sensation tingled through her hand and up her arm. She dropped her hand, but their eyes remained locked. "I love you," she thought. "I love you, and there's no way I'm going back to Boulder." There was nothing there for her. No job was going to give her feelings as deep and true as she was having now. No job was going to fulfill her the way this man and his daughter did. She opened her mouth to tell him just that, but what came out was, "We should check on Bex before she tries saddling another horse." Colin chuckled and, mercifully, looked away. "You're right." Together, they followed Bex's path into the stable. She wasn't trying to saddle another horse, thankfully, but she was patting at the nose of a spooked mare, muttering soothing nonsense to it. The other horses were just as scared, whinnying and trilling as Colin walked by. Nancy patted one handsome spotted gelding that was in a stall not far from the door. It leaned into her palm, as if seeking comfort from her, and she could see that his face was wet with tears. Her heart broke. "What can we do for them?" she asked. Colin headed for the gear shelved at the end of the stable. He grabbed 3 brushes. "We soothe them," he said, and handed her a brush. "Bex, do you want to show Nancy what to do?" Bex took the brush from Colin and nodded, all business now. She took Nancy to the stall with the scared gelding, and Nancy watched as the girl ran the brush over the horse's flank. Nancy had grown up around horses her whole life, but she'd never cared for them like this. She knew how to brush a horse down after a ride, but that was always quick and perfunctory. It was just part of the routine. This was definitely not routine. Nancy was fascinated by how the horse seemed to relax as Bex crooned to and brushed him. "Do you want to try?" Bex said, gesturing to the brush in Nancy's hand. She nodded, smiling now. "I would love to." For the next hour, they brushed down the horses and helped them to settle. Then they went to check on the chickens and pulled pork. Colin had built him a small structure all his own after a few days in the stables with the horses, and it too was standing, fully intact. Bex laughed when they checked on the young pig. He was snoring loudly, oblivious to the whole ordeal. Colin leaned on the fence post, watching Bex give the chickens and pulled pork an extra helping of dinner. "We should go into town," he said. "People have been gathering at the diner the last few years after storms like this. It helps everyone figure out if everyone's safe, if they have somewhere to go." Wow, Nancy was impressed. In Boulder, everyone was on their own in disasters. There were just too many people for the community to pull together like that. But surely the whole town can't fit into the diner at once. No, but people don't usually stick around long. They go in, let everyone know they're okay, report if there's anyone missing or seriously hurt, or if they have any major problems that mean they can't stay at home. If they need help, it doesn't usually take long before someone steps up to offer it. Once they're set for the time being, they head out and more people drift in. "It was Michael's idea," Colin told her. "That's not surprising in the slightest. He practically runs this town, doesn't he?" Colin snorted. "You could say that again, but at least he does good things." Nancy thought to mention Mr. Perryman's retirement party, but it wasn't the time for it. Later, she thought, when things are settled. She could tell him about the party and her involvement in it after she told him that she had no intention of leaving Windy Creek. Colin swore softly. "I'm going to have to tell Nick and Evie about the barn." "I can help with that." He smiled but shook his head. "No, I should be the one to tell them," he said. "They'll understand," Nancy promised him. "I know," Colin said. "They're the best. And they won't say anything at all about their ruined day, but—" He jammed his hands into his pockets. "This was supposed to be the thing that launched this as a dude ranch. But I can't see that happening now, and I'm just selfish enough to be worried about what that means for me and Bex." Nancy leaned into his side, resting her head on his shoulder. "It's going to be okay, Colin," she promised, though she had no idea how she would live up to that promise. Chapter 30. Colin walked into Ed's with a pit in his stomach. They'd loaded up in Nancy's car and driven into town, unable to stop themselves from staring at what they saw along the way. The damage was extensive. Whole homes had been torn off of their foundations. It helped a little to put his own situation into perspective. No matter how much they stood to lose with the barn demolition, they hadn't lost their home. They hadn't lost their lives. "Nancy! Colin! Bex!" Evie ran to them the moment they walked through the door of the diner, Nick trailing after her. Watching Nancy embrace their shared friend, Colin's stomach swirled uncomfortably. He and Nancy decided that they couldn't hide what had happened from them. They knew that the couple would be anxious to hear how things at the ranch fared, and neither could bring themselves to actually lie to their friends. When she pulled away from Nancy, Evie's eyes went to Colin. "How bad is it?" Colin sighed. "It's bad, Evie," he told her. "We lost the barn." She gasped, a panicked sound, and she leaned back against Nick. Colin found himself apologizing, as if he could have stopped the tornado from tearing through. "I'll issue you and Nick a full refund," he promised. Evie was quiet a moment. She looked up at Nick, who nodded. "We'd still like to use the chapel if that's intact," she told him. "We'll pay for the use of that space and then we'll figure out a quick venue for the reception." Clearly, they'd talked through the possibilities before Colin and Nancy had arrived. He chewed at the inside of his face, hating this. "The chapel has damage too. There's no lights, no plumbing, and no AC. It's just not viable. I am so sorry." Evie maintained her sweet demeanor and tried to hide her disappointment, but he could see how upset she was. He felt the same. Not only was this wedding meant to launch the Dude Ranch, but these were his best friends getting married. He wanted them to have the wedding of their dreams, and living through the destruction of their second venue probably wasn't what they had in mind. "I'm so sorry," he said again. "I'll do whatever I can to make things right for you both." Nick clapped him on the shoulder. "It's okay, man." Nancy and Colin spent the next hour chatting to various neighbors and friends. Everyone's homes had varying degrees of damage, but as far as they could all tell, no one was missing, and no one had been seriously hurt. While they collectively figured out what needed doing, Mary Elizabeth supplied drinks to everyone on the house. She'd offered to get the kitchen up and running, but it had been Mr. Perryman who told her to take it easy. "You've got your own damage that you'll need to sort through," he said gently. "Don't take on feeding everyone in town on top of it." "And what do you know about the damage on my property?" she asked him. Colin was a little surprised to see his former teacher blush slightly. "Your place is on my way here," he said, fumbling. Mary Elizabeth smiled, and it was softer now. "You checked on it for me?" "I was planning to check on you, but you'd already come here." She reached out and put her hand on Mr. Perryman's arm. Colin wrinkled his nose slightly. They were cute together and all, but it was still weird for him to see it. He imagined it was a bit like watching your parents flirt. "You came to check on me. That's sweet, Jonathan." Colin smirked. For as long as he'd known Mr. Perryman and Mary Elizabeth, she had never called him by his actual name. He was about to say something to Nancy when she touched his arm, grabbing his attention. She pointed toward the door, and he let out a sigh of relief to see Alan and Jessie coming through. He left Bex with Nancy and crossed the room. He shook hands with his foreman. "How'd you fare, Alan?" The older man grunted. "Jessie couldn't stop pacing, worrying over you all, but otherwise we were just fine." He gave Colin a hard look. "We drove past the property. It's a mess from all sides." Colin sighed. "I know. I had to tell Evie and Nick that we couldn't host their wedding. There's nowhere to do it." Alan patted him on the shoulder. "We'll rebuild, and there will be other events," he said. Colin tried not to scoff. The cost of rebuilding the barn was going to put them squarely in the red, and he didn't know how he was going to recover from that. Losing the ranch had always been an abstract fear of his, but now it seemed like a definite possibility. What would they do then? How would he be able to provide for Bex? "It's going to be okay, Colin," Alan said. "If your dad and I could keep the ranch afloat for all those years, you and I will figure it out too." Colin ducked his head. "Thanks, Alan," he said. Nancy approached them, arm around Bex's shoulders. "Daryl, Sam, and Michael are going to ride around and help people clear debris. They wanted to see if you'd come. I can take Bex home if you want." Colin nodded. "That would be good," he said. "I'll be home when I can." He squatted down. "You'll be good for Nancy, right?" Bex nodded, and he kissed her forehead. He met up with Daryl, Sam, and Michael, and they spent the rest of the day clearing debris and fixing what damage they could around Windy Creek. The sun had sunk below the horizon before they dropped Colin off at the main house. Bex was already in bed, and Nancy was bent over something at the dining room table. When he came through the door, she faced him with her hands on her hips. "I don't think you should blow off the wedding," she said. He blinked and stared at her. He kept expecting her to say, "Just kidding," or something, but she just stared back at him with her eyebrow raised. "Nance, what do you want me to do? The chapel is unusable for at least a month, and there's no barn for the reception." "Evie wants her wedding here," Nancy said. "What kind of wedding could she have? There's no dance floor, no sound system. We can't even use the caterers she chose because they have damage from the storm, too." Nancy held out her hand. "What?" She shook her hand at him. "Come with me," she said. Colin was happy for any excuse to touch her, so he took the proffered hand, relishing in the feel of her soft skin against his own. She took him into the kitchen where pictures and papers had been spread out across all of the available counter space. She had obviously been working hard all day on this. "The ceremony can be outside near the pond where it's cool. The photos will be amazing." She pointed to some sketches that she'd done. Colin saw a picture of a picnic table and thought of a potluck. They could prepare a good bit of it here and ask a few of the guests to contribute some things too. He told her the idea, and she hastily wrote it down. "It won't be the grand dinner we had in mind, but it'll be like those community suppers my mom used to have here. Do you remember?" Nancy nodded and smiled. "Of course I do," she said gently. "Those were my favorite days, running around this place with a pack of kids." Colin pictured Bex doing the same, maybe meeting the boy who would one day turn into her forever person. "What about flowers?" he asked. The ones they ordered, and the rose bushes that they'd gotten for free, were gone. The bushes were ripped from the ground, and the refrigerator at the florist's shop had gone out, wilting all of the flowers they had ordered. Nancy rifled through the papers on the counter and pulled out another sketch with pictures taped to it. "There are beautiful wildflowers all over the fields this time of year," she said. "We can lean totally into the ranch country thing and make bouquets and garlands from those." Colin could imagine it. Live music, dancing under the stars, the smell of honeysuckle and primroses. It wouldn't be the wedding that Nancy and Evie had so painstakingly planned, but it would be a little more rustic, a little more Windy Creek. "This will work," he breathed. It would more than work. It was a masterpiece, really. "Let me call Evie." Nancy nodded as if she had been waiting for him to come to that conclusion from the very start. He grabbed his phone and dialed. "Hey, man." It was Nick who answered. His voice was somber, as if there had been a death in the family or something. Colin supposed that after planning and dreaming of a wedding only to have that dream squashed was kind of like a death. "Nancy has a plan to save the wedding," he said. "A good one. Can you grab Evie and put me on speaker?" There was some rustling, and then the beep of someone pressing a button. "We're here, Colin," Evie said. "What's up?" He told them both about Nancy's ideas for the wedding. He finished the pitch with his picture of dancing under the stars, and then there was silence. Colin began to sweat, and his stomach fluttered up to his throat. He heard a soft weeping, and that sweat ran cold. "Guys?" There was some hushing, soothing sounds, and then, "It's good, Colin," Nick said. "It's perfect." "Why is Evie crying?" "Evie's crying?" Nancy snatched the phone from him and pushed the speaker button on his end. "Evie, sweetheart, why are you crying? After you and I talked earlier, I thought this was what you wanted." "Thank you," Evie blubbered over the line. Thank you. We love it." A wave of relief washed over him. "Good," he breathed. "I'm glad." He glanced at Nancy, who was flushed pink with pride. "We're glad." Nick and Evie promised to be over early to see what Nancy had put together and to help set up in any way they could. And then they hung up. "How did you put all of this together today?" She smirked at him. "Do you think this is the first time a venue has fallen through at the last minute? I am one of the best event planners in this state, and it's planning 101 to have a plan B. I usually have a plan C through F, too, just in case." Nancy shrugged, as if what she had done was nothing special at all, but she couldn't see it from his point of view. The time and effort that she put in boggled his mind. Evie was her best friend, yeah, but she was talking about doing this for every client. She's incredible, he thought. Colin's arms ached to hold her, and he tried his best to hold himself back until it hit him that he truly didn't want to. He pulled her in for a tight hug, relishing the way his arms fit around her, how her face tucked into his neck. She fit him in every possible way. "I should never doubt you," he said. They both knew that he meant in every way. Nancy looked up at him. Warm, brown eyes pulled at him, and he nearly kissed her. She tipped her head back, parted her lips like she wanted him to do just that. But what if he was wrong? What if he was misreading everything here? "This can work," she said. "I know it can work." For a moment, Colin thought that she was talking about them, but then she was moving out of his arms and making piles out of her papers. "The next 2 days are going to be crazy busy trying to pull it off." She looked at him, a challenging smile curling her lip. "Ready to work like a dog?" The answer was an emphatic yes. Colin felt a thrum of true excitement. He wanted to make his best friend's dreams come true, but it was more than that. If he could keep building this thing here with Nancy, if he could be with Nancy, then he would be the most successful man on the planet, no matter what happened with his dude ranch. He'd already won. It was on his tongue to confess it all to her. "I love you. Be with me." But now wasn't the time. Now they had a wedding to save. When it was over, then he could pour his heart out. He only hoped that when he did, she'd feel the same way. Chapter 31. Knowing that everyone was cleaning up their own damage meant that Colin couldn't just call the usual people to come and help get things ready for the wedding. He knew that Sam, Daryl, and Michael would help whenever they could, and Nick and Evie would be pitching in too, of course, but the damage was extensive. It was a complete shock when Frank Hunter pulled into the driveway the next morning, tool bags heaped in the back of his truck. Colin had been out on the porch, coffee cup in hand, as he and Sam went over the plan for removing debris. He nearly dropped the cup when he saw Gerard's uncle emerge from the truck with the Lucky Star logo on it. "Mr. Hunter," he greeted. "What are you— The older man waved a hand, brusque as always. "Don't fret about it, all right?" he said. "I'm here to help, so put me to work." He'd always been a man of few words, but his actions more than made up for it. Horrifically, Colin felt the tears welling up in his eyes. He cleared his throat. Sure," he said thickly. "That would be fantastic, really." Frank nodded sharply as if to say that they were putting all the issues between them to rest. "Come on, kid," he said. "We're burning daylight." Colin nodded, and Frank joined his and Sam's strategy session. Nancy came out with a fresh mug of coffee for Frank, and he accepted it with a grunted thanks. Nancy met Colin's eyes and smiled, proud, and that smile bolstered him through some of the toughest grunt work in his life. They spent the morning clearing debris and figuring out just how bad the damage was. Then, Nancy led them down to the pond, and they built a roughshod dance floor so that the wedding guests would be able to dance without slipping and tumbling into the water. At the end of the day, Colin shook Frank's hand. "I can't thank you enough," he said. "You'd do the same for us," the older man said with an easy shrug. Colin wanted to think that he was that good of a person, but the conversation he had with Michael about Gerard sprang to mind. "I like to think I would, but sometimes I get caught up in my head and I don't step up even when I know I should," he said. "For example, I should have called when I heard about Gerard's accident and I didn't." Frank grimaced. "I haven't made it easy on you, son," he said. "I know why you're changing to a dude ranch. It's not hard to figure out, but I was sore, and I let a business decision become personal." He stuck his hand out again. "Let bygones be bygones?" Colin shook his hand again, even heartier now. "Of course. Besides, a little competition never hurt anyone, right?" "I hope not." Frank patted his shoulder. "I ought to get back before Karen starts to worry. She was beside herself yesterday over this whole mess." "Give her my love." Frank smiled automatically at the thought of Karen, as if just thinking about her made him happy. It was actually really sweet to see. Frank had never been the most demonstrative guy, but it had always been clear that he adored his wife, even now after decades of marriage. "I will." Frank jerked his head towards the house. "You keep hold of that Sharp girl," he said. "She's a keeper, I think." Colin grinned. "I fully intend to." "Good," the older man said and dipped his head. "That's good. See you in a few days for the wedding." "See you." Watching Frank drive away settled something in his gut, and for the first time, Colin felt really sure of his decision about the ranch. He was determined to make it work before, but with Frank Hunter's blessing of sorts, he now felt certain. Nancy opened the door and stepped out on the porch. "Come in for some dinner," she called. "Jessie made burgers and I know you must be starving." Colin's stomach growled as if to confirm her statement, and she giggled. "I heard that all the way over here, so come on." He tipped his Stetson. "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 32. All Nancy could think about was Colin. The last 2 days had been absolutely exhausting, but the wedding was beautiful. Now, the reception was going full swing. Couples were swaying together to an old country song on the temporary dance floor that she and Colin had built from pieces of the broken barn. Overhead, she'd hung paper lanterns on tree branches, and the twinkling lights looked like the stars had come down to join the party. It was more lovely than anyone could have imagined. Evie had cried tears of joy when she saw it. "Nancy, will you plan my and Sam's wedding?" Ariel asked as the couple came off the dance floor. Nancy laughed at Sam's wide-eyed expression. "That a proposal?" he asked her. "Of course not," Ariel said. "I'll let you and Molly figure that one out." She looked back at Nancy. "But when I do get a proper proposal out of this one, you have to plan it for me. Yes?" "Of course," Nancy said. She'd add it to the list alongside Mr. Perryman's retirement party. Busy. Busy, she thought happily. Now if only I could get a word in edgewise with Colin. She knew now, more than ever, that this was the place she wanted to be. Building this wedding out of nothing had only solidified her certainty that she belonged here, but she needed to know if Colin felt the same way. She could still feel their almost kiss from 2 days ago, like an invisible mark on her skin, and she wanted nothing more than to have a real kiss. "It's time for the bouquet toss," Evie called, climbing atop a chair. "Gather around, single ladies. Let's see who's next down the aisle." Nancy laughed at her friend. Evie was just this side of drunk, on both happiness and wine, and she swayed ever so slightly. Nancy shifted closer so that if she fell, there would be someone close enough to catch her. Colin scooped up Bex, whose delayed bedtime had finally come. "That's our cue, darlin'." "Aw," Bex whined. "Can't I stay?" Colin smiled, but shook his head, and Nancy watched him cart her back toward the main house. Her eyes followed the shape of his back and shoulders, drifted down to his butt. She let out an unattractive shriek when something walloped her on the side of her head. She whipped around, expecting to see a person standing in front of her. Instead, she saw the wildflower bouquet sitting at her feet in a discombobulated lump. The ribbon had come undone from the force of its impact against her face. Evie had her hands clapped over mouth. Her whole body shook with laughter. "Oops," she said in a sing-song, totally unapologetic kind of way. "Did I—" She gestured to the bouquet, and the women around her laughed and nodded. "Get it before I do, girl," Ariel called. Nancy bent and grabbed the flowers and held them up in the air, and the crowd applauded. She helped Evie off her chair, and her best friend surprised her by pulling her in for a tight hug. "Be happy, Nance," Evie murmured. "That's what I wish for you, to be happy." "I don't think a bouquet is like birthday candles," she teased. "A bride can't make a wish on it like that." Evie shushed. "It's my day," she said. "I get to do whatever I want." Nancy spied Colin coming back from the house, and he smiled when he saw her. "Okay," she conceded. Who was she to argue with a bride on her wedding day after all? "And you'll be happy?" She nodded. "I will," she said. "I truly think I will." She released Evie, who patted her cheek and toddled off to Nick, who beamed at his bride with a face so full of love that it could make someone's teeth ache. The band's lead singer announced that they were going into the last dance of the night, and Nancy felt a pang of sadness that the night was winding down. Normally, she would be ready for the end of a wedding, the conclusion to another job well done, but she could stay here with these people forever. The first few strains of an old country love song filtered through the air. "Dance with me?" She turned, and there was Colin, holding out a hand to her. She took it, and they swept onto the dance floor. He pulled her in close, and the two danced beneath the moonlight. The stars were above them, the air was warm and sweet. Nancy sighed. "I never want this night to end," she said. Colin was quiet just long enough to make her nervous, and then he said, "It doesn't have to." She chuckled. "I'm pretty sure the band is packing up after this." "No," he said. "I mean, yes, the band is leaving, but—" Colin glanced around. He suddenly looked nervous and just the tiniest bit guilty. "I was going to wait to ask you this tomorrow morning so as to not steal the bride and groom's thunder, but I'm pretty sure they're gone." Nancy looked around, and sure enough, Nick and Evie had slipped away without the grand exit she had planned. "Oh well," she thought. With Colin looking at her the way he was, she just couldn't be bothered to care about not getting to create a path with sparklers for the couple to walk down, even if it would make for an amazing picture for the album. "I know that you're still considering the offer that Reagan made," Colin continued. "Oh, Colin, no. Let me finish," he urged, and she nodded. "I have a counteroffer." She raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" "Be my partner," he said. "You'd handle the PR and event coordinating, and I'd handle the day-to-day operations, but we'd be full partners in this. No 5-digit buy-in necessary." It was perfect. It was just what she wanted, and yet it wasn't quite enough. "Is there anything else?" Colin's eyes grew heavy and warm. "Yeah," he said. "You'd also be the love of my life, just like you always have been." He leaned in so that his forehead rested against hers. "From that dance at the junior prom, you've had a hold on me, Nancy Sharp, and if you'll have me, I'll never let you go again." Nancy pushed up on her toes and caught his mouth with hers. It had been days since they'd last properly kissed, and they both sighed into it and melted into one another. When he pulled away an inch, she murmured, "I love you, Colin. I love you too." They finished their dance with a dramatic dip that had a few of the remaining guests whistling in appreciation, and the night was officially declared a success. The band loaded their equipment back into their van. The people who brought food helped to pack everything away. When the final guest left, Colin twirled Nancy into his arms again, and her laughter echoed all around them. "Come to bed with me," he said, the heat back in his eyes. Nancy shivered, and it had nothing to do with the cool breeze coming off the pond. "Yes," she said, and they kissed again, long and deep and toe-curling. They stumbled back toward the house, clumsy in their eagerness, and when they reached the stairs, they found Bex asleep at the foot of them. Colin shook his head. "She was upset that I didn't let her say goodnight to you," he explained and bent to pick her up. Bex stirred. "Nancy, did she leave?" "I'm right here, sweet girl," Nancy said. Bex looked at her and smiled. "I wanted to say goodbye before you left." Nancy looked at Colin, who nodded. "How about we wait a few hours and say good morning instead?" The girl perked up. "You'll be here tomorrow?" "And every day after that," she promised. Bex squealed and launched herself at Nancy. She clung to the girl, her heart swollen to bursting. They were able to carry Bex back to her bed, though it took a while to get her back to sleep. It didn't bother Nancy, though. It felt wonderful tucking Bex into bed with Colin at her side, knowing that there would be more nights like this to come. After Bex was finally asleep, Colin all but carried Nancy to his room. They were eager, but they took the time to undress each other, revealing skin with soft touches and tender kisses, until Colin finally laid a naked Nancy back on his bed. He looked down at her, hungry eyes taking all of her in, and she reached up for him, beckoning him down to her. The lovemaking was exactly that. Colin wrapped his arms tightly around her. "I love you," he murmured into her hair again and again. "I love you." A wedding night, she realized in a bit of a daze. This is always how I imagined feeling on my wedding night. It's perfect. Chapter 33. Colin looked at the big wooden frame of the barn and wiped at the sweat on his forehead. He couldn't believe that it had gone up so quickly. 2 weeks after the wedding, and most of the town had shown up to help him put this piece of the ranch back together. Nick and Evie actually postponed their honeymoon in order to help out. He glanced at Nick, who was working on an exterior wall with Daryl Rivers, and felt a rush of gratitude for his best friends. Then the man turned and spotted him. "I don't think I've ever done this much manual labor in my life," he complained and stretched. "Don't you ever question that people love you?" Colin laughed, that he knew all too well at this point. "How's married life been treating you? That also more manual labor than you've ever done before?" He waggled his eyebrow at Nick and laughed again when the man scowled. Nick very subtly flipped him the bird, but then he grinned. "I'm guessing you'll find out soon for yourself," he teased. "You got a ring yet?" He held up his hands in a slow-down gesture. "Nancy and I have been official for 2 weeks, Nick, and with the ranch opening and our first guests arriving next week, we've barely been able to sit down. There'll be time for rings later." It was a total lie. Colin thought longingly of the ring box that he had stashed in the back of the bottom drawer of the dresser. It was filled with sweaters and long shirts for winter, and he hoped that Nancy would have no reason to open it. The ring had been his mother's. He'd always thought he would give it to Sabrina as an heirloom, but when he called and asked for her permission to give it to Nancy, she had squealed with joy. "If you give her any other ring, I will be angry with you for the rest of your life, big brother," Sabrina had said to him. "You've done so much for me," she'd added when he'd gotten quiet and a little bashful. "You deserve this more than anyone I know. Be happy with them." Before hanging up, he'd made her promise to come home for Thanksgiving, and she'd made him promise in return that Nancy would be wearing the ring by then. He wanted to get through the first set of guests for the ranch, but he'd opened the drawer every day this week to look at the box. He wasn't sure if he was going to make it until the first guests left, maybe the day they arrive, he mused, sort of celebrate their new life beginning and all. At noon, Nancy rang the ancient dinner bell that she'd found, calling everyone for lunch. She, Evie, Ariel, and some of the ladies from town had made all of the volunteers lunch. Colin walked slowly over to where everyone was gathering. He wanted to take in the image of Nancy, bustling around, smiling at everyone, handing out waters, laughing with Evie and Ariel, and cement it in his memories forever. She'd found her place here, with them, and he didn't think his heart could take the happiness that swelled in his chest. Colin? It was Sally Weston. He had been a little surprised when she'd showed up to volunteer to help feed everyone this morning, but she and Ariel had fallen right into step with each other, making sandwiches and pasta salad. Even with Frank Hunter coming to help before the wedding, Colin knew that Sally was still mad at him. He'd threatened her livelihood, as it were, and she had every right to be upset. Nancy thought she'd come around, but until this morning, he hadn't been as certain. "Hey, Sally," he said. "Good of you to be here." She nodded. "You should know," she said, "that Gerard's back." Colin's throat felt a little tighter. He and Frank hadn't talked much about Gerard, and neither Michael nor Daryl had passed along any updates on how he was doing. He didn't even know if Gerard had taken any of their calls, but the fact that he had stepped foot in Windy Creek at all was telling. "Thanks for telling me, Sal," he said. "I'll handle that." She nodded, brisk. "Please do." But not today, he thought, catching sight of Nancy again. Today was about feeling immense gratitude to the people in his life. It wasn't a time for guilt. He thanked Sally again for coming and walked straight to Nancy, who was securing a rib bib around Bex's neck and wrapped an arm around her. "Everything all right here?" She leaned against him, closing her eyes for a moment, as if she couldn't be any happier. "I've had 4 more calls today," she told him. "I actually had to tell people that we weren't going to start booking for the new year for a couple of weeks." Before, Nancy's work phone buzzing drove him crazy, but now he loved when it started ringing because it meant more interest in the ranch. When their story went out to the local news, interest had gone through the roof. Everyone loved hearing about the scrappy little ranch that had held a wedding despite the tornado damage, and that the town was pulling together to repair. They'd gotten a flood of bookings. Then, a news van from a bigger regional station had shown up, asking for a feel-good interview. Now, there were even more bookings. Nancy had declared yesterday that they were officially booked up through Christmas. Bex looked at them. "Does that mean that the tornado was a good thing?" she asked with that little kid curiosity that never ceased to amuse him. Everyone around her laughed, and he saw her get flustered for a moment before Nancy reached out and touched her shoulder, comforting and reassuring. Although she had told him that she wasn't sure if she was exactly the maternal type, Nancy had fallen into the caretaker role more readily than he ever would have thought possible. When he asked her to marry him, he was also going to ask her to be Bex's mom for real, and he knew that she would say yes. Evie slid next to Bex at the picnic table. Her plate was piled with ribs and all of the fixings, but when Nick offered her a sip of his iced tea, her face scrunched up in disgust, and she shook her head. No way she's not pregnant, he thought, which inevitably brought up the thought of Nancy being pregnant, and a surprising ball of want formed in his gut. "The tornado itself wasn't a good thing," Evie said, breaking through his spiraling thoughts. "But what's important in life is how you deal with unexpected things. Do you understand?" Bex seemed to mull this over for a moment. "I think so," she said, though she didn't sound 100% certain. "Look at what we've built here over the last few weeks," Nancy pointed out to her. "The ranch looks better than ever, right?" Bex nodded. "Right. So that was a great thing, and it might have never happened without the tornado," she said. "And the storm was also what made me realize what really mattered to me. So while the storm was scary and awful, and I would never like to repeat it, it also showed me that what I wanted was right here." Bex still looked confused, but she smiled. "I'm glad you stayed, Nancy. Nancy hugged her, but her eyes flicked up to Colin. I am too, honey. After lunch, there was more work to be done, but by the end of the day, the barn was nearly finished. There were some shingles to be put on the roof, and the whole thing needed a fresh coat of paint, but the structure was solid. Colin and Nancy sat at the main house's new front porch, a gift from Evie and Nick for giving them the wedding of their dreams, despite everything, and sipped at some lemonade. I can't believe we pulled this off in time for the opening next week, he said. Nancy looked around, thoughtful. It still needs something. I know, he agreed. I'm thinking of painting the barn white. He stopped when he noticed Nancy reach under her chair and pull something out. What's that? I found it, she said, holding up a horseshoe. It was in the rubble of the old barn. It might have been on a wall or up in the rafters or something. Colin had forgotten all about that old horseshoe. He'd helped his dad hang it years and years ago. In all the renovations he'd done to the barn, he hadn't found it to move it. What should we do with it? He asked her, voice thick. I thought we could hang it over the door, she said, for luck. Colin leaned over and kissed her. Her lips tasted sweet and sour from the lemonade. That's a great idea, he murmured and kissed her again. Nancy sighed and tilted her head, allowing him to deepen the kiss. He was about to suggest that they go upstairs when someone cleared their throat from beside them. He pulled back, and Beck stood there, hand on her hip. I'm ready for my bath, she said, a little snootily. Colin laughed and stood, but then thought better of it. We're all a little sweaty from today, he said. Why don't we go for a swim at the pond? We can take a ride down together. Both Bex and Nancy froze. Ride down? She asked. Like ride down on horses? Colin nodded. Don't get too excited, okay? You're going to ride with me today and we're taking it slow, but yes, we'll go on horses. Bex shrieked her excitement and threw herself on Colin, squeezing him tightly. Nancy beamed at him, and they walked to the stables together. Colin supervised as Nancy saddled her own pretty mare. She'd gotten good at horse care over the last few weeks, and then he and Bex put a saddle on his horse. Bex patted the gelding's nose, but when it was time for Colin to lift her onto the saddle, she suddenly looked scared. What's wrong? He asked. Are you sure it's going to be okay? Bex asked. Her voice was small and uncertain, and she cradled her casted arm against her body. She had a few more weeks with it, and they would all be happier when the pink menace was gone. Colin squatted down beside her. Do you trust me? He asked. Of course, Daddy. Then trust me that I won't ever let you fall, okay? As long as it's in my power, I'll protect you. She stared at him for a long moment, and then nodded. Okay. He lifted her up and set her on the saddle before climbing up beside her. He got the horse walking, and Bex let out a shuddery, happy squeal. She patted at the horse's neck absently. Colin didn't think he'd ever seen her so happy. They got to the pond just as the sun began to slip from the sky. Colin and Nancy lashed the horses to the tree, and Nancy carefully wrapped Bex's cast with the plastic bag that she'd shoved into her pocket before they left. Then they ran to the water. Colin sighed as he dove beneath the cool surface of the water. His aching muscles relaxed, and the knots in his back and shoulders began to unwind themselves. When he surfaced, he saw Nancy holding on to Bex as they paddled around together. His heart kicked against his chest, and he swam over to join them. Better than a bath? He asked Bex. Yeah! Bex crowed and splashed him. Nancy shook her head at their antics. We all still need a shower, she told them. Pond water isn't much better than sweat in terms of cleanliness, and we'll all smell like horses by the time we get back to the house. Colin and Bex glanced at each other, and then as a team they began splashing her. Nancy shrieked and went on the attack, and for the next 10 minutes they waged an epic splash war on each other. Colin liked to think that he won, but as they all crawled out of the pond and onto the sunning rocks, jelly-limbed and even more tired than they were before, he conceded that they all won. I want to see a whole ocean one day, Bex said in a sleepy, satisfied voice. I want to go on one of those big boats and see dolphins. Colin grinned. We can do that, he said. Maybe during Thanksgiving this year. He looked at Nancy, who was staring up at the sky with a soft smile on her face. "We have that week blocked off, right?" She nodded. "I wanted that week to be about family." She shifted so that she was pressed to his side, and as Bex chattered on about the trips she wanted to take one day, Nancy slipped her hand into his and squeezed. "Sounds good to me," Colin said. "Family first, after all." He brought her hand up and kissed her knuckles, daydreaming about when he'd see his ring there, and what kind of trip they'd take for their honeymoon.